as they say in cyber world, you know. And cyber world is really where we're going to be focusing one of our first activities on in 2021, because if you're like my daughter over Christmas that had a glass of water by the side of her laptop, she has an Akulmach, wasn't cheap, and she did one thing she's never ever done before. She knocked the glass of water over her PC. You can just imagine the shock that came to her face when she saw the water go. She couldn't stop it. It's almost like slow motion. And all of a sudden, you hear as the electrics start to fuse and the screen slowly disappears. Just imagine that in slow motion, you know? It's like looking at the film 2012 all over again, looking in the mirror and seeing all the road disappear behind you, knowing that you actually, if you don't get out of the way, you're going to disappear with it. But when she told me it, and she is a writer, you know, she's an actor, so she gave me it in full graphic detail. I haven't done it much justice, but the point is, her whole world fell apart. And she, like many solopreneurs, you know, they're individual freelancers, like small businesses. All of a sudden, your world has just disappeared. Fortunately, everything she had was backed up in one place, apart from the work she was actually physically doing at the time. So she had a couple of hours' work to recover. She had no PC to recover it on. And she's hoping that this being the first working day of the year, that she might get her Akulmach back. But if she doesn't, then it's a new purchase. So it's not just an investment, a new cost here. It's potentially she could have lost absolutely everything. And I know so many SMEs that live in that world of risk, and they trust that they're not going to make a mistake. But now you're going to tell me where the solution comes from, because everyone needs it.
Neville, we realize that this is a big requirement for the SMEs, startups, and also the solopreneurs, because the number of solopreneurs will grow as we proceed in the next decade. So I think all of us are affected if this thing happens with your daughter. It is putting the business out for 10 to 15 days, because until unless you recover your hard disk, put the data into new PC, you are out of business. So to prevent all this, we have actually brought Akulmach Cyber Cloud from 2021, specifically for corporates as well as for retail, which is the SMEs and startups and solopreneurs. And the advantage of having a cyber cloud, you can protect your devices. So because as we go forward, the data is the most important thing. It's not the device, it's not the hardware, it's the data, the work, which is most important. You can protect your devices, and you can also have an automatic backup on a cloud and restoration. So if something happens with your device, it doesn't matter, no sweat, you just click a button, and the data is restored like you were doing just an hour back, and you continue your business. So that is a kind of automation with cybersecurity we have brought to the world this year.
That's absolutely brilliant, because immediately I've been looking for something like this for some considerable time, because I have an iPhone, and I have, in the past, dropped my iPhone, the screen's cracked, and the machine is completely dead. You couldn't recover anything from it on one particular occasion. These things happen. But the great thing was, I found out, this was about 3 years ago when it first happened to me. I found out that when I got my new iPhone, I just put my password in, and it refreshed itself completely. Brand new machine, just completely refreshed itself. It took about, at the time, it took about 45, 50 minutes to reload everything, which is perfectly okay. I didn't have to do anything with it. It just gave me a few commands, you know, even to say, you've got a new device, the storage is a bit better. Do you want to store it here, there, or somewhere else? So it actually led me through a very simple reboot, So it was as though I just had the old machine, which was rebooting. And I was thinking at the time, why can't we have this on a PC? Every SME has this type of problem because if you could drop your PC, you could drop water on it, you could do anything with it. You could have a surge, power surge, and all of a sudden you realise, oops, I haven't actually put my PC, I haven't plugged my PC into a power surge unit. I plugged it into the wall, and I've actually got the power surge, and it's fried my battery. you know and these things happen all the time. So I did think at the time, why can't we have something for a PC, for a laptop, for a tower, for an SME? What you're describing is we've now got it, which is brilliant news for everybody. Am I right in saying this?
Yes, it's slightly different than what you explained about the iPhone. Um, well, in iPhone, you need to configure your backup. So when you look at the data, it is not only your addresses, your contact details, but it is a lot of documents which usually people don't save on iPhone. At the same time, there are a lot of pictures and videos where people, in order to save the hard disk on the cloud, on the iCloud, don't back them up. So if you lose your mobile for whatever reason, your pictures of 3,000, 4,000 memories will be lost completely. So that is one side. The second side is if you have documents, your contracts, your presentations, your emails, because the emails will run in multi gigabytes of data, and that needs to be stored as a database. And then you don't want to spend time in restoring. You need to find an expert who will then take out the hard drive. And in many cases, in many countries, taking out the hard drive from especially the Mac devices is not even allowed. It's not legal. So you need to send your laptop, Mac laptops back to Apple, or your devices back to Apple. Then they will restore the data. So it's a very humongous task. It's not easy. But if you would just want to restore your contact details, it's easy. But restoring your business data is not easy. What we provide is it's a daily backup, like an enterprise class, like a bank will do. Our technology will back up your devices end of the day, middle of the day, or in the morning, whichever way you configure. And then something happens to your data, all you have to do is restore it. And the best thing is you can have a backup maintained, a daily backup maintained for 30 days or even 2 months. It is not only that, only yesterday data will be restored. You can restore the data from a particular date onwards. So that is the kind of intelligence we are bringing in into the system. And specifically, when you secure your devices, then it is secure against malware, ransomware, and those latest attacks which are happening now. Somebody stealing your passwords, somebody's trying to get into your email servers and spoofing your email servers. So those kind of things are prevented completely using our cybersecurity solution.
Yeah, it sounds brilliant, and as you know, and other people that are listening will know that I come from a corporate background anyway, and we always looked at ERP solutions and that security across the organisation. And if you're saying that this is the equivalent of a corporate solution, then quite frankly, if you're an SME listening in here, a solopreneur, a um, an independent individual, even a student, frankly, needs to back up their their records, because you'll be amazed at how many young people that I talk to that are at university and they say, I forgot to back up. And they've had to rewrite their whole thesis from scratch. You don't really want to be doing that in any day and age. And a lot of large organizations I know don't necessarily have that daily backup capability. Now, some do weekly backup, which means they rely on the individual in the organization to do the daily backup right the way through that week until there's a formal backup at the end of the week. And there's a reason for that, because backup actually means that people have got to be off the system typically, even in today's day and age. Backups tend to be done when the organization is quiet. So there's a downtime. And we even see it when we're buying hosting for our websites. You know, if you're with GoDaddy or One to One or whatever other organization you're with, you've outsourced your hosting, there is downtime that's already there. And it says down for maintenance. So we live with it all the time. This is a great opportunity for anybody, because I'm going to ask you the simple question, because people are going to say, oh, this sounds expensive. But you and I have talked about what the entry point is. And it's like a monthly Netflix membership.
Absolutely, Neville. It is quite low cost. It is almost very similar to what you would pay to Dropbox or Google Drive subscription, or even iPhone iCloud subscription. So it is very similar to that. But in addition to what iClouds or Dropbox offers you, we offer cybersecurity. We offer your restoration. And you mentioned very interesting point about using the corporate clouds. But the corporate clouds function in a way which is similar to your Google Cloud, where if you're using Google Docs or some of these applications which are prescribed by the corporate, those are automatically backed up, and then the entire data is restored in by some technology. Here we're talking about your individual files. So suppose you are using multiple things. You are using Google Docs and you are also using Word from Microsoft. Those are totally different protocols. So, and if you open a Google document on Word, it will not open correctly. So if you're using Google Doc, then they have their own protocol to save that file on a Google Drive. But if you have something on in the Word document and you have not backed that up, that is where the challenge is. So we actually don't look at different protocols. We just back up everything, whatever is there on your device, and with a click of a button, you can restore it. I think it's a very low cost. We charge something like $10 per device per month. So it is very similar to a Dropbox. Dropbox will give you only storage place. We give you cyber security, protection against ransomware, malware, and all kinds of viruses, and also restoration services whenever you need it.
It just sounds to me, I mean, we talk a lot in the Western world about having an insurance policy. It's disaster recovery. We all think it's never going to happen. Let me tell you, you will know at least one person it's happened to. Go and ask them how they recovered it, the heartache they went through. Just like my daughter, you know, it is a heartache. If you feel that you potentially have lost everything, you may have stored it somewhere, but even then, did you trust that storage? And these are the sort of questions you start to ask yourself. So it is an insurance policy. You hope you never have to use it, but when you do have to use it, and you find that actually you go down at 12 o'clock, you might have to buy a new PC if you've really screwed up your PC. If it's just gone fut, you know, and you just can't recover it. But by the time you bought the new PC, plugged in the lead, and then you've downloaded everything so you can start from scratch, you'll find out you're ready to go by 6 o'clock in the evening. That is one huge insurance policy for the price of almost like a Netflix subscription. I'm just going to say one thing I like about this is you and I can remember, I mean, your children aren't as old as mine, okay? But I can remember buying box sets for my kids, okay? And I'm not talking about DVDs, right? I'm talking about video cassettes. So we bought them box sets, typical Christmas or birthday present, so that they could, in their own time, go and watch these box sets over and over and over and over. As we know, videotape wears out. And if your child is so binged on a particular box set, like Friends, as all my kids were, you would see a very, very poor quality coming back after the 40, 50, 60th time of watching the same video. We progressed. We went into CDs and then DVDs, and we still had box sets. Today, in the last year, we've thrown out all those box sets because we've got something called Netflix. We know it's on demand, we know it's there all the time, and all I've got to do is type in what I want to see. What if Netflix went down? Disaster. But they are a corporate, they have the recovery mechanisms to make sure they don't go down. This product will make sure you don't go down. And it's as simple as that. And in the world where we live in cybersecurity, one of the other things that we constantly forget about is updating our cyberspace, the malware that comes through all the time. Someone sends you what looks like a nice birthday card on email, you click on it, and bingo, your whole PC is infested with an incredibly nasty Trojan virus. And then you've got to go and find the vaccine, load the vaccine. Typically, it doesn't work first time. They say, okay, try this variant, try this variant, try this variant. We all know what that is with COVID. Okay, so this is a trial and error arena. What you've got here is all of the trial and error has been taken away because the vaccine is never needed because the vaccine is actually at the cloud. It's done for you. So this really is an insurance policy. And I can only suggest to people, come and talk to yourself because this is years of development, and get on board because it's really important for you to be secure going through the next year because you're going to be growing, aren't you?
Yes, Neville. In fact, the startup packages are very, very flexible. We have designed commercial packages for everyone, large corporate to even individual solopreneur. And if you are already on Google platform or Azure platform from Microsoft, it doesn't matter. We work with all. You can choose to store your data on your platform where you are actually paying subscription. Just use our technology securing your devices, and we have the means to store the backups on your hard disk on the data store which you want. So I think the solution is very powerful. We have done a lot of thinking before launching it, and that is a new addition in Akulmach arsenal this year. Neville, we feel there are a lot of opportunities in this area.
Well, it's a big addition, CK. Congratulations for negotiating that contract. And for all you SMEs out there, don't put this off. Please don't put this off. I hear disaster case after disaster case on a regular basis. I forgot to back up. Oh, I dropped my PC. Oh, I left my PC on the train. I'm not too sure I'm going to get it back again. These things happen. It's a factor of life. And this is an insurance policy. You don't want things to happen. But just like you have car insurance, travel insurance, house contents insurance, personal insurance, this is an insurance policy. And when you need to use it, you know that actually you're going to be well reimbursed. Because believe you me, having had this happen to me a number of times in my career, there's weeks of anguish thinking about, have I recovered all my data? Did I get the latest element of the data back on the server? And over time, you're never going to know, frankly. But if you can sleep securely overnight, knowing you paid this monthly fee and actually you never really want to use it. And it's as simple
Absolutely.
as that. When you do, you realize the value.
Right, Naval. It saves people from the sleepless nights. So I think thank you very much for encouraging us and also endorsing us in a way. We will catch up with you tomorrow in some another interesting subject. But I think we will keep coming back to the cybersecurity because this decade it is going to be so important for solopreneurs, for corporates, and for everyone in life. So with that, I'd like to say thank you for finding time to talking to us, and we'll catch up again tomorrow.
Pleasure. Good luck, everybody. Be cyber secure. Look at what's on offer.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass DQ. And the DQ stands for Digital Quotient. And in this series, our objective is to increase the DQ for every citizen of the world. The objective really is very clearly defined. It's basically increasing the ability to understand the digital world in a much better way, and this is the first chapter of that series. There are 24 more to go. This chapter is focused on digital identity. So let's discuss about the digital identity and how it affects. So as you see, the identity of a human being is really the uh, his face and his name and his signatures. So that is how the identity of a person is captured. But when it comes to digital arena, then how do you make sure that the same identity of a person which is in physical world is captured into the digital world? So this is really the definition of digital identity, which is exact replication of the person's physical identity or organization's physical identity, application's physical identity, or a device like a mobile phone or a tab, etc. So I think it's important to understand what is digital identity and how it is correlated to my physical identity. So, as we are moving forward into the 21st century, I think there will be a time when the digital identity will exactly match your physical identity. That means whatever you do on the digital media will be tracked directly to your name and to yourself, and the time is very near. So I think it's important for everyone to understand how to create your digital identity and how to match it with physical identity. So in this session we will discuss what is your digital identity. So as you know that when we say that when we log in into internet, that becomes my digital identity. So what you would use to log in is basically a username and a password. So using that you will log in into variety of applications like email or a Facebook or Amazon, and this is a trend everywhere, whether you are in Malaysia, US, Europe, or in India. You have to have your username and password defined to get started and to start using the internet. And many people will think, hey, that becomes my digital identity. That means my username is my digital identity. And that is not the case at all. See, what happens is after you log in into system, you may use the system in variety of ways. You may use, if you are a businessman, you may use to see your stocks. If you are a student, you may see it to study online or to check your scores. Um, if you are a casual user, you may want to share your pictures. You may contact your friends via Facebook. If you have an opinion about some subjects, you may tweet using the Twitter platform. If you want to explore business opportunities on the web, you may log in into LinkedIn and try to see who can be your business partner, check the opportunities, job opportunities or business opportunities. So so these are the things that you normally would do. And lately a lot of e-commerce has also come up in a big way, where you go to online portals and buy things of certain types. So some people may buy gadgets more, some people may buy dress material more than other things. Um, some material will like some people will like to check out what is available today, which is or the prices are moving up and down of different commodities. Many people like to just survey the market, so do window shopping using Amazon, see what is latest coming into the market. So you see the impact of digital world is so profound today that you not only log in to check your emails, you log in to read news, you log in to buy your things, you log in to get your groceries, you log in to see what are the opportunities for you, you share your pictures and different events about your personal life in Facebook, and if you have an opinion, you also express your opinion using Twitter. Apart from that, there are other areas like hospitals. Nobody is keeping any record in a physical format. All the history of a patient goes into some sort of a system. It is immediately digitized, kept it as a record. So you see, if you summarize all this, your identity today is made of various aspects. It's not only dependent on the username that you have chosen. It is actually your behavior on the internet. It is tracked and segmentized you in a particular bucket. So what happens is, if somebody is looking for a certain segment of people, you will come into that list. Say some business is looking for trying to sell insurance, and they want to basically reach out to people who are in the age group of 25 to 35, and they had certain behavior. And if you happen to show that behavior on the internet, automatically you become their target audience. So the behavior plays a major role. How you basically use the system plays a major role in determining your identity today. Going forward, it will be even more smarter to track you down. So it's not only your username, it is how you basically use various systems on the internet, and that becomes part of our identity. For example, if you're doing a review of legal systems, so the chances are either you require some help, so lawyers can proactively reach out to you, or you are generally concerned about legal system, you want to give an opinion. So the legal fraternity would be informed that so and so person is trying to make inquiry in the legal system. So you see, it doesn't matter what name you have. You can name yourself Casanova, but it won't matter, because your identity is a combination of various factors today, and everyone in the world must know how their identity is being maintained or being viewed on the internet. So it's important. So I think we have understood what is the digital identity, and we have to see that our identity is not misused. Uh, Things like your personal physical appearance has identification mark. If you fill out any application today for any admission, they will ask your identification mark. So you would say, hey, I have a mole on my forehead, or I have uh, 11 fingers. So everyone has some identity. I have a scar on my left hand, right cheek, etc. Everyone would be having an identity, and so your face becomes your biggest identity. So there was a time when the finger scanning used to be considered as a foolproof identification, and about 10-15 years back there was a huge ho halla about biometrics and all that. Now even the biometrics can be fooled. People have realized that it's the finger scanning data which is kept in certain database, and that can be hacked, then your identity can be lost. So industry has moved along. They are not dependent on uh, the finger scanning as a password. So the emergence of finger scanning basically happened because it was easy to have a finger scan as your password, because your finger scan is very unique. In fact, there is no other person in the world which will have your kind of a finger. So logically, it was felt that finger scanning is the best method, and that way you don't have to remember your password. Just and you carry your finger always with you. So all you have to do, give your username, scan your finger, and that's it. You are in the system. You are in the internet. But then it also had a lot of pitfalls, and because of that, now the emerging trend is the face recognition, because your face is your exact replication of your physical personification. So capture the face into the system in such a way that it exactly matches your digital identity. So world is moving towards that, and now this technology is so advanced that even if you wear a mask on your face, you can still be identified. So for example, if you walk into a bank, there is a CCTV camera capturing your image, and that image will, even though you have put a mask on your face, can identify you as XYZ. So this technology has evolved to so much, very rapidly evolved into this arena, and that is why it has become very very powerful, and it's much closer now to replicate your personal identification with your digital identification. So I think even though you have multiple passwords in the system, say for example Facebook you have one password and LinkedIn you have another, and you may think that, hey, I'm trying to protect myself by having different passwords and different usernames, but that won't help you, because your identification is captured by the face, and this technology is now available across multiple platforms. In fact, the mobile players have come up in a big way. All the mobile handsets devices have the face recognition, so you don't have to press a finger, you just look at the mobile and it opens up. So this is where the world is moving. So that is why it is very important to know your to capture your personal identification into digital world. And how do you do that? And also protect it, because once you have come closer, uh, you have to make sure that your digital identity is not misused. So because there are various threats which are available today, and which can there are some people who are out there to steal your identity. So that, for example, I would say that if you some people give their date of birth, and they manage their passwords using their date of birth. So it's very simple for any hacker, a smart hacker who can, if your date of birth is known to him, he can crack your password. So the things like that, even though when you're capturing yourself into digital world, you have to ensure that how you're using the system, that is going to reveal you in the digital world. And if you're also giving information like your date of birth, etc., that can be misused against you. So how do you prevent all that is the question. So we will tackle some of these things. See, the whole thing is that if somebody is trying to steal data of say 1 million people, the easiest way to do it is use unprotected Wi-Fi systems. Say Wi-Fi in a lounge or a coffee shop or an airport or in railway station, which are not very well protected Wi-Fi. Why the hackers who are trying to steal your identity will use this method? Number one, it is easy to hack in because it's not protected. Number two, they can easily hide themselves. See, it is like this: somebody is trying to steal your identity and steal your data. They will like to first conceal themselves because they are obviously committing a crime. So they don't want themselves to be exposed while they can see all your data. So I think this is the easiest method by which they can reach out to you. So make sure that even though somebody says that, hey, use a free Wi-Fi in the lounge, don't get tempted. and get connected to a free Wi-Fi system in a lounge. Similarly, when you see unprotected web page, don't click on that, don't go to that page itself, because what happens is, for the same reason that people who are trying to use unprotected web pages, they will very easily conceal their own identity. And when you are browsing something which is not protected, in the backend they will have some sort of a software running which will capture all your data, your pictures, your documents on your PC without even you knowing about it. So make sure that don't look at the web pages which do not show the lock sign on the left hand side top in your browser. So these are very very important keys. I think everyone should uh, make sure that they don't look, have caution not to look at the unprotected websites. At the same time, a lot of phishing activity happens. So what is phishing? It's basically some a bad person sends you an email posing as your banker, for example. So you get an email from your banker saying, hey, why don't you click on this web page to revalidate your credit card or revalidate this XYZ things that the bank wants. So make sure before you start clicking at that email, because the email will capture the logo of your bank very nicely, but when you look at the website carefully, there will be one or two spellings here and there, some spelling mistakes. So before you start clicking on these phishing emails or any email from a bank, make sure that you read the web link carefully, very very carefully. The chances are most of the bankers don't send you any email. They will not send you any link to click. Rather, they will ask you to visit their website and then use their banking system. They will not send you an email. So the things are small things like this. If you take care, the chances are that you will be safer, and your identity will be safe as well. The best method to protect your identity is to use a strong password. So what is a strong password? Strong password is not your date of birth and if your name is Alan 223355, not like that. So it's very easy to crack. What you have to do is basically uh, give special characters at special, use alphanumeric, sometimes capital letters and sometimes small letters, and also use special characters which are very difficult to crack or very difficult to imagine, because the special characters like star, hash, they do not correlate to anything in your personal life. So it's very difficult for anyone, even your known people, to crack your password. So make sure that your passwords are very very strong. Use special characters, use combination of capital letters and small letters. At the same time, change your password frequently. uh, Even though you are using a very strong password methodology, but still it is advisable to change your passwords frequently. Make sure that you have the two-factor authentications enabled across all platforms. So if you follow the strong password, chances are the systems will be much more secure for you, and people will not be able to hack into your personal data. And the last is privacy policies. So when you want to share some picture with your friends, but you don't want to share that picture with public, all that is determined by the privacy policies of your social media accounts. So the privacy policies of the social media accounts are regularly updated by the social media players. So you have to make sure that these policies are reviewed by you regularly. If there is a change, usually the social media players will tell you about it, that this change is happening, and make sure that you read all these policies carefully and enable those features which are meaningful for you or which you want. Make sure that certain pictures of your family gathering you don't want to share with a lot of people. So make sure that you define your privacy policies, your privacy levels in your social media accounts, to make sure that your identity is not thrown open for anyone to uh, know about. So these are certain things that um, if you follow and do these things, you will be much more literate in terms of understanding your digital identity, and there is no point in assuming anything that hey, if I have my password secure, I have a strong password. Your behavior itself will reveal a lot of things about you. So make sure that you have the right behavior when you're using the digital systems. Also make sure that you change your password, and very important, make sure that you use a face recognition technology wherever is possible, so that you use the best of the breed which is available to protect yourself. So with this I will end the session today. Dear friends, write to me, give your comments about this. Anything else you want me to include in the next session, we can do that. I can take up the questions raised by you in the next session. But until then, I like to say goodbye and I wait to hear from you. Bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Morning, CK. How are you?
I'm good, Neville. I just want to share a conversation I had with a friend of mine who's a very successful entrepreneur. In the lockdown arena, I think everybody is working from home. So I'm fortunate I have a home office, but many of people like my friend here, which I'm going to discuss right now, they have shifted their office to their bedrooms. And yesterday during my conversation, it came out that, they're having trouble sleeping. So, something which is happening, I'm sure this is affecting him. He's a very senior person. It is must be affecting other people as well. Have you heard about this, such a similar incident in London?
Well, interesting enough, it's probably more common now because people are working from home and they don't have um, a regimented space to work all day. So previously, most people, I mean, when I was traveling around the world, yeah, I would go to the bedroom and I'd have a little place where I would do a little bit of work in the evening, shut the PC down, forget it, stick it in the drawer, get up in the morning, go to work. But now people are making that a dedicated workspace. Now something goes on up here in our brain somewhere, where what's the bedroom for? I mean, the obvious one, I know certain other things go on, but predominantly we go to sleep. But now you're spending 7, 8, 9 hours in your bedroom as a senior person doing your day job. So things do happen in here, and it might not happen overnight. It might take a little bit of time because your habits are now changing. And it could be that workspace is not leaving your brain when you go to sleep. It's this constant pressure that you've created because, and in the corner of the bedroom somewhere, your laptop's still up, your workspace is now a workspace, you haven't shoved it all away, you see a flashing light when you wake up, and there are things that go on up here all the time with us that mean that I'm working, I should be working. Now feeling guilty that you're not working. And we've heard this in the past, so that's why I'm relaying this in this short little message. We've assimilated things in here that are now not normal, but they're becoming our normal habit. And it's interfering with another habit, going to sleep.
You know, watching the TV before you go to bed. You know, lots of people have TVs in their room. You know, that could be actually one of the worst things you ever do, apparently, according to so-called, spin doctors that talk about, putting your house into some form of order. So compartmentalizing places, and you hear all of these people that do the feng shui will say this is where this is, and this is where this is, and this is a kitchen space. Use it as a kitchen, and then divorce that away from where you are. So there's a lot of science around this. Whether you believe it or not, it's entirely up to you. But it is that thing about putting the workspace away. And a lot of people have a problem putting the job away. Because like you and I, we're entrepreneurs. We work 24/7 in reality. So weekends sometimes are not weekends. But we manage our time so that we compartmentalize what we're doing. Sometimes we do it brilliantly, and sometimes we don't do it very well at all. So we're all guilty of getting it wrong. But if you don't start it, you're never going to get it right. But this is a good example, I think, of we're getting to know more about ourselves. And as we learn more about ourselves, we can actually work out what makes us tick. How do we work? Where are we more productive or less productive? So did that person, did you come to any conclusion with that person, or?
Well, I didn't have a ready solution to inform him, because when he was speaking with me, I realized that even I'm in that phase, even though I have a separate work area. But, what happens is you work, and then most of us are working globally, so we are in different time zones. So your mind is always working, and you're expecting that email to come. So when you go to sleep, you carry your mobile phone, and then every 3-4 hours you wake up and say, hey, what has happened? Any email that has come? So I think we are in, I cannot say about everybody, but I think I was in that state, so I didn't have a solution.
But it's common. It's common to so many people. And it is literally, you need to know when to switch off. I've never really been one for having 8 hours sleep. Although all the evidence says you need 8 hours sleep, but frankly, I exist on about 4 to 5. But that's me. That's my metabolism. Is that shortening my life? I don't know, frankly. I've got to 61 and hasn't seemed to have affected me yet. We're on 2 time zones here. All of my long working career in my professional arena, when I had a proper job, as I used to call it, and I was salaried, someone else paid, right, rather than me paying myself, I would be thinking about talking to Indonesia at 6 a.m, which was sort of midday their time, and then talking to New York at 5 p.m, because that's midday their time. So I was constantly working on this global time zone because that's what the job needed. But what that meant was, about midday my time, I could take a longer lunch, and just do a power nap or something, or get on with my day job, So you need to adapt, this phrase, adapt. But the point here is we're now under lockdown, we're forced to work at home. We're learning a lot more about ourselves. But hopefully that's getting people to think about learning more about the people that work for us, that work with us. What motivates them? Are they struggling with the things that we're struggling with? And the likelihood they are. We constantly get comments at the moment where you can't put your child out to school or childcare because all of those opportunities are shut down. They're under lockdown too. So now your home is your workplace, but actually it's a home for the kids. And they're also remotely schooled if they're of that age, and they're having to use certain areas of the house to access the digital resources that the school's providing. So there's lots of these pressures that are going on at home, and equally, very young families. You know, I'm sure you've got employees that have got young families. So when I say young families, I'm talking about the 2 or 3 year old that you can't say homeschool, you know, go onto the internet. I know some people, you know, stick an iPad in front of a child and say play some games, but eventually that child's going to get bored. So it needs that contact with the parent. So let's just say you've got a 3-year-old, and now you've got a man and wife. They need to split those duties because they've both got jobs. They're both working from home. They both did a 9 to 5 job. They can't both do the 9 to 5. Something's got to give and take. So they're having to deal with childcare, you know, albeit it's their child. And now it's you as an employer need to understand that actually that person can't do a 9 to 5. And you need to understand who they are, what makes them tick. You know, so what are the priorities that they have in their life? You're only paying for that person, but actually that person is now bringing all of their personality, their personal life into play. And frankly, you're going to have to deal with it because they want to be an employee. They don't want to be made redundant at the end of all this. They want to continue. I mean, have you got young families that are in that particular position?
Yes, when you were speaking, I was relating with myself because my team is working from home, and I see parent coming with toddlers in their hand and all that. So I'm seeing that. But I think there's nothing much I can do as a boss. I have to be considerate because, of course, they are working from home. They don't have facility to leave their toddlers at the play school, so they have to themselves.
But you're getting now to recognize that they need to manage their time. I don't like talking about work-life balance, to be honest with you, because it's life. You know, work is just part of life. It shouldn't be your life, as we all know. For some people it is, but it's just part of life. So it's getting that balance right. And like anything else, as an employer, whether you like it or not, you're going to get to know and understand your employees a lot better. What makes them motivated?
You know, one point I'd like to make here, sorry to interrupt you, Neville, is that...
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think I can talk about myself. I'm, for the first time, getting exposed to my team's personal life because I see that on the screen all the time, which was not the case because they'll come to office and I don't care what they do at home, how they manage their life. But now their official life and their personal life is getting intertwined and is visible to me. And likewise for them also, because they are seeing my personal life. So my employees are also seeing my personal life. So I think there is a bit of a craziness which is going on right now.
It is craziness, but actually there's really nothing wrong with that. You know, as a business owner, we shouldn't be worried about that, your personality that isn't your office personality coming through, because you're a real person. And the interesting thing is, the closer people understand each other, the easier it is for us to get on. In the majority of cases, I mean, there are certain things that you want to keep private because it's your private life, and vice versa with them. But predominantly, your life is very publicly seen. You know, whether it's in the business arena or within your friends or your family. We're not an island. we do things. We don't do things very, very independently. We like to think we do, but the majority of things we don't. But from an employer's point of view, if you think of your employee as a person that you pay, they're a profit in the profit and loss, they're part of your cash flow, then now you're understanding they're more of an asset. So they've moved away from costing you money to becoming more on the balance sheet. They are really an asset to your organization. And to get the best out of them, for them, you need to know who they are. And I think this home working is opening a lot of employers up to seeing, as you say, you can now see the background of where people work, where they live. And if that background changes, you know that they're moving their workspace around the house. And then you can turn around to them and say, do you find that difficult? Are you finding that easy? So just by raising your awareness and being observant of what their background is, what's happening, all the noises that they're affected with, is going to make you a far better employee. You're going to become a coach in the true sense of the word, because you're not going to be breathing down their neck all the time. I mean, I know some people that have treated this as a great surveillance opportunity. So they've got a team of 15 and they've got 15 pictures on their screen all the time, so they can actually see who's gone for a coffee, who's, gone for a comfort break. That really isn't the way we should be managing people. We should be trusting that here's the project, get on with it. You got a problem, come and ask me. Then you get a really engaged employee. You trust them, they feel trusted. If they feel trusted, they'll feel wanted. If they feel wanted and their purpose of working with you fulfills their own purpose, you're going to get a very engaged employee. It's a very simple equation, and now working from home, that equation can really be brought to life. So just get to know people.
In fact, I like to share one incident where one of my employees said, hey, I will work for you for 8 hours because that is my commitment, but I will work morning 4 hours, then I'll have a break in between because I have to take care of my child. I have to take turns with my wife to take care of my child. And then I'll work the second 4 hours later in the day. So I think I needed to understand that issue, which I did. And I allowed people. So I'm sure a lot of people might be facing such issues as well.
Oh, I'm sure they are. As I say, when we're on lockdown, it might just be one child that you need to take care of. And there may be, you may have parents in the house that will say, not a problem, we'll take care of them. But not everyone's in that situation, especially today. I mean, we had the arena. I seem to recall that, I think it was a 1980s phrase, dinkies, double income, no kids.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. And there's another phrase about paltry income, lots of kids. And so we are literally a double income family now. The nuclear, if you want to call it something, maybe the 21st century family has got two incomes coming in and has got a young family. We can't put those kids out, we can't pay for very expensive nannies to, be in the household anymore. They've all gone home to their own arena to look after their families. So as an employer, you're not just buying the time of somebody, you're buying the person. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So do you know who your staff member is? You may know them as the most productive people. Oh yeah, I'd keep that person on. I need to do some work with that person. Okay. But now you're finding out more about their personal life. Whether you like it or not, you're going to have to deal with it. So deal with it in a very professional, friendly way, because guess what? They're only dealing with things that you're dealing with as well. And this goes back to a routine. Understand their routine. They really want to do a good job. They would rather be in the office and get away from being at home. You know, they are stuck at being at home. There is this syndrome of cabin fever. You're not the only person that's going through cabin fever. They're going through it too. So be the boss that helps them with cabin fever. And it will make you a far better person and a better boss. Because all of a sudden you're going to come out of this arena in a more productive arena. You're going to be able to take advantage, because if you treat them like human beings and understand that they've got difficulties, they will be innovative. They will come with, can we do it this way? You know, I've done it this way forever. I've had a bit of time on my hands. And do you know what? I think we can do this better. Now's the time to listen. Now's the time to encourage that type of behaviour. There's never a better time. So get some good things out of a bad situation here. And of course, the other thing is all digital. So we're all learning new digital skills. But remember, some of the people that work for you are learning new digital skills too. Again, encourage it, you know. So I think the word today, we should be encourage. Understand what their arena is and encourage them, you know, because we're only in day 8. Don't believe there's just day 21 and then that's the end of the tunnel. If you look at the world, you know, day 21, there's day 22 that happens after. Most areas are talking about lockdown. The UK is talking about a longer period. Up to 6 months is now being discussed. You know, and for the mathematicians out there, right, 6 months is 180 days. Don't want to scare you, you know. And there will be relaxation, I'm sure, but we're in here for the long haul. So let's make most of it. And the message today is encourage you guys, because they're important to you.
Yes, thank you, Neville, for giving us this great advice. So the key word that I picked up from your conversation today is 1, encouragement, and then improvisation.
Yeah.
So these are the 2 key words. I think all of us have to, I think we started the conversation with people not having enough sleep because they're working from their bedrooms. And then we landed up to this conclusion that we need to encourage our employees and improvise. So I think it opens up a new box, and we need to improvise to accommodate everyone to be successful as a company.
Yeah. And we'll come out of this at the other end. And the main thing is come out of it in a really good shape. Come out of it stronger. You know, from adversity, come out with strength and power. And it's only those organisations that really will stand the test of time.
Great talking to you, Neville. We'll
And you.
catch up tomorrow again.
Catch up tomorrow. Good luck, everybody. And give us some feedback. Tell us what your problems are. We'll try and help you.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. As you know all that he has a deep interest in corporate coaching. He has taught many professionals, IT professional and marketing professional in his career. Welcome to the Top Brass show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. How are you doing today?
I am fine, very well. What about you?
Yeah, counting each day of this winter. This weekend is supposed to be really, really chill.
Okay, okay. So take care. But I also want to tell you that just stay safe and healthy. And this pandemic,
Thank you.
take care because winters are there in South Africa. So now,
Sure. I just heard this.
yes.
I heard this morning that South Africa is now number 4 in the world ranking, just after India.
Oh, I see. Okay, then you have to take care pretty well about your health. Okay,
Yes.
the last week we have discussed about the change management, and we have also discussed few pointers. So, and one of them was creative thinking. So, what happens nowadays? Everybody talks about creative thinking, right? It's one of the most abused word, I think. So, how creative thinking will help in change management? I want your opinion on that.
Right. So, Kanchan, I always, when I meet the youngsters or even the school children, my first few minutes question is always to them, what is your hobby? Because I feel creativity has to start from a hobby that somebody has. And I always ask them their hobby. And the school children still tell some of the things as hobby, but I must tell you that most of the school children these days and the college students, as well as the young engineers who are recruited into the companies, most of the time they will say exploring the internet, watching YouTube.
Yes, very true.
Music.
Yes, that's
So,
the answer they generally give.
right. And if you remember, I mean, in our times when we were small, we had certain kind of a philately, collecting the stamps as a hobby, collecting the butterflies as a hobby. So some hobbies. So I think for the creativity, hobby is the first step. And therefore, in the schools, the hobby has to be taken as a serious subject, not as just a side subject. Most of the time in the schools, we know mathematics, science, and all other those subjects are the prime subjects, and hobby class is just to take a break, basically.
Right.
So I think that there are hobby classes in the schools all over the world, but it has to be taken as a mainstream subject in the schools, and that's how it should go.
Okay, so what are those hobbies which we should inculcate in youngsters so that when they become a good professional and when they take up job, so those hobbies should help them in doing a creativity in getting their job done in offices.
So, Kanchan, I think the stepping stone towards a creativity is to inculcate a habit about knowing the general affairs around the child, around ourselves, and tell our children to figure it out what is happening in this world, what is happening on a daily basis. Most of the time, you see children are busy on their digital devices, but if you look deeply into those digital devices, you will find they are playing games, they are chatting with the friends rather than any productive thinking or a productive thought. So once a student knows his general surroundings, what is happening in the world and what are the subjects, then he can think in his mind how it works out, which one is the place of a hobby where the student or child can contribute from his own natural instincts. Most of the time, we as parents, as educators, we really don't focus on the natural instincts of our students. And I think that is the key thing, which is my message to the educators, because sometimes the children are oblivious to their own capabilities. It is us who can tell them that you are good at it. Why don't you pursue it? I will be standing behind you.
Right. Yeah, so you have mentioned like stamp collection. Generally, very few children I see that they are doing coin collection also nowadays. And so it's a good point which you mentioned today. We will be discussing more about creative thinking in further in our shows. For today, it was wonderful talking to you. Take care.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. As you know, we are discussing about Maurya dynasty and today we will be discussing about Chandragupta Maurya's administration. We have already done overview about Chandragupta Maurya. Now, when we talk about Chandragupta Maurya, he is one of the greatest king. He was a great general. He was an empire builder, and he was a greatest administrator. To discuss more about his personality, his administration, I'm joined by eminent historian Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College for Women in Hyderabad. So, welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing? How's life in COVID era? Since we are discussing about a golden era of our history, then how's life today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. Life is good. COVID era is a bit disturbing, but then it is your perception how you take it. So life has to go on.
Yes, true. So let's discuss the golden era of India in the times of Chandragupta Maurya. So it is said that I've read that in Kautilya used three legs of administration or three legs of law. One is custom and I think it's missing out maybe custom and you have to tell me the four legs of
Okay. Yeah. Before we discuss that, let me give you a backdrop of India before Chandragupta Maurya established his empire. That time, the ancient India was, there were 16 Mahajanpads, and those 16 Mahajanpads, they were like separate provinces. The Greek influence was very much that time because 326 BC, Alexander has come, and when he left India, he left his satrapies. Satrapies, you can say governors, to take care of the Indo-Greek area which he has invaded. Now, one of the person was Seleucus Nicator I, who was the ruler of Babylonia also. So he entered into a matrimonial alliance with Chandragupta Maurya because he understood that if he takes or undergoes any type of dispute with him, then it won't be good for the Greeks.
Right.
Now these 16 Mahajanpads which were there, the first thing Chandragupta Maurya did was, he united those 16 Mahajanpads and created a centralized administration. Then, because Chanakya was there, Chanakya was his mentor, he was his guide, he was his minister. So Chanakya started working very, very meticulously to consolidate the power and make kingdom free of insurgents. This was Chanakya's strategy. And then Chandragupta Maurya, he entered into a series of alliances with the the kingdoms or the provinces and the kings. For example, there was a Himalayan king known as Parvataka, with whom Chandragupta Maurya entered into an alliance. Then now, if you see the administration of Chandragupta Maurya, it was very, very well organized. There was the king at the top, at the hierarchy. Then he had a council of ministers. Those ministers, for example, Nagarika, Purohit, Amatya, Sumant, then Mantri, different ministers to manage different aspects of administration like revenue, civil, justice. Everything was taken care of by Chandragupta Maurya.
Yeah, so
And
Kautilya used to stress on four things: first is dharma, then custom, and then I think royal decree. So all these are more powerful pillars of his administration, I guess.
yes, see, Chanakya said that first of all, you should have loyal people who are in your council of ministers. Then he said the justice system, the judiciary, who were, taking care of the problems, solving the disputes,
Right.
that should be sound. That should be sound. Then you should have an efficient army to support the empire. Okay,
Right.
these three. And one was the civil administration,
Okay.
because if the civil administration is good, the empire will function nicely automatically.
Right.
So this was these four pillars. Then, because army was very, very crucial and is crucial for any kingdom or empire, so Chandragupta maintained a huge army with 6 lakh foot soldiers, 30,000 horses, and 9,000 war elephants.
Okay.
Those war elephants were groomed and trained for warfare, even the horses.
Okay.
And the discipline of army was such that whether there is war or no war, regular training happened. Regular training. They were trained. It was well equipped with the arms which were available that time: bows, arrows, and shields, and fireballs. Many things were used to wage the war. So that all Chandragupta Maurya's army possessed. And as I told you, the administration was very, very well organized. And see, why people were happy in Chandragupta Maurya's rule was that before Chandragupta Maurya, the Nanda dynasty was there, and before Nanda dynasty, Shishunag dynasty was there. So the Nanda dynasty's rule was very brutal.
Okay.
Dhanananda was known for his, brutality, and the taxes were enormous.
Okay.
So the common public was suffering a lot in his reign.
Oh,
So when Chandragupta Maurya came into power, and one more factor is there, that the humble background of Chandragupta Maurya, because as I told you yesterday, he is said to be a Shudra, because that time Varna system was very, very prominent.
right.
So being a Shudra, coming from, a very, very humble background, and rising to such a stature of a king,
Right.
but still, after becoming a king also, understanding the problems of the common people. That was the greatness of Chandragupta Maurya. And see, the extent of empire was so huge. Almost he ruled the entire Indian subcontinent, apart from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Odisha. Otherwise, the entire Indian subcontinent was under Mauryan Empire, and probably that was the biggest empire ever. If you see the boundaries of the empire, it extended up to our modern Pakistan, and more than that, Nepal was under Mauryan Empire. So the extent of the empire was huge. So managing such a huge empire, sitting at Magadha, sitting at Patliputra, it must have been a very, very Herculean task. But because he was supported by a very good team, the Council of Ministers, supported by Chanakya, supported by a network of spies, because those spies would give them the entire information about what is happening in nook and corner of the entire kingdom. So everything was so organized, very, very organized. And one more thing which I want to highlight about his administration is that he was a great road builder. Chandragupta Maurya was a great road builder. He improved the infrastructure. He developed the infrastructure. So, and see why these means of communication are important, because when you are doing trade and commerce, then if you have good roads, if you have a good network of roads, the navy was also very strong. The Chandragupta Maurya's navy, because all the important ports they had, so the trade and commerce happened from there. So not only one aspect, each and every aspect of administration was covered by him, each and every aspect.
Yeah, so actually, I always get impressed by one point is that Chandragupta Maurya, after Nanda dynasty, he enjoyed the absolute power. But in
Yes.
spite of that, he was not, he didn't acted like a pharaoh of Egypt or somebody like, even like Roman also. He was different. I think he's very benevolent. He understands, he's sharp, he knows what his subject is looking for, how can he help his subject. So he never attained a divinity position, but he remained a king in spite of having a absolute power. That is one. And second, I feel is that I have read somewhere that whenever somebody comes to his royal palace or royal place, all his walls and pillars used to covered with gold and silver. Lot of birds pictures used to be there, and whoever comes and visit that royal area, he's so impressed, and he feels so good about what he's watching at that point of time. And then again, I also read that there used to be apartment according to the hierarchy of people who are working in royal families. Like king had an apartment, then the prime minister will be having an apartment, then royal people who used to work in the palaces, according to their position, they were given a specific position, a specific place to live. So I think then when this all royalty is so organized, I think that also a message or a feeling of organization must be there in the general public also. So I think this also affects the general public to cooperate the king, I guess. What is your idea in this?
See, why Chandragupta Maurya united those 16 Mahajanpads? These 16 Mahajanpads had oligarchies, and Chandragupta Maurya was a monarch.
Right.
Okay, he understood that if he wants to rule for a longer period of time, then he should have a consolidated power, number one. Number two, a centralized administration.
Right.
So these two things were in his mind. And probably his model of administration and this integration of 16 Mahajanpads, what Chandragupta Maurya did, Julius Caesar did the same thing in the Roman Empire.
Right.
And then the Greek influence was there. Megasthenes was in his court for 4 years, 4 long years, as an ambassador. He was there as a Greek ambassador. So Megasthenes, in his book, which he authored, known as Indica, he has mentioned about the goodness of Chandragupta Maurya's administration, that the common people, the subjects, were very, very happy, and they lived up. And as I told you yesterday, economic prosperity was there in his empire.
Right.
Why economic prosperity comes? When your administration is sound,
Right.
all your the revenue part is taken care of. Because see, when Nanda rule was there, then taxes were very high. So Chandragupta Maurya kept this in his mind, that he is not there to torture his subjects. He is there to take care of his subjects. So the taxes were also implemented accordingly. So it's a very meticulous thing to do, but he did that. And Chanakya was there at the backdrop, managing everything. He took care of this fact that the kingdom should be free of insurgents. So all these things made him a great king. All these aspects of his administration, his personality, made him a great king. And then in later years of his life, it is said that he took up Jainism, and one Jain monk, Bhadrabahu, he took him as his disciple. And it is said that he left his body. He died starving, because in Jaina tradition, this tradition is followed. So he starved himself to death in one of the caves at Chandragiri hills near Shravan Belgola in Karnataka. So again, this aspect of his personality, when he renounced his entire huge kingdom, it was a huge kingdom that time, and he gave it to Bindusara before he left. So if whenever you are powerful, Kanchan, when you achieve power, when you acquire power, you tend to develop some pride. You tend to develop some ego. But that time what happened, there was a bad famine in his empire. And then the Jain monk told him it was because of his, wrong deeds. Because he killed so many people in order to expand his kingdom. So that's why he wanted to, pacify that. That's why he took up to Jainism. That was the reason that he adopted Jainism. And then in the later years of his life, he lived and learned Jainism in a cave, and finally he starved himself to death. And for a king to do that is, you read the histories of all the kings, you will come to know no one has done it. Who will leave a huge kingdom and go just like that? Only if you were a Buddha, because Gautam Buddha was also born in a royal family, but his journey was totally different. But Chandragupta Maurya, coming from a humble background, becoming a king of such a vast empire, and then leaving everything just like that and adopting Buddhism.
I think that shows the
makes him-
greatness. That shows the greatness of a personality and a king, because it needs a lot of courage to leave.
I know, lot of courage. You have
huge
to kill your
empire.
ego.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ego
no,
and
first of
courage.
all, yes, you leaving the power is a big thing. Abandoning, what you have
Right.
already.
Right.
So because see, human is greedy by nature. We human beings are greedy by nature. We crave for more.
Right.
We crave for more. But when he has everything,
Yes.
he had everything,
Yes.
what a person can ask for. And you leave everything just like that and become a Jain monk.
Yes.
How great it is.
Yeah, it's very great. He ruled with greatness. He left the empire with greatness. That shows that he is one of the greatest king of Indian subcontinent. Of course, of the
Yes.
world, I guess. because the way he has ruled, the way he has carried himself, and the way he looked after his subject, that makes him
And a long rule, 24 years.
right.
24 years he ruled. So it's a long time period.
So it's lovely talking to you, Professor Joshi. I would be discussing more about this particular era in terms of economic and the position of women in those times in our next episode. So till then, we'll just take a leave for now today. We'll meet tomorrow, maybe with other new subject on this era. Bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Good
Thank
day.
you.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Multiverse and you are welcome to our show. Today we have a very interesting topic to discuss and that is space colonization. When we talk about space colonization, it is an expansion of human society. A part of this, it's a common objective and of course objection for colonizing in a commodification way of the cosmos. And see, though there's no colonies as yet, but uh, we are planning. I mean, human race is planning. And why we are not able to make any colonies so far is because there's a lot of technical and economical challenge. So we need to support the whole of humankind, the needs of humankind in the space. So it's quite a difficult task. And I think it's also impractical when on Earth only we are engaged in war. We have situations like economic inequality and of course temperamental equations don't gel many times. So it is becoming, it is becoming, and I think scientists think about all these parameters when we think of space colonization, because we have to pursue our dream of going out in cosmos, creating our home there, leaving Earth with a controlled economical, ecological life support system. And there we need a lot of uh, personal training and other educational skill to really go and live in our space. To discuss this more, we have Sitesh Shrivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate trainings. He is also my colleague. He's associated with radio broadcasting. A part of this, he is also a very good reader when it comes to space and heavenly bodies. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you?
Mangala, Mangal, Mangal. How are you, Kanchan? It's a great day. How have you been?
Yeah,
I see you in space.
Yeah, I'm fine, and I am really so excited to know your views about colonizing space. So I thought, let me think more ideas on how eventually we can go travel in the space in an aircraft, air spacecraft.
Kanchan.
Yes.
Yes, Kanchan. So, Kanchan, I remember one great statement by a famous scientist, Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking. He said that if humans do not plan to leave the planet in 100 years, they may not been a lot of predictions, lot of discussions, lot of theories and papers and facts and fiction about a human extinction. And because of that human extinction, this is being planned that humans should move out of this planet, and then they should try to colonize their solar system partners. Venus is one candidate. Mars has been more better candidates, though from a perspective of similarities, Venus is closer, but there are much more tempting visions about Mars, and therefore, and Mars has been from the folklore, from mythology, and from the various world cultures. Mars has always been observed in the sky as a red dot,
Right.
and a bigger, and therefore this discussion about escaping the planet for a better future for the human race finds its charm. And there have been more or less the government interventions, government laboratories like NASA, like from USA, and then ISRO from India, CNSA, Chinese National Space Organization, and many more, Japan Space Agency, European space agencies. Recently, in last decade or so, there have been private space flight companies also have come up. For example, SpaceX by Elon Musk and Virgin Galactic, and there are several others as well. So there is a great demand that is going to be generated over the decades, centuries, and beyond centuries, Kanchan, to have some kind of rovers or orbiters to actually explore the surface. Mars is easier to explore, it seems, as compared to Venus or Jupiter or Saturn. You know, it's more or less the number of hours is 24 hours, 39 minutes, 35 seconds a day, which is also called sol on the Martian lingo. And from a rotation point of view, around the sun, it is 687 days. Red soil of that planet suggests the soil had been fertile. The recent orbiters or the rovers have also shown some craters, rivers, volcanoes. So there is a lot of hope for humanity. What do you think?
Well, I think is that Mars, as you say, is one of the candidates where human can race really look up to. But what I feel is Venus is more better because we can make a cloud city on Venus, because there is a possibility of getting 21% kind of oxygen, and then we have 50% carbon dioxide. So that is a better candidate actually. So see the view when we have a cloud city on Venus and we are floating, and we are floating among these beautiful clouds, and also watching our dear Earth from there. So that will be a very, very magnificent scene, isn't it?
No wonder you said that, and that's why somebody had said women are from Venus and men are from Mars. I'm sure. So we will definitely get into a debate about Mars or Venus. And I think the space agencies across the world, the astronomers, the astronauts, and the scientific community is actually too much bent on learning which one is the best for human colonization. The importance of the human colonization is not just carrying humans from this planet to another planet. I also think that it is important to colonize it in a way which actually is the best practice, and then trying to settle down there. So we recently in this 2020 we had a UAE mission by UAE Space Agency,
Right.
which is called HOPE. It is scheduled to reach Mars on February 2021. Then we have Tianwen 1 by China, Mars 2020 by NASA, then ExoMars program by Roscosmos and the European Space Agency. Roscosmos is the Russian. And then we have our ISRO's Mars Orbiter Mission 2. So there are two distinct stuff here. One is the orbiter, one is the rover. Now, rover is the one which actually gets to the soil, whether it is Mars or I think we have only planned only Mars rovers. Nobody has planned Venus rovers yet. So I think it is important the amount of money, the amount of effort, time that has been spent on Mars. I think in another 10 to 30 years, Kanchan, we will live to see, I will live to see the first humans going to the Mars. Though it is a one-way ticket as of now, given the speed of the rocket or carrying the humans, but I think I would live to see the first humans going there. I would love to sign up for that as well, even if it is for a one-way trip. Because that is like those people who reached the moon in 1969. They said one small step for mankind, and that is the kind of things will happen. Statements would come when we land up on Mars, and I think it is important for us to study and we need to encourage. The governments need to encourage the private space flight as well, so that not just for the fun purpose, as we also see that angle, but more from the cost of traveling to the outer space should be reduced, and it should probably get free from the government clutches that it is as of today.
Well, you vote for Mars and I vote for Venus. Why? Let me tell you. But at present, it has been established that the gravity of Mars is 0.38 times that of the Earth, and that will be insufficient to avoid the decrease of muscle mass and of course bone decalcification. And a part of this, Venus is closer to Earth, and the size is somehow similar to Earth, and it is the surface area. The gravity surface is also very near to Earth parameters what we need. So the most exploration and colonization, I think, will be more appropriate if we focus on Venus, and especially when on a cloud city, because Venus as a planet is very harsh, but above that Venus we have that kind of, we can create that kind of atmosphere for human survival.
Yes, Kanchan, and I am beyond the science, beyond the facts, beyond the maths that is around it and known already. I always keep thinking about the behavioral aspects of humans reaching either to Venus or to Mars. As we have seen in the movie Avatar and countless other movies of the science fiction, I think it would be important that we carry with us a new thought, a new society, probably a utopian society rather than a dystopian society. We should carry egalitarianism with us to the different planets when we go there. As per one of the studies that I was reading some time back, the first humans, when they reach Mars, and then they start, mutating or creating children on the Mars. The Mars specific humans, probably we may not even call them humans, we may call them something else. So for today, we call them humans. The humans specific, customized, specific for the Mars will only start to be seen in 60,000 years from the day the humans land on the red planet. So probably this math could differ when if humans land on Venus. My whole hearted support for the scientific community, because what we have seen on this planet and the way the climate change is happening in last 70 or 100 recorded years, Kanchan, it's a worrying concern about the viability of the planet, the population that this planet is feeding into, and therefore it's important for us to land on. Probably moon can be used as a station, a junction to jump towards the Mars. So I believe these a lot of books have been written. Around 41 novels are based on just Mars. And very popular one, Mars Trilogy by Kim Stanley Robinson, Red Mars, Green Mars, Blue Mars. And we have seen recently some Martian a movie called Martian. And so I must think that scientific community, along with the behavioral scientists, along with the psychologists, and a whole human population should participate in thinking what kind of colonization we are planning in our solar system, because that will set up a precedence for future centuries later, when we would try to go beyond our solar system. Our Some of the orbiters or satellites, they have already left the solar system. They are into the deep space in our galaxies, and it is very, very important what do we carry from here and how do we plan it there. Anyway, it will take its own shape because gravity is different, atmosphere is different, soil is different, and there are so many different factors which we don't even know as of today.
Yes, I think as you are betting for Mars settlement, and I agree that when it comes to Venus, we have some crucial point which are making delaying this colonization dream. First is that it is very hot on the surface of Venus, and second, it is 90 times the atmosphere pressure on Venus is 90 times more than Earth. So it makes difficulty in really going on the surface of Venus, though in Soviet Union has already sent Venera 5 and Venera 6 to do study, but then it got damaged even only 18 kilometers above the surface, from the surface of Venus. So these are few things which are making the research and development of any cosmos settlement. But yes, scientists are thinking of a floating city on Venus, which is which is appropriate for human settlement, because the oxygen level we can maintain in that particular bed. So I look forward and I vote for Venus Sky City rather than going on Mars and starting from very scratch, taking a printer also will not help, especially in Mars, because there is scarcity of water in both the planets. Not only in Venus, but Mars also we have a lot of, there's a scarcity of water. So all these are is a hindrance in our dream, in our plans for traveling and making a settlement in the cosmos. But we are working, and I'm voting for Sky City on Venus.
Well, I can already see that you are traveling already in the outer space with your Akulmach logo, and thankfully that is still, the Earth is still to be seen in the background. So I hope you will not go too far and you will carry, but there will be a time when we would say to our friends, hey, I have an uncle living on Mars, or I have an aunt living in Venus. I'm going for a vacation on these places. And this is not a pipe dream, Kanchan. Nobody knew that this was possible 100 years back. And I'm sure that in 200 years from now, 300 years from now, this would be like, taking a plane from Delhi to Chicago. Yeah. And I wish that happens, and humans have a better prospects. They have a better rather, let us not use the word colonization, because that has got some negative connotations on our planet. Let's say something else, probably some other word which we need to think. And therefore, it is important for us to move beyond this planet. Probably then we would be able to appreciate when we are far from our planet Earth. Then we would appreciate, as humans generally appreciate, when things are not around them or they are far from the things. And that will open up the real possibility of interplanetary travel. And once in few hundred years we are there, in interplanetary travel becomes easier, then the humans or the whoever in the Martian people or Venus people, they would then take exploration towards intergalactic travel, like we saw in the movie Interstellar.
Yes, definitely. But I also want to put forward one more crucial point is that in case if we want to travel to outer space, we have to do a little bit training in terms of matching our IQ, matching our customs situations, rather than we have to seamlessly and very accurately press our differences down and come up, as we say in Hindi, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, and we have that kind of temperament to really travel, because then we will be otherwise we will be taking a war from here to galactic level, I guess. So I think this also needs a lot of training, a lot of patience, which is very, very important in case if we really want to settle down and take human race to the outer space. What are your ideas on this front?
So, as I said, Kanchan, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam is the utopian society that we all dream for. And that has been more or less an acceptable concept for the human beings to be on this planet. At the same time, there are challenges in a utopian society, and there are limits to Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam as well. And then we have some thought process of a dystopian society, which is just an antonym of the utopian society. And then it comes about the equality of human beings, which is also called egalitarianism. But again, what I think is that these are the human concepts that we have developed. We are dealing with a space which is unknown. Unknown because there are so many other factors which we still don't know. I can't even claim that we know 50% of the Mars exploration today. As long as the first human beings don't set up their foot on Venus or Mars, we would not be able to say that. So whether Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam or other of what kind of societies we are going to create, we don't know. The other thing is that what kind of societies they will eventually become, we really don't know. So it is important for us. There was some mission many years back, I remember, by NASA, which they sent out to the outer space, which actually passed from our solar system and went into the out of our solar system into the galaxy. And it is carrying so many languages written on a golden plaque, right, by multiple cultures, multiple languages are written. Probably some alien somewhere would be able to read and figure out whom from where it is coming. So we are dealing with the unknown. The way these budgets are being passed is all in the positive dreams, good dreams for the humanity, best dreams for safeguarding this planet. but we really don't know on that side. When we reach there, we will know. So I hope our wisdom prevails, our scientific community is prepared, and the kind of news that we read today, we should read more and more. And I think our children in the schools, space exploration should become as a subject. And why this has not been as a subject in the schools from a very early age is something that baffles me.
Yes, it should be taught in schools, because if we are really planning and space is now opening up, all new scientific research are being done in this particular arena. So I think we should have a separate subject like cosmos or space, where uh, they children from a very early age should know, rather than it be a part of geography or history or civil science. So I really agree on this point, because and it is very very essential. First of all, once you have that kind of knowledge, you should also have a life skill knowledge to really living in space. That should also be part of the curriculum, because in any way we have to live. Suppose a human race goes on in space, and they have to live in a controlled ecological life support system. Now on earth we are wasting, we are destroying our habitat every day. So that is also a part of learning we have to start, especially now. In case if you are maybe after 100 years you are seeking to have a settlement in any of these planet, anywhere in space, you have to prepare our young generation to live on earth in a better way, and then plan and go how we have to reach in space and create a separate, maybe second living space in the space.
Correct, Kanchan. Until all this happens, let me go and have a bite of my favorite Mars chocolate.
It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll discuss some other interesting topic in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Land well, Kanchan. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and on this edition of Dr. Speak, we would like to discuss about the matter which is related to the mental health of elderly, because as we age into our golden years, we usually tend to ignore this aspect. And to discuss this very, very important matter, we are inviting Dr. Pooja Bedi today in our show, who will tell us more about this. So without further ado, let me present to you Dr. Pooja Bedi.
Very good afternoon to everyone. And thank you very much, sir, for very humble introduction, sir.
So it is our pleasure to have you, Dr. Pooja. The main thing about this subject is that as you get into your 60 plus years, the issues which are related to depression and other mental health issues are usually considered as a normal aging process, which may not be the case really. And it may need a little bit of cure or doctor advice. And that has multiplied now with the advent of the lockdown. I'm sure with people locked in their houses, homes, confined to their with their family, it may create such certain situation which may lead to certain serious mental health issues. Would you like to tell us what are those issues and how those can be avoided, Dr. Pooja?
Yes, definitely, CK. The first thing that I would like to share, since the population, the younger one, or you can say the my generation, we are well aware that in the Indian family, all the three generations, not if all, but majorly we stay together. The second point that is coming up is that after 60, or you can say after 55, as such, there's some kind of morbidity issue they popped up. So when they pop up, the mental health issue, which is actually pre-existing, is either you can say overlooked or is just left untreated. So it is already pre-existing, it is overlooked, and now because of the lockdown, or you can say the pandemic has added on to the pre-existing factors, making it a more uh, aggressive manner of expression in elderly groups specifically. So the comorbidity, you can say the physical factors that they were already existing, with the mental exhibition of all these issues, they are actually expressing in a very, very poorly manner in the elderly group. So I would say they are more vulnerable now to mental health issues. With God's blessing, since we stay in a joint family, we are still able to look after the elderly group. But just think the parents who are actually living alone and they have to cope up with first the pandemic, the physical issues, or you can say the present existing disorders they are already going through and the medication they are already going through, that has become an add-on. Now the third factor, which is actually very important, that the elderly group, they are not very versed with the digitization. So the the freshness of the pandemic, how it is progressing, how we are coping up with it, how the vaccination is actually coming up. So all those kind of freshness of the news is somehow is not available with the elderly age group, which is more adding on to them. So yes, they are getting affected, and the issues like depression, anxiety, many other actually bipolar also in some cases, sleeplessness. They are cutting off from the social activities, the way they used to do their daily chores. They are not able to do it, or they are not doing it actually. So it is definitely a clear cut indicator of mental health issues that probably is happening because of the pandemic. So how we can differentiate that why it is happening in elderly? It is happening with us also and in the children also actually. But since the elderly group is more vulnerable, so it is more pronounced in this particular age group.
So I think your assessment is absolutely clear and you're right about it. I think it's a sort of a taboo when mature people like to talk about their mental issues, because it may be happening to them but we don't even know. And the second thing is that the people who are taking care of the elderlies tend to ignore their problems. So how do we overcome, how do we make sure that our elderly people who are living with us are in a good mental shape?
Yes. I'll start this answer with a small example. I share an excellent chemistry with my mother-in-law. I just adore her. I love her. But this pandemic has really transformed my relationship totally with her. If it comes to sharing, to take opinion, to give monotonous calls several times in a day, I keep doing it. And the response is so good that she also keeps on doing it with me. So, as a generation that we are into, it's our responsibility to cater for the care, for their medical needs, and for their social and psychological needs as well. So, it's very important that first thing we must do, being a family member, is to be in a constant and continuous be connected with the elders in the family. If we are not staying with them, please give them a call couple of times. The calls are usually monotonous. What happened, kya khaya, but it's all fine. They feel as though they are being little looked after. Now second comes the medication. If they are not able to move around, so much of digitization has happened, technology is there, that way we can cater for their e-consultations and e-medical medicine delivery. So we can do that also. Third is we have to engage them. Now, how we engage them is that we, first of all, we have to look after ourselves, and then we should actually start to cater to have some kind of conversation with them. Conversation can be on a very generic topic that is of their interest, to be very frank, where they are pouring in their views. So they are mentally more active. So they feel that, probably they are achieving something in that particular time by sharing, suggesting, involving themselves into some kind of their old hobbies. Many of the mother-in-laws, they are more into knitting or into drawings, so, or cooking. So maybe some kind of interaction on e-platform where we can actually do some sharing of hobbies. Also, the outpouring that is not coming from the elderly group, that is actually very threatening. So outpouring of the expression is required. If they are feeling low, then we should be so much be capable and be open to their pouring actually. So this is such a crucial factor that make them comfortable, let them talk more, be a therapeutic listener, let them talk what they want to talk about. Sometimes they don't talk at all also. So it is an indicator, probably maybe just the beginning of some kind of mental health issue, which can be catered without medication, just having a simple counseling and talking about more stuffs not related to pandemic every time. Keep them updated about what is going around and how the vaccination is coming up, and also the socialization with the relatives also, because one to one conversation will become very monotonous, so they definitely switch over to the other kids in the family, or maybe to the relatives or to their friends. So it is very important, and if they are staying with you, I would highly recommend to please be very very precise with the kind of diet they should be taking. Because as such they are suffering some kind of physical disease is there. So if the mental issue is also popping up, so I highly recommend that the diet is so very important. So please be put. We should ideally putting them on a very very high nutritious diet, basically consisting of magnesium, if I can add so, and that basically includes a mutti bhar of nuts, fistful of nuts, with a glass of milk. Will cater for the need of magnesium they need, which basically is a very very good element for the body to boost their morale, to have a good sleep, so the muscle stays intact. So this is my recommendation is to put them on a very healthy, nutritious diet, have conversations, be a therapeutic listener when you are catering to the elderly beings.
So now we have understood why the mental issues are cropping up among elderly, and we have also discussed about some of the activities we can do to identify these issues, because many times these are sort of ignored, especially in the elderlies. So since you are a doctor, Dr. Pooja, what is the type of percentage of issues that you see notice in the people who are coming for consultation to you? Is it like 50% or 20%? What type of people are having these issues nowadays?
CK basically actually depends on the population, and the gender also. Women are more vulnerable to mental issues because they, after a while, they stick to their own particular, comfort area. Procrastination, you can say, is one of the factor. They don't feel like moving out. So the first factor, the if you are talking about the kind of number of patients I'm having, it's had increased actually. From my consultation that I used to do, it has more become a counseling, because more of the mental health issues are popping up these days because of the pandemic majorly. And secondly, because people are now more comfortable talking about it when they see that the people around themselves are having mental issues. So it's such a boon somehow that people are very comfortable these days talking about that. Yes, I am undergoing some kind of depression or anxiety or etc. So whatever the suffering is there. So in my personal clinic and my personal experience, the consultations have been changed to completely counseling sessions to you can say in day to day my clinic. But yes, I would say from my personal experience, I have seen an increase of almost 70%, 60 to 70% cases in the mental health issues. And it's not the elderly which is affected. So it's a total population group that I'm telling you, which caters for the younger generation as well, and the elderly group as well. So the government has also taken certain initiatives. I've been part of a program with DC here, where a counseling team was made. I was part of that team, and I used to receive so many calls actually. So those calls can be easily catered with the counseling itself. We don't require medication actually. It can be easily counseled and looked after very nicely just talking to them, because some kind of pouring or expression or expressing is required from the other side. So CK, yes, definitely the number of counseling sessions have increased, and number of cases in context with the mental health issues, they have increased to 60 to 70%. And third point, if I may add, please, that when a person walks into your clinic, or basically these days the e-consultation is going on because of the pandemic, so much required that the health professionals should be upskilled in a manner where we can actually judge that this particular person is undergoing some kind of mental issue besides the regular physical issue that the particular person is going on, so that the mental health issue is not overlooked and is not left untreated. That is also one of the factors that in India, or you can say pan world, the mental health issues are increasing because they just simply are overlooked. So training of health professionals, or you can say upskilling, is a good time now for the health professionals for to cater for such cases.
Actually, humans are the social animals, and I think this social touch is being missed right now, especially in the lockdown. And important thing, as you said, Dr. Pooja, is that to identify the symptoms, and many times these symptoms can be ignored. So having identified, and then I think the remedies could be a counseling session with a doctor like yourself, or in certain cases there could be medicine. So I'm sure you can update our viewers if there is a need for a medicine, then medicines may be available. You can update about that.
Yes, yes, definitely. Uh, the many of the cases that are coming because of the pandemic, I majorly uh, treat them with the counseling sessions, because they don't require medication and they are very easily resolved in a couple of sessions only, uh, in the younger age group. But when we are talking about the elderly age group specifically, yes, they do require medication because the indicators are pretty much clear. Usually, they are accompanied by the family member, and they keep on telling us certain indicators like they are not taking bath every day. The kind of serials they used to watch earlier, they have stopped watching it. They are not into religious activity. Also, they are quiet. They are, sometimes just panting and remembering certain particular sentences. The memory is affected. They keep on repeating certain questions or sentences. So everything is a very clear indicator that they are undergoing mental stress. And if the counseling session is not working in one odd session, then they definitely require the medical intervention. That is for sure. So yes, medicines are available, but more or less it depends on the case and the severity of the indicators.
So it was great talking to you, Dr. Pooja, today. It was wonderful session I had, and there's a lot of learning, and also learning about how to identify the symptoms in the first instance, and then making sure that we have the right advice and the right counseling, and the medicines are available to solve this issue. And these medicines may be very low cost medicine, I'm assuming, but important thing is to identify these things which are totally ignored among the elderly. So thank you very much for finding time today afternoon, coming on our show and talking to us and talking about this very important subject. It was our pleasure.
Thank you, CK. Pleasure for me. And stay safe and healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja, and we'll talk to you again on some very interesting issue related to healthcare in the next episode.
Pleasure. Pleasure. Thank
Bye.
you.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show, Nations. Today, we have our guest, Mr. Sritesh Srivastav, who's a IT professional, and he has a deep interest in corporate training. He's closely associated with radio broadcasting. So, welcome to the show, Sritesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's always great to speak to you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And you see, lately we have heard good news that we have vaccination, and people are happy about this. But I was thinking that we have been suffering with this pandemic for nearly 1 year now, and we are at home, and there's a lot of things which have changed. You see, so now the new words, new temperamental issues which are emerging, and world is also looking into mental health, which is like equivalent to the traits, personality traits like worry, fear, sadness, and happiness, or normal emotions are undergoing a situation where people are really having a real mental health issue, and their problem somehow diluted, and resources has been taken away to close down. I mean, to down because people sometimes take it as if there's something which is not there. But actual scenario is that people are suffering this mental related issues like worrying, jobs are going, schools are on online, parents are already on stress that whether children are studying or not, or they are, is it good to be online always. So I would like to discuss these things. So I would like to know your opinion about this.
Well, Kanchan, that's actually a very interesting topic, and of course, a very, very serious one as well. And I can only tell you this, that uh, the symptoms that we talk about worrying, uh, general worrying, concern, getting low and high during the day, multiple times during the day. This was always part of our lexicon, dictionaries for ages. Only now, due to the pandemic, there have been multi-million mental health messages passing through the river WhatsApp every day, plus the messages that is being percolated through the media channels, and each media channel has their agenda, the way they want to portray it. And therefore the mental health as such, which was only pre-pandemic days, a mental health was more about when a doctor certifies, then it would have become a mental health. Today, after the pandemic or during the pandemic, after 1 year, even a small worrying situation can be termed as a mental health issue. And that is where I always feel that it is important to be aware, but it is not important to be over awareness about any subject, including mental health. And therefore, in this pandemic, we all, me, you, and all of us have gone through this kind of anxiety, worrying, job loss, psychological issues, not meeting the family members, not be and lost some of our key people in our lives. But I think is that it is important, first of all, to look at the right kind of news, right kind of messaging, talk to the right kind of positive attitude people, and who have an alternative, and who talk in terms of solutions and not in terms of problems. And I think if you see all across the world, this mental health, and in fact in India, it has been actually discussed very less, I would say, the way it is being discussed in the outside India. It is important to identify, it is important to talk about it, it's important to find out within our family, sit with the closest people and find out and make a judgment. Do we need the medical help? And I think when we feel that a medical help is required, then only let us judge it as a mental case. Rest everything was always there. It is nothing new. What do you say?
Yes, actually, though I feel, I mean, I agree with your point that we are not discussing this kind of trait which is developing among students, among old parents, because they are also not be able to go out and discuss. Earlier, they used to sit in the park and discuss politics and so many other aspects of the life. But then these are unprecedented time and which require unprecedented responses. Like what I feel is that we should be open on a very basic stage. We should talk. We should have some responses necessary to be done for well-being, and you have to compensate the diminishing space of voice and rebuild connection, and that too from the ground up, not the from the above. And this in this scenario, I feel that communities plays very effective role in this. So I feel there's nothing to worry, because me and you and everybody fear, we have sadness, we are working from home. Many companies even ask their employees to work from home nearly 2 years, maybe till 22 23 9 2023. So now the big question is how to normalize, how to be adjusted in this situation and be normal and be happiness, and have a normal emotions towards everybody. So how can we do that? How can we guide other people? And are we following these traits ourselves in our day-to-day life?
Kanchan, that's a wonderful observation that you made, and I feel that it is important to keep the mind occupied, keep the physical body occupied, keep the conscious occupied, and do something diverse from what one has been doing throughout the life. So when we were kids, when we were teenagers, we used to have 6 or 7 different subjects to study in the school. Then we had some hobbies. Then we also played sports. And then one fine day, we all got into jobs and we thought job is the only thing in our life. And we only did jobs, 9 to 5 jobs. And then it became 9 to 9 jobs. And in this pandemic, it has become 9 to next day 9 jobs. So you see, we have become, as people are saying, the pandemic has also been used as a fear mongering business. And fear is something which leads to a lot of anxiety, questions, and questioning our own abilities, questioning government, questioning the community, questioning people. So I think it is important to have a healthy set of friends, do diverse activities, do some hobbies, and I think it is important to talk it out. But again, not every person is talkative, especially in the adult life. So, as friends, are we talking to our friends related to their personal life as well? I can quote a couple of recent examples where some tragic event happened, and then we do all the postmortem and analysis. I could have done that, he could have done that, she could have said that. Why are we not doing this before, when we have all the time in this world to talk and all kinds of messaging systems exist? What is your opinion?
Yes, it's a very good, wonderful point which you're elaborating. We should talk it out actually. So, and as you said that all sort of means of communications are available on an online platform also. So that is good. And then I also feel that parents and children and the grandparents should make a timetable where they can find, because now the working hours are in our control. We can work at night, we can complete on daily basis. So we should come out with a timetable for our grandparents, for our children, for ourselves. And this is how I think we start doing and communicating and gearing up for happiness and gearing up for fruitful, productive day by day activity.
Yes, Kanchan. And if you see children, adults, teenage, office, everything has come back into the home. We are seeing each other in our family members 24/7. We are not going out. Of course, this is not as bad as last 7-8 months back, uh, but it's still inside the home has become school, the home has become college, the home has become office, and the home is having a kitchen and a family too. So personal life and professional life has really blended and merged. Probably it will have some interesting memes coming out sometime later. But today it is important to understand these uh, demarcations. When people used to go to office 9 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock, they used to leave the home so that the housewife had some 4 or 5 hours of herself to do the work in her own way, and also to relax a little bit and prepare herself for the evening. The kids would go to school and the housewife would have some time. The kids would be spared of some kind of a knowledge sessions from the parents during the school time that is being given now constantly. Similarly, the old people and the old parents in the home, they have so much to cope up with, and in their own past lives and in their current lives, and then they are scared of their comorbidities and the diseases that they have, and they are scared in another way. So the whole social fabric has become cocooned to either 2 bedroom houses or 3 bedroom houses or 1 bedroom houses also. And that's why it is important for us to do something diverse, go out together, even if it is a strolling inside the housing society, and not going to the crowded places. Watch right kind of news. Don't watch those speculative and judgmental channels all the time. Have peaceful conversations, read books. Important is to open up to some friend. And sometimes, even if we don't have friends, it is important to just talk in terms of a third party and say, hey, one of my friend is going through this. Probably you are telling your own story. It's important for us to find out our friends. It's also important for us to find out our own vulnerabilities and talk it out. And I think that is something we need to encourage, and doctors need to also to encourage.
Yes, you see, Sitesh, we all have problems, but we should dilute them, and we should take up these anxieties which occur due to our problems, our sadness. So we should dilute them. And you see, there are a lot of things we can do online. There are a lot of hobby courses which are available online. You can do that. But at the same time, I also want to add one thing. Now, earlier everybody used to go office. The children used to go to school, and then there was some free time for housewife. But now you see, a father, mother, grandparents, they have lot of time to indulge with the kids at home. So I think that is a plus point, and one should take full advantage of this opportunity to know your kids, to understand your kids, and make them understand regarding our heritage, our culture, how we about the cooking. And both children and parents can take up, even grandparents can take up hobbies or creating any activity, doing any activity at home together. So that will result into more happy family, and I think that will be more productive, isn't it, Sitesh?
Yes, Kanchan. So it is a collective effort, and family was always a collective effort. And more about the, when we see what we are seeing today in the media and what are our Indian family values, there is always a disconnect. There always has been a disconnect. So we need to talk it out. But we cannot enforce in anything in today's children or even adults, because everyone has got a Google, everyone has got an access to the internet. So taking the face value of the word is has lost a lot of value, as you just said, diluted. So today I have to struggle to be creative to pass on one message, one simple message. I need to be creative to pass it on to my not only children but also to my colleagues. And that has been but you know what, nothing to degrade or talk, some people really genuinely have mental problems in India. Deepika Padukone has been very vocal about it, and she runs also an NGO around it. There are very less number of psychologists in India as compared to the population. And then I have been always hearing that somebody, if people are suggesting someone that this person needs to see a psychiatrist, then there is something that once you go to the psychiatrist, you will never come out of the trap that they will bound you with, whether it is the medication, whether it is the consultation. So somehow that taboo needs to be broken. And if there is a genuine feeling within the family or friends that this person needs a psychiatrist help or a mental health help is needed, so they should go for it. And people should not say, oh, this is nothing, it used to happen. People have so much of. So it is important to understand it, it is important to identify, it is important to empathize with such people. At the same time, there is a time when our consultations and concerns need to stop and a doctor needs to take over. And that is the important key aspect of this.
Yes, I think our viewers will think about these problems, and they should also be thinking about the remedies to come out of these anxiety related issues. It was so lovely to talk to you, Sitesh, today. We'll meet again with some other interesting topic. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Always love to talk to you.
Bye bye. Take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Rise. Today is International Women Day, and we will talk a little bit about International Women Day and what it means to men, what it means to society, and most importantly, what it means for women. So, before I start my conversation today, I would like to congratulate all women on this particular day. And I really appreciate the contribution made by women for the upliftment and running of the society. Today, I would like to focus more on the Indian women. And while there are a lot of women globally who have achieved so much, there are so many names that we can take today. But I like to focus on the women who are in the business of providing protection to India. So, providing protection to Indian people as well as Indian territory. So, these are the women who are working for the armed forces. Now, as most of you would know, that there are multi-layer armed forces that work for India. There is a topmost agency, which is the Indian Defense, Indian Army, which comprise of three different forces, which is Air Force, Navy, and Army. And in all of these top departments, there are women employed at very, very important positions.
Below that, there are border security force, there are other paramilitary forces, then there are police forces, and then there are reserves. So in all of these, there are a lot of women who are working as soldiers, as officers, and they are basically helping the armed forces carrying out different objectives at different point in time. Well, I when I say all this, there are lot of achievements that women have done, and we have also as a country recognized all of them. In fact, for example, there is a BSF group of daredevils who ride the motorcycles every day, and they perform various aerobatics even better than the men. And there is a team of Indian Navy which is called Tarini. They have circumnavigated the earth in a sailboat, and in fact when they returned to India, they were welcomed none other than the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. Like that, for whatever reason in the armed forces, women were not given that status until 2020. uh, there were two things which were not given to women, and that these two things were reserved only for men, that is the command and the combat. So in the history, I mean, before the Britishers ruled India, the women, or even during the British Raj, there were a lot of resistance and women were leading the way. In fact, there were warriors, and I don't want, there are a lot of names, I don't want to name all of them because there are many women who were fighting alongside the men. Many women have laid their lives for the country, and they died fighting. But after the independence was given to India in 1947, we sort of followed the rules set up by the British. And one of the rule was women were not given any command. That means they cannot become an officer. They can become an officer, but they will not become a commanding officer. And second thing was the combat. That means they will not go into battle. So in 2020, the Supreme Court of India has given them the command, and as a result, we have the first Lieutenant General as a woman this year, and she has been promoted as a Lieutenant General of first woman to become Lieutenant General, and she is obviously in the category of generals, and she is obviously a commanding officer. So like that, now this whole area is opened up. There are pilots. In fact, some of the trivia that I like to share is uh, the Indian pilot, women pilot, are the highest in number from any other country. So if you look at even the developed country, the number of pilots that countries like United States or country like France has, India has more than them in terms of the pilot who are flying for the defense. So we anyway have crossed certain numbers. We are a large country and we have a lot of people, and so we have a lot of women also who will qualify to become commanding officers. So my tribute is to women who are working for the defense and the paramilitary services to continue the good work they are doing. They are working shoulder to shoulder with men. Now they have equal rights. They can get promoted as commanding officers. They are already very brave. They have carried out various operations, and they are working for the safety, security, and development of the country. So salute to all the women on the occasion of International Women's Day. I say goodbye, and I will meet you tomorrow again. Until then, bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to discuss about the latest tussle which is going on between Indian government and Twitter
and they are loggerhead, and there are a lot of legal questions and answers are going on between the two parties. To discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Another communication platform is coming up in the corners, and I believe it's called Coo. Is that right? So we're not going to be tweeting, we're going to be cooing.
Absolutely, it's a coo, like a cuckoo. So it's an Indian version, completely Indian designed micro blogging site. And the best part is, as far as Indians are concerned, the Twitter has been behaving very arrogantly. We will discuss that shortly. But I like to showcase the Koo platform to you. And by the way, Koo is now gaining 150% every hour. A lot of people are joining it, and they are moving out of Twitter. And if this continues, and if Twitter does not change the way they are loggerhead with the Indian government, very soon they will lose 50% of the global market. India is a very big market for Twitter. So let me show you my screen. Let me share my screen with you so that you can see and compare. Give me a moment.
Yeah, no, please go ahead. It's important to know that the competition is great. I mean, it keeps the competition on its toes. So when you get a newcomer into the arena, despite the fact, when we're thinking about it, Twitter is phenomenally large. And as you said, CK, Indians are big users of Twitter. And that will put a big dent in, Twitter's armory or Twitter's. So I'm really forward to what this Coup platform is, because we can find out actually just whether it is a real competitor, whether it's doing things differently, whether it's doing things the same, is it intuitive? So let's have a look. I can see where you've got started screen sharing. It's not quite there yet, but
yeah, just starting. Can you see the screen?
I can now. Yes.
So it is very similar to a Twitter platform. It's an Indian micro blog website, and it's very similar. As you can see here, you can do different kinds of coups. Instead of saying tweets, we say coups, and it's moving on. And you can see, I can create my profile here, and I can start cooing, as we say.
Cooing. It's like the pigeon. The logo looks like it almost looks like a tweet. I mean, a little Tweety Pie. I think they might have a bit of copyright if they're not careful there, but I'm sure the design has been looked at.
Yes, so
it looks very similar, CK. You've got handles, you've got the feed that looks the same, you've got the likes, the re-coos. We're going to have to create a new language, cooing. I feel like I'm in Trafalgar Square with all the pigeons. Coo, 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 coo. So that's the fun side of life, ladies and gentlemen, because business should be fun. But let's look at the seriousness of this. Why is Coup coming up on the rails? Why is Twitter falling out with the Indian government?
Well, it is because of the certain handles identified by the law authorities here in India, which are actually fabricating the false news, and there are proofs. The police and the law authorities have given the proof that how these different blue ticked handles have been fabricating unrest in India. And these people who are running all these different Twitter handles are also getting funded from Canada and Pakistan. And all of these are funded by terrorist money. So there is a whole lot of background. There is a rule of law here in India, and everyone has to follow that, including Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, whatever. So all other companies like Facebook and WhatsApp and all other social platforms are following the norms of the Indian government. For example, in WhatsApp, you can't, if you are forwarding more than 4 to 5 times. In Facebook, same content 4 to 5 times, they will block you for 2 days. So everybody else is following the norms which are set up by the Indian government just to prevent any unrest which is created by the false news. However, these 300 handles which have been identified recently related to one particular farmer movement, and about 500 and odd in Pakistan, Indian government has given them the dossiers and proof and everything else what is needed to shut these handles down. Surprisingly enough, while Twitter could shut down Trump for the same cause for life, they are refusing to shut down these 500 to 300 Twitter handles, which is pissing off the Indian government and Indian people, because we know for sure these are the people who are funded by terrorists. They are harmful to India and Indian sovereignty. So, India is a big market for Twitter, more than 350 million subscribers in India. And just for 300 handles, if they are loggerhead with the Indian government, I fail to understand. The only reason that comes to my mind as a citizen of India is either you have a mischievous design for which you're continue to promote these 300 handles which are propagating false news against India, trying to create unrest in this country, or you have been funded by something. So I think these are the two cases which comes to my mind as a layman. Over to you. What do you feel, Neville?
Well, you raise a very important point, very interesting point. In whereas Twitter decided to shut down Donald Trump for inciting unrest, let's say, being polite, maybe. If evidence has been given to Twitter, which, by the way, they do ask for, because all of these social platforms are under a lot of pressure with regards to social grooming, making sure that there's no civil unrest, no global unrest, with regards to inciting, people to do the wrong thing, to uprise. So all of these social platforms say that they want to make sure that all of this grooming, if you like, is completely nullified and taken out of society. When they're given clear examples of grooming, which this is one classic case, 300 sites, this is not as insignificant, they're turning a blind eye. So it's really difficult. I mean, we don't know the ins and outs, let's face it, do we? I mean, although we say the evidence has been provided, but the issue is, because freedom of speech is what we all want, but equally, we all want to be able to eradicate fake news so that we're dealing with facts. Otherwise, I mean, what are we in society? We're just throwing around mud. So wherever it sticks, people like throwing around mud for some reason. And in this particular part of the world's evolution, the last thing we want to do is to be adding more and more fuel to a fire that doesn't exist. And I think that's the piece for me. And this is where I'm not surprised, actually, that a competitor is now seeing an opportunity to come in under the rails on the back end of a very open fight. I mean, when you look at it, this is going to be fought in the social media arena. It's not going to be fought in the courts. And ultimately, as we do know, the Indian government will use its power. It turned off TikTok overnight. It just basically cancelled the app in India. So I'm sure it will probably, I hope it doesn't come to this, but we're now in a bit of a fight here. And I think our social media platforms need to start to standing up and really standing up for what they really are. You know, they're obviously in this to make money. They're entrepreneurs, but let's hope they're social entrepreneurs as well. In that, if people really are inciting this violence type of arena, they're shut down immediately. I mean, you know as well as I do, it's so easy to create a Twitter account, a Facebook account, any social media account. It's really easy. All you've got to do these days is have an email address. And as Google openly says, you can create an email address, you can have 100 email addresses, you know, and they're all free. So we're working in this free society where communication is free, it's cheap, it gives people a platform, and unfortunately, there are a few people in the world that abuse the platform. And I'm sure Twitter doesn't want their platform abused. Neither does any of the other social media platforms want their platform abused. And Coup will be doing exactly the same thing. But whether it's going to be governed tightly by a new Freedom Act, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I've no idea what the Indian government are going to be doing with this. But we do like information. We thrive in information. I mean, that's why there's billions of users on Twitter and billions of users on Facebook. It's that communication level that we all dream for and desire. And the last thing we want is a government to be shutting it down. But there's very good reasons why it should shut it down. So, you know, so if it's in the public interest, then these private companies need to start listening to the legislators, and because they should be working together, shouldn't they? I mean, this is the whole point about these platforms. They should be working for the benefit of the public interest, not for the disbenefit.
Well, Neville, I fully agree with you, and this is how they should behave. It's a commercial organization, and why there is a problem with Twitter for past 2 years. Twitter has been in news for something or the other, whereas the much bigger platforms like Facebook, which is 3 to 4 times the size of Twitter in terms of subscriptions, they are following all norms. Not only Indian government, they don't seems to have problem with any other government. I mean, imagine a situation in your country, UK. They show one of the islands, or let's say, Scotland is not part of UK. Suppose they publish a map like that, what will be the reaction of the people there? And Twitter has been constantly doing that. They are publishing false maps of India. And these are the maps which have been floating around among the terrorist lobby for past 10 years. It's the design. So Twitter themselves mischievously carrying those maps and publishing it. So every time Indian government is, warning them and saying that, hey, you should not do this. This is against the sovereignty of India. And they are doing many things. So government has actually exhausted their 100 tries, and now it has come to a level where they are pinning them down legally. They have given them list with proof to shut down these 300 handles. And in a large country like India, can't even government has the power to shut down 300 guys which are blue ticked on Twitter. I think they have, and Twitter should comply. It's just 300 people, and if you look at their subscription, 800 million people, half of them are Indians. So Twitter has to make a call very quick, very soon. What they want to get the money from the Islamist, uh, leftist, terrorist lobby, or they will lose out very soon half of their subscription base in India.
Well, it's certainly a political issue. It's a shame it's become a political issue. And remember what we're saying, it's not Twitter that are publishing these pictures. It's people on Twitter that are publishing the issues. So we need to be a bit careful about that one. But it's true. I mean, if I saw a site that was insightful, then I would report it. It even gives you an option to report it. This is this is a tweet that actually doesn't meet certain guidelines. You do wonder where that level of reporting goes, to be honest, because you just see it being repeated and repeated. But it is it's not even a fine balance here. It's an issue of public awareness in many respects, and people just going beyond the line. And if these people have gone beyond the line, then they need to be called to account. And this is where the private entities like Twitter, like Facebook, like LinkedIn, etc., they need to be held to account too, because they should be working together within the public interest. So it's a fascinating subject. We'll see where it unfolds. If we see an announcement over the next week that Twitter's been banned in India, we won't be too surprised, I'm sure. But the interesting thing from a commercial point of view, and a competitive point of view, cuckoo. We've already got a competitor, and it looks like it's gaining some speed.
There are few organizations who have completely migrated away from Twitter, and they are completely on course, and they are announcing in their including Indian government, they have announced a warning to Twitter on coup. So that shows the level of loggerhead which is going on there. And just to share one bit of information, few days back, I was actually trying to wish my friends on birthday in Facebook. And what I did, I created one template and I was just cut paste because I had to wish 10 friends on that particular day. After the 8th try, Facebook blocked me for 2 days. They gave me a warning that you're trying to cut paste something, you're trying to spam, and it is not good for the community. So while Facebook being a much, much bigger player in terms of social media, they have brought these checks and balances. Even birthday wishes, if I copy paste more than 8 times, it is treated as spam. And on the other hand, Twitter is deliberately playing mischief on the name of freedom of speech. There is enough freedom of speech, but you can't have a hateful, insightful against communities, false news, imaginarily kill somebody and create an unrest, whereas the person is alive. Those kind of mischievous things should be shut down immediately by these business houses. And surprisingly, they are not doing it. And in spite of government requesting them 3 times, giving all the proof, they are still adamant. So I think they will have to face the consequences.
There are always consequences. And, let's hope that they can see the light, because governments do have that potential. And the Indian government has shown that they're serious. TikTok was huge in India, and it's disappeared overnight. So watch out, everybody. Work within the law. I mean, it's as simple as that. If you step outside the law, there's consequences. And if someone says, you can't do that, then you better start listening if they're the right person saying you can't do that. So on a positive note, as I say, the good thing is there's a competitor. Indians are still going to be with their communication system, so we'll be cooing all the way. And maybe in one of our next episodes, I'll be standing in Trafalgar Square with a new theme tune for the coup company. There you go. There's an idea for you. So when I get to Trafalgar Square, I'll be having believe you me, there are thousands of pigeons in Trafalgar Square, and they will all be cooing. So let's hope they're cooing for the right reason.
All right, Neville, thank you for coming and discussing this very important issue. We will catch up again tomorrow with something more interesting.
Cheerio, CK. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akulmach. And today, I'm privileged to have a very distinguished guest from UK, Mr. Neville Gun, who is going to tell us about his program called MindFit, which we have launched in India last week.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. A bright, sunny-ish Friday. The sun's up there somewhere, but it's a bit cloudy. It's hidden behind the clouds. Today, I thought we would talk about a very simple subject that is very dear to your heart and my heart, and dear to any manager's heart who's got a few people working with them, and that's the subject of teamwork. So, CK, you are my guinea pig or radish, whichever way you want to call it, for the day. Teamwork. What do you understand about teamwork? What makes a team work?
Well, the team has to work towards one goal, which is a team goal, and all members of the team must achieve that goal, the collective goal. And to achieve that collective goal, they have to have individual goals defined, and they must, for the sake of success of the team, they must achieve their individual goals.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's about literally working together on a common goal. And in business, that's easy to do. So we set the common goal and teamwork happens, doesn't it?
Ideally, it should. It must work like that. Yes, why not?
It should and it must, yes. But the problem is, how many times does it happen? And the likelihood is not very many times. Because several reasons. Let me ask you another very simple question. Because all of these skills that we're talking about, we must have learnt them somewhere. So we've spoken about communication. Well, we must have learnt that at school, how to communicate better, how to work under pressure. Again, we must have learnt that over school. You know, we had 14, 15 years at school, maybe 2, 3, 4 years at university. So we must have been able to work under pressure. Teamwork. We must have done that at school as well. So did you ever sit a team exam at school?
No, never. There was never a team exam, but there were some workshops which will inculcate the team, sort of team building workshops.
I mean, you were lucky you had workshops, which is great, okay? But you never sat a team exam. Don't you find that when teamwork is so important in business life, even in family life, actually, because we need to work as a team at home, and going out with your mates, you need to work as a team, but we don't actually work as a team and have a team exam. I actually find that quite fascinating, actually. Maybe people listening will think he's off his rocker. He's talking nonsense here. But the point is, teamwork is so important because without it, all you end up is getting people in the office, at work, on the shop floor, who are just doing as they're told. There's no interest, there's no engagement, they're just going through the motions. That isn't teamwork to me. That's a dictatorship. And we all know what happens to dictatorships. People bully other people. That isn't teamwork either. So let's look at the components of teamwork. What makes a good team? So we're going to go back and forward here. What word comes to mind making a good team? What do you need to have to be a good team player?
It's a very difficult question, Neville. I think one of the key attribute is a good listener, maybe.
Good listener, absolutely. I'm so pleased you didn't say a good communicator, because I would have then said, okay, give me an example of communication. Listening is a great example of communication. We need to listen. But of course, we need to listen, not to respond, but we need to listen to think, because that's the whole point of listening, isn't it? Not to just give people an immediate answer, but to think about what the person's saying. So all of your team players that are coming up with perhaps new ideas, and you think immediately that's not a new idea. We tried that before they even joined the company, It didn't work then, it's not going to work now. And immediately you turn around, we tried that, didn't work. You're not listening. This is a new person in the organization coming up with an idea that they've thought about. So what should another word we should be doing? Not just listening, what else?
Positive attitude.
Positive attitude. Yeah, again, that's a bit of a construct. So we'll drill down into that one. But having a positive attitude basically says encouraging that person to say more. So you've listened to what they've said and you've shut down that little demon inside of you, that can't do, won't do voice that says, I'm going to just tell this person exactly what we've done before, You encourage the person to explain a bit more. 2 E's, encourage and explain. Okay? That's what we do when we're listening. We encourage people to explain how they feel. What's more? What else about teamwork? Now you're thinking. What other words come to mind when we talk about good teamwork?
I think have trust on your team. I think that is one of the critical aspects.
Yeah, trust. Huge word. The nice thing about trust, it begins with T, and teamwork begins with T as well. So teamwork and trust are actually interconnected. So if you know that you can trust your team, your back's covered, they're always going to be with you. That only, for many people, comes with time. But as we've spoken on many occasions before, you can trust someone 100% implicitly and explicitly right at the very beginning, and they will prove whether that trust is merited. They will prove whether they can earn that 100% badge of trust, or it starts to reduce. Another word I'll say, because we need to keep this simple for everybody, because the complexity comes with time. Another T word connected with teamwork is being together. So it's together, another T word, which is easy. So all you've got to do is teamwork, trust, and together. And if you just start to do those things very simply, you will start to build the team and good teamwork. You'll be listening, you'll be communicating properly, you'll be thinking, you'll be exploring, you'll be engaging, you'll be encouraging, you'll be empowering, you'll be allowing each of the team members to lead the conversation. And all of these wonderful words that are all in the dictionary that we talk about being a good team player and good leadership, all of a sudden start to make sense to you where you are. So I'm not saying this is easy. It may be quite difficult to do. However, it's simple. It's a very simple thought process. You've now got to adapt it and adopt it into the way you work. And teamwork, as I say, is teamwork. Someone says teamwork makes the dream work.
So, Neville, I think this is amazing insight in very short time you've given. And, the MindFit program covers some of these attributes which people who are attending MindFit can actually improve their teamwork, other abilities to be a better human being. So tell us a little bit about how people will increase their quotient to work as a team if they attend MindFit.
Well, MindFit is all about action. So there's two parts of action. The first part of action is knowing how you do it currently. So there's a lot of reflection and there's a lot of inward looking. You might call it looking in the mirror. What do I do now? So everyone works in a team. You cannot avoid working in a team. Even if you haven't got a job, you're at home and that's your team. Whether it's your flatmates, they're your team. Whether it's your family, they're your team. So it's actually building that relationship around the team. Who am I? What do I do? Where do I fit? What's my responsibility? And all of these things you need to understand now. And then we can then set the actions where you can go and improve yourself. And a very simple action is literally, go and find out how other teams work. And you can Google it. I mean, this is not difficult to do. You can Google anything these days and just look at good teamwork and bad teamwork, and you'll find it. The papers will be littered with it. The press will be littered with it. Websites will be littered with it. But the thing is, it's an action. You need to take an action to go and find out what you now want to be. What is a good example of teamwork? And that's what we show you. We show you good examples of teamwork. We break down what those examples really mean. We don't just say, this is a good example of teamwork, and that's it. We actually explain why. Because if you've got the why, you can then see how they do it, and more importantly, what they do. So it's pretty simple, again, simple to understand, not necessarily easy to do. Because what it means is you've got to change what you do currently.
So I think you've explained it beautifully, Neville. Your program will make people a better team player, and viewers who are listening to this video, they must come and explore further. Please reach out to us and enroll in the Indian edition of MindFit program. So Neville, thank you very much for finding time and speaking with us. We will find another subject next week and come back to you with something more interesting.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody. Go and have fun. Become a team player.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Podcast. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gant. Neville, welcome to Wednesday Soti.
Wednesday Soti, good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, the Soti Awards are pending. And today, we're going to just give you some very simple advice, how to present. So, let's start with it. You're looking very presentable today, CK. Nice shirt, nice smile. That's what it's about, isn't it?
I think it's a part of it, but I think today's lesson for our contestants would be to make sure that the video what they are making, they look more clear and precise and presentable and also audible. So I think some of the tips may be required from you, Neville, because these are the contestants who may be doing it for the first time or maybe even seasoned but doing it wrong. So I think little bit information from you would really help.
Yeah, sure. Well, when I first started in this, we didn't have things like, these wonderful things here. We had huge cameras, if you recall. So we've got a big advantage with these smartphones. So why don't you do the very simple thing at the beginning? Take a video of yourself speaking now and see what you look like. That's not difficult, is it? So give yourself a benchmark, get yourself ready, make sure that you're seated comfortably or you're standing up whenever you feel more comfortable, and you've got your camera in the right place, and just turn it on, you know, because no one's going to be watching, no one's going to be listening, but you are. This is feedback for you. So just give it a go. Do I look good in this? Do I look better on my right side? Or do I look better on my left side? You know, do I need to keep my bald patch out of the way? All those sort of things, you know, just be very simple with it. Get a benchmark. Take a few videos of yourself speaking and look at yourself when you're speaking. So that's the first thing you can do. Just give yourself some immediate feedback. You can delete all of these. You don't have to keep them. You know? You don't have to share them. But of course, you could share them with your friends and say, what do you think? I was quite surprised about this, you know? Or if you've got some really good friends, they'll give you lots of feedback. So the first thing is take a benchmark. Just take a quick video of yourself saying a few things and then have a look at it and see what you look like. Were you entertaining? Were you engaging? Because this is where you're starting from. And then what you need to do is to move to the next stage. You need to start to improve. And the best thing is you just pick one thing in the video that you know you can improve on. So for instance, if you're doing this a lot and you're talking over here, then you're not looking at the video. You're not looking at the people that you really want to listen. These are the people that you really want to listen. And if you're getting too close to the screen, you might find that you start to back away because it's a bit overpowering. So just do the simple things, really. You need to start somewhere. So just start by videoing yourself and seeing where you are. I'm sure you did this when you first started, didn't you?
Yes, I think it's a journey. When you're making a video, you have to always look at yourself after the video, how it came. Was the light all right? Whether my expression was all right? Whether I was having an eye contact or I was looking in the corner, and so on. Whether I was looking good, my clothes were fine. So all that is part of feedback, which I think all of us have to do. And I think as a first step, it's a very good advice that people can actually either do in front of the mirror, or better would be to make a video for yourself and see how it looks. And the second point is when they start speaking, I think the voice modulation is also one of the major part of presentation. So would you like to give some opinion on the voice modulation part?
Well, you've said it already, because your tone was not monotone and you weren't speaking like this all the time, because it would sound rather boring if I just kept speaking like this. Exactly. You know, you're smiling. It is boring. No one speaks like that. I mean, well, actually, perhaps robots do, you know, in the old days. But like, robots don't even speak that way now. We move up, we get excited, we get enthusiastic, and then we speak very slowly, because we want people to start to think and reflect. Watch a newsreader, because these are the people actually that are doing this profession. You will hear them go up and down and up and down, and it's almost like music. It's not noise. It's not wah, 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 wah. It's music. People bring you into a story and they take you out of a story, and they take you into the next story, and they transition in and out. So just imagine, you know, again, singing a song all in one tone. Imagine how boring that would be. Imagine how boring the best artist you ever know would just sing in this one tone. What I suggest actually is try it, and you will find how difficult it is. It takes a lot of practice to speak at one tone and not raise it to a different voice and da-di-da-di-da-di-da. You can do da-di-da-di-da-di-da, but you try speaking in one tone. It's really hard. So don't do it, is my advice. You know, and you're smiling and I'm smiling. Bring a smile into what you're saying. because we're engaging people at a distance. There's nothing more difficult actually than speaking into a camera.
I think it's a very good advice. And when people are trying to make their videos for themselves, I think they can also try out the modulation, and they can fix the modulation as per their comfort and as per what they feel will impress the audience. So these are the very two good advices for today. In the next Wednesday, Sorty Wednesday, Naval will return and give us advice about how do we connect with our audience using the video platform. So stay tuned next Wednesday for the Sorty Wednesday. And thank you, Naval, for joining us today.
It's been a pleasure, CK. Good luck, everybody. Don't speak in monotone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Nation. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who is an IT professional. He's a deep interest in corporate training. He's closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's always wonderful to speak to you with some intriguing topic, and I'm sure we are here for another intriguing topic. How have you been?
I'm fine, Sitesh, and definitely today is a very, very interesting topic. You know, Union Minister Prakash Javadekar and Ravi Shankar Prasad on Thursday last week has announced the center's new guidelines for digital new organization, social media platform, OTT platform, for guidelines for these all OTT platform and social media. So it was a good move when we talk about the regulation for social media and OTT platform. So what are your opinion about that?
Well, Kanchan, I like to see every issue from 50,000 feet high as well as boiling down and to the lowest on the ground level. And I see this that any time, any media, any communication, if it is not moderated, if it is not controlled, if it is not directed, it is bound to go haywire in the name of freedom. We have seen this with the freedom of press all over the world, not just in India. And therefore, the limits, the guidances between the freedom of press, from the freedom of internet, freedom of digital mediums, I think it is important for the law of the land to stand at the top of all the communications that is being passed out, but in a pure gamma constitution which allows communications and free to express ourselves as a freedom. We don't live in a banana state, and therefore the freedom of expression must be there. But who will be the regulator? It is the government of the land. And that's where I am interested to talk to you on this, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, actually, all this is very, very necessary because over the period of time, we are seeing and we are experiencing that all these OTT platform or social media or digital media, they are taking advantage of non-existence of the regulation, and there are instances like there were some unrest, and it was initiated or maybe supported by few of these social media operators, and when government asked to give the details, they say that is not a policy because we don't belong to India. So all these were very, very essential to really curb down the unlawful
the activity which is being initiated in the past by these media. Let me share few slides with you and tell you the ratio, how many people are engaged to these social media. I hope you
Yeah.
are able to see. Now the total people who are engaged is you can see 53 crores are using WhatsApp. And when you Instagram, it is 21 crore Indian are using, and Twitter is 1 crore 75 lakhs. So it's a substantial amount. And when people are using this, there has to be some regulation. And you see Ravi Shankar Prasad presenting these law, and how it works. It is very, very essential to register, and complaints should be taken care by the compliance officer, which will be appointed by the government and by the company. It depends. I mean, this has not been clear. So I think the compliance officer has to be appointed by the company, so that he or she will look after all the compliance, all the regulation which are being set by Indian government. Then all lawful activities should be removed immediately, and that is very, very essential, because there are so many activity which are going in groups. So that is one aspect of these regulation. Then fake account has to be verified. So now Twitter cannot say that we cannot give this account, and we cannot tell the government about these accounts which are fake, and they are creating lawlessness in the country. Then you have to tell the reason of suspending and deleting account, which is mandatory. You know that in past, Twitter was deleting just like it, without giving any reasons. Now Twitter has to give the reason of removing these account. Now all, as we were discussing, that all unlawful activity has to be informed and removed immediately. So that is also one thing. Now there will be grievance officer who will be answerable to government and the people. So suppose if something bad is written about me or you, so I have a grievance, I can go to the grievance officer, and then he has to be answerable to me. And if government is asking, then he has to be answerable to the government also. Fake news messages which are inclined to violence can be treated with a strong law. So these few things which are very, very important, and we think that that is a right step ahead.
Well, Kanchan, I agree to you. But at the same time, there is a caveat that I would also share, which is very well said in Hindi, Sanya Bhay Kotwal. And I think this has to apply. This is true. And like we have censor board, like we have censor for the television, there has to be censor for the digital medium as well. Though this is something interesting, Kanchan, that in India, we have cyber laws. We have Information Technology Act 2000, which has the Act sections of 65, 66, 66A, 6C, 66D, and many such. And I think the cyber laws always existed in India from 2000, and that's why we have that Information Technology Act. What was not covered was the social media. And this particular, anybody who is raising the lot of hue and cry against it and the curbing of the freedom of expression should go back and see what was already being practiced in the Information Technology Act and the cyber laws. The only thing is that the social media companies were trying to take the hideaway from which was not implicitly said in the rule. And I think it is important because it is a business. Social media is a business. Twitter is a business. Facebook is a business. All of these, and therefore, when they establish themselves as a business, they have to go via the code of conduct, anti-incumbency, fair treatment to the communications, to the community,
And as the minister said, you cannot have two standards, one that was happening in Capitol Hill in the early January and the one that was happening in the Red Fort recently. So you cannot have two different standards just by hiding behind the law. So all over the world, this movement is taking shape, and therefore it is important the structures that have been built in India. We have come very late on this, as I mentioned to you, but it has come very well. And I think the best is to have an ethical committee, an ethics committee, just like television and the films. And then we will have the digital news media will follow the rules under Press Council of India. The oversight mechanism will be there, where with a committee which will represent from ministers and other departments. And I think this code of ethics is something which is like a guidance tool. The constitution allows all of us to express and our views, but how do you express, where do you express, to whom it is directed, the choice of words, the choice of phrases, and the context is very, very important. And I think this is some move which is great. I welcome it.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that these social media, there is also place for business and earning money. And if you recall, Australia is the first person who has dictated Google to share the amount, so certain amount with the local advertising agencies. So I think that is the next step, because whatever these platforms are earning, and they are sharing very less amount to the host company or the mother countries where they are earning in huge amount of revenue. So I think that should be the next step towards making regulation about these commercial, and how much they can take out of the country, and how much they can really earn from that mother country. And it's very
Yeah, I
crucial.
think, and especially Kanchan, the OTT media. There is a general perception that OTT media shows lot of twisted content, and that twisted content they dare not put on the television, they dare not put on the movie film screen, because they know that that will not be permitted. But again, as I say, if movies and the content and the media is a reflection of the society, do we have a right to go and brand it as the universal truth for everyone in the country? In our country itself, where we have a healthy debates, we have a parliament, we have a structure where we can talk about things. There have been protests as well, but dialogue is the key. Monologue is never the key. In social media stuff, what is being observed by international companies is that it has become my way or highway. And that's something which needs to be talked about, which needs to be discussed. And compliance officers is a great move. Committees are a great move. Ethical committee representation is a good move. And I say that this rule is, again, the rule that has come is not going to remain for a long, because there would be new technologies, new mediums. And therefore, this dialogue needs to keep happening. It is not, why did we feel a need for this kind of a law if everything was fine under Information Technology Act 2000? And so therefore, there would be another law by another government, by another time. And therefore, it is nothing that is something new that has happened for the first time. So please, all the critics, understand this from a holistic point of view. When we control the communications within our family, within our schools, within our community, why don't we do it same with the
Yes, you have raised a very valid point, and you have also mentioned that OTT platform. And I agree with your view that lately OTT platform has become a place where a film producer or anybody can show any type of content. And I think these type of contents need regulation, because everybody watches on television. Even children are watching television screen, and to control what content has to be circulated or can be placed on OTT platform is very, very critical. And lately few filmmakers are going way beyond, and at times it is said by many people that they are hurting the religious sentiments also. A part of this, they are so abusive, and they are taking advantage of not existence of these regulation. So I really welcome this move of the government, and regulating these platform is a high time, and it is done. And I think we will be having more creative and more safe viewing of digital media and OTT platform.
Correct. And it is a great question. It's a great question that you have raised. Why don't we have a complete family entertainment on an OTT platform, the new content? It's a very simple on that. Similarly, on our social media, why there was a need to move to Signal, or on the Twitter side, why did we think a need to move to Koo? Don't they understand? And this is what is the new. In fact, some outlets are also saying that this is going to be detrimental for a freedom of expression, and I don't agree to it.
Yeah, definitely. It's not a matter of freedom of expression, because on the name of freedom of expression, you cannot say any comment or any derogatory remark or any time of hurting people's sentiments. And what I feel that I think this is a chance to be more creative with these regulation, and that will enhance the creativity on these platform. So I think that's something, opportunity window is given to filmmaker or digital content creators. So that is something which is, I think we should agree, and we should be happy about it.
Exactly. The constructive media is the way to go, not destructive media.
So thumbs up to you, to thumbs up to all people who are associated with digital media. And we welcome this move of the government creating and regulating these OTT platform and social media platform. It was so lovely to talk to you, Siddesh. I will be meeting you again in our next episode with the next interesting topic. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Multiverse. And what we are discussing today, we are discussing about colonizing the space. And as a species, as a species which is intelligent, we can make different gadgets, we can make spaceships, we can solve puzzles of the space and universe. I think it is but natural for us to go out of Earth and colonize other planets. And I think this is always first time for everything. The mankind, primarily one of the countries on Earth which has taken lead, which is America. And about 50 years back, they sent their people on the moon. And after that, after the first Apollo mission, nobody has gone to moon. But there has been a lot of research. And if we need to be successful in understanding how humans can survive in outer space on other celestial bodies, I think it is but natural to start with our journey into colonization, starting with moon. So we need to get to the moon learn how to survive on the moon, how to build structure, etc. And when I say that we have to colonize the moon, and that will propel the next wave of advancement and next wave of exploring the universe, exploring the space, starting with our neighborhood. And why I'm saying this, if you go back in history, the need for resources really started the colonization about 500 years back. So countries which were having lack of resources, they started discovering new sea routes, discovering new methods. They came to east by discovering, charting new sea routes, and etc. And then the byproduct of that was a colonization. Same thing happened in United States, where the European went explored into the US of today, and they colonized. However, the people who colonized then started an uprising against the colonization, and hence they became the first democratic country in the world as we know it today. So I think the colonization is an important part of the growth for humanity, for the life form which exists on Earth. And the best thing to do is to start with our neighbor, which is Moon. And if you look at the Moon, it is a very strange satellite. It is almost like 25% of the Earth's mass, and it is in fact so large that the Moon is not rotating around Earth. In fact, Earth and Moon are rotating around a center of central gravitation axis, which passes through Earth eventually. But then it affects the motion of Earth as well. So it makes the Earth wobble little bit. So I think that is a discussion for a different video, but I think let's concentrate on the Moon. So when we look at the Moon, it is a large object. It has substantial amount of gravity. It is stable. It is tidally locked. That means when it is tidally locked with Earth, it means that only one face of the Moon is visible from the Earth. So if we start our colonization efforts on Moon on the surface, which is visible on Earth, we can then monitor what is the activity going on right from Earth. So in case there is some activity, we have the very powerful telescopes and different kind of instruments which we can focus on the surface of Moon, and then also monitor what is going on there. But after reaching on the Moon, what drives the the next wave of scientific exploration? Because scientific exploration is only a cost center. It will not generate any new revenue. Hence, the motivation to start Moon mission is very, very little, and it is not going to last for very long. So I think we have to bring some rule of economy to the colonization. So I think in last 50 years, even though we have not stepped on the Moon, a lot of samples were brought back to Earth by the astronauts and also the cosmonauts of the USSR, and all this data is now available. And subsequently, a lot of research was done. There was a lot of mapping was done. There were a lot of radio analysis has been done using the ground penetrating radar. So, scientists know quite a bit about Moon, about the surface. And now if you see this particular image is about the image of this face, which is always facing the Earth. And if I take you back a little bit on the previous image, there's the dark patch on the Moon. Is really a matter of speculation. And for eons, humans were thinking they were the ocean basin and the water evaporated, but that's not the case at all. For some few million years back, or maybe billion years back, there was geological activity on the Moon, and there were volcanoes, and these volcanoes were oozing out the lava. That means at that point in time, the Moon core was hot and it was erupting. So this black portion is basically the lava, which is a new surface, and it has come out from the inside of the Moon. And the lighter surface is the lighter places on the Moon are the older surfaces. So the dark one is new and the light one is old. So we have all sorts of material available in these dark and light surfaces. And at this point in time, moon is not showing any geological activity. There are no tectonic plates, there is no lava, there is no earthquake. And so when we say that there is nothing happening on the moon, actually that is wrong to say, because the surface of the moon is being shaped by the shower from the space, which is meteoroids, and they create the always, when they fall on the surface of the moon, they create craters. So there is geological activity on the surface, but it is not the interior of the object is not hot and it is not oozing anything out. So we have a lot of stuff available on the surface which are required by the mankind for the development of our own species. So if we go back to this map, which has been um, created by scientists of NASA and a lot of other agencies, we know exactly. So these are all color-coded surface of the moon on this side, which is always visible from Earth. We know that there are a lot of rare Earth element available on moon, and that could be one of the incentives for colonizing moon. Let me explain how. So when I say rare earth elements, these are the elements which are required for our machinery for different use, but they are not found in abundance on Earth. And so you can go and see what are these rare earth elements. It includes titanium as well. So, and titanium, as you know, is used in all flying objects, in aeroplanes, etc. So there are very few countries who have the monopoly of producing the rare earth elements or metals. So there are two. The rarity is actually two kinds. One is, first of all, even if there are resources available, we don't have the rare earth element found in our own country. So then there are natural barriers to produce this rare earth element. Right now, the rare earth elements are found in primarily 3 to 4 major areas in the world, and China being the largest. China as a country has the largest deposit of the rare earth element. So they excavate these metals and then give it to whoever wants it. So they have sort of a very huge monopoly, followed by US and followed by Australia and India. So these are all small portions that they have, but rest of the world has very small. So rest of the world depends on primarily these 4 countries because they have the natural resources in their own country. And if I give you a little bit data points about who's producing these rare earth elements. So obviously China has the largest deposit and they are actually excavating it in a large volume, and then they are the major supplier of the rare earth element, which are used in a lot of our machinery, aeroplanes and computers and a lot of other different use which are required. So while iron is also one of the most found element on Earth and it's most stable, but then we also need these rare earth elements to make our machinery complete. And fortunately for us, the moon shows a lot of good signs of having a huge deposit of rare earth element, and that could be the incentive for mankind to go establish the first colony. And primarily these colonies will be mining type colonies. But when the miners goes to moon, they need to survive, and hence the exploration, geological exploration, scientific discoveries will be part of this whole process. So first we have to create an environment where we start looking at moon as a good place for us to start mining, starting with rare earth element, and there could be others also which are the elements which are not found on Earth is the first side of it. Now, why I'm saying this is important? Primarily because if you look at the gold rush in 1700 and 1800, that really shaped America. The America of today that we see, so many people came from from different parts of the world into America, primarily because there was a gold rush and people wanted to find gold and become rich overnight. And that propelled the expense of the empire of the country to such a vast area. So I think this is how the humans have evolved, and this could be one of the great reasons for us to go back to moon, start a colony, have an economic reason. Anyway, we need these rare earth element for our machinery, for our use. So there will be investment in terms of survival technology, in terms of scientific exploration, in terms of geological surveys, etc. And I think we can all go back because there is a lot of information available. We know exactly what we have to do. In fact, we know exactly what element is found where. And this is on this side of the face of the moon, which is visible to us all the time. So what we got to do is basically go there, set up a colony, make start mining, and probably in near future start producing stuff which can be then exported out of moon onto the earth. So instead of bringing mineral in raw form, we can start making goods directly on moon, start shipping them to earth. So I think this will start the next wave of space exploration, and I think we can start with moon being the first candidate. So I would like to know from you your thoughts, and viewers, please do share your comments. What do you think about what I'm discussing with you? I will meet you in the next video next time very soon with some more information and analytics. Until then, bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today I have Roy, who is joining us from Ottawa, Canada, and he's the co-founder and CEO of
Proof Traders.
Bulletproof Traders. Yes.
Bulletprooftraders.com. Yes.
So very briefly, tell us what you do.
Yeah. So we specialize in the foreign exchange market and the cryptocurrency market, and we are a team of very professional traders. Everyone had its own path, had its own journey, 15, 20 years in the market, and we decided to collaborate and provide a platform for traders because trading is hard. Trading is very hard. So especially in the first few years, people need this reliable, credible guidance to help them, launch their trading career. So that's where we step in, and we kind of take these traders by the hand, and guide them and teach them and train them, but also showing them everything we do in real time, so they can actually copy that these trading activities to their own accounts, their own portfolios, and have a sustainable income, right? And also just to help them to jumpstart their trading career. So that's what we do.
Very interesting, Roy, and I'm really excited to hear the kind of work your company is doing. But we are going through unprecedented times. This situation that we are facing, in fact, the entire world is facing, is unprecedented.
Right.
And I can share from my side is the entire country of India is under lockdown. So the entire country, it comprised of 1.3 billion people.
Yeah.
The entire country is under lockdown.
Yeah, I think most countries these days, even Canada, Canada is all about provinces. It has like 10 or 12 provinces. Now these provinces act as countries. So all provinces are in lockdown, and you can't travel. For example, right? I'm in Ottawa, which is like it's right on the border between Quebec and Ontario. But since I'm on the side of Quebec, now I can travel to to Ontario, but I can't travel to Ottawa. I'm on the Quebec side, which is Gatineau. There's only bridge between those, and that's exactly where the border is crossing. You can go. You can go to Ottawa, which is like 5 minutes walk. It's crazy. That's how crazy it became.
Right. So in your city, you are able to go out of your home and move around on the street.
Only for grocery shopping.
Okay.
You have to have this. You have to have that excuse that you're going to buy food, right, or to the pharmacy. And from 6 or 5 p.m. there's a complete lockdown. Yeah, nobody there goes out.
And in terms of social distancing, what kind of laws or regulation that has been asked by the government?
Yeah, so where you go to the supermarket, you get this kind of explanation where before you get in there, you're being welcomed by someone who gives you instructions in terms of social distancing and wash your hand before you start. Wash your. They give they bring the cart to you. They give you that hand sanitizer, all that stuff. It's a little bit weird. It's obviously that's a bit of a weird experience, but what you gotta do, right? I mean,
Yeah, it is.
you
It is
gotta do
for
what you can
our
do.
own benefit. So
Right.
how to do that?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit weird, but you cope, right? I mean, you adjust and then you just roll with it. Everybody seems to be playing along.
Right. So since you are a co-founder and a leader of your company, what is the type of impact you are seeing on your employees and your co-workers and as well as
Yeah.
customers?
Yeah. So I've noticed that the work space, the working space is like divided into two sections. There is like the physical, type of business, all the stores, the physical stores, right? Everything that's outside of the internet, they've been hit hard. Those that on the other side of that spectrum, which is online, seem to be doing well still, right? Seems to be unaffected almost. It's funny, but with my industry, it even got better a little bit because people now they stay at home, right? And some of them lost their income capacity, so they're looking for alternatives. And our market is still open, is still running, and people can do it from home. They don't have to go out. So we actually feel a little bit of surge in the demand for our specific product, which is trading, right? So that's, I don't know, it's weird. I mean, yeah. But so I can't say that I felt anything in terms of our activities, right? Our business activities had zero impact. So I guess that's a good thing.
Oh, that is very nice. But I think what we are seeing globally is that the way we do business is going to change now because this pandemic is not going to end after 15 days. So we are seeing a lot of changes in the way we do business.
Right.
But it's I'm glad to know that your business is doing very good, and in fact you're seeing a surge upwards, which is glad to hear.
Yeah, yeah, and no doubt. I mean, the world is going to change from this point on, right? I mean, it's the way we do business, the way we travel. I guess is going to have some impact on that as well. That's going to change. Probably, we'll have some adjustments. But yeah, like you said, it's not, I don't think that's going to go away. It's probably, it can come back next year, and it come back in different forms. This is something that we should be aware of from this point on. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. The internet rules. At the end of the day, it's the best way to conduct business because it has this social distancing built in.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But I think, Roy, if I may say so, um, it's important for humans to be social. And if we are not able to become social with each other, I think the physical
It's horrible.
distancing is sort of misunderstood. I think we should start using the virtual world to become more and more social.
Yeah, that's a way. That's a good way to bridge that, right? That's a good way to bridge that. But eventually, I think, right? I mean, even in frontational meeting, right? Like physical meetings, is still very important. I mean, it's nice to have virtual. I mean, you can't really kill all social activities, right? Like physical activities. It's gonna be that's what humanity is all about. It's gonna be horrible. But I don't know. I don't know. It's such a weird time to be alive in. I mean, I've never thought that we're gonna see this kind of phenomenon in our lifetime.
Very true. This is first time for everybody.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be, we're gonna be. I never thought, threats are gonna come from that direction. It's so crazy. It's just completely, you know, crippled the world. And you know what? Just think about it. It's actually kind of, I mean, the virus itself is not really that aggressive. Just imagine if it would have been Ebola, having the same spreadability, like ability, but being much more aggressive. That could be the next one. So who knows, right? So we're gonna be having to adjust, like, seriously.
So, what is the kind of attitude or behavioral problems have you noticed around yourself, around your community?
So yeah, I mean, the only time I go out right now is when I go to the supermarket, right? Other than that, you're not even allowed to get out. But when you go to the supermarket, you see people, you feel that they're jumpy, like, they're a little bit, they're half panicked, like, they look around, they keep themselves distance, and it's a funny way. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, people are shaken, by this. And we live in Canada, which is one of the most advanced countries in the world. It's a rich country, but even here, yeah, you feel it all the way, 100%. Yeah, I mean, it's as crazy as anywhere else.
Yes, I think the entire globe is going through major transition, and it is great to know that so far in Ottawa and Canada, people are able to have some conversation. They are able to go down a little bit, but there are places where you're not even allowed to step out of the home. It's sort of a curfew. So
Yeah. I mean, here you'll be fined if you'll get caught. Obviously, it's a problem to enforce this on a huge population where you don't have the army involved, right? It's just the police. They don't have that much manpower to enforce this everywhere. So it's, you can risk by going out. You'll probably be fine. But if you get caught, then you'll be fined. And these are heavy fines. That's what I hear. Like really heavy fines. You don't want to be fined for that. So unless you have a good excuse, I guess you're taking a bit of a chance there.
So, Roy, it was so much pleasure to talk to you.
Same here.
I wish you all the best with your business because your business is online, so you're not adversely affected. I wish you
Thank
all
you very
the
much.
success.
Thank you very much.
Be safe. And
it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure for me as well, CK. Keep up the good work and stay safe.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is closely associated with radio broadcasting and he has a wide experience of working in different continents. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great, always pleasure talking to you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine and enjoying the northern winters. And I really love winters.
Well. You cannot make me jealous of that. And I'm sure winters are great, especially in the northern winters of India. And nice vegetables and everything, good food to eat.
Right. Because I'm a mountain girl, I just wish every time on mountains, maybe doing trekking, climbing, and maybe setting a camp near a lake. So I really enjoy this kind of weather and atmosphere.
Very nice. Very nice. So, well, our subject today is quite inspiring, quite interesting. And this is started with the Time magazine giving this award to Gitanjali Rao, an Indian kid. Uh, for the Time, Kid of the Year. This is the first time the award has been given. And
Yes.
apart from Gitanjali, there are few other kids also.
Yes.
So I thought let us discuss about the success of Gitanjali Rao and how this can be kind of replicated in India, where we uh, celebrate, where we, uh, you know, give our children the due that they showcase in their teenage lives, in the early childhood lives,
Yes,
isn't it?
very correctly, Sitesh. And as you mentioned, that Gitanjali Rao has been selected in the field of science and innovation. And there were 5,000 nominees, as it is Time's first ever kid award. And in an interview, what she said is that observe, brainstorm, research, and build and communicate. That is what the brilliant young scientist and innovator uh, she has become. That's what she has become, and this is interviews which I'm talking about is done by none other than the activist and actor Angelina Jolie. And this girl, Gitanjali Rao, she is at Colorado, and I really feel proud, especially when somebody from India or some kid who's connected to Indian heritage and culture and past. So I feel really proud that we Indians are really awesome. Wherever we go, we do wonders.
Kanchan, yes, and there's no denying about this fact. I am very much interested about the lives of Indian people before they become the real adults and go out into the professional market and they start doing wonders and achieving names. Probably we are missing out on the school students, the college students, undergraduate students, when they do something which is remarkable, that needs to be appreciated, and that is not just in academics. It can be into sports, it can be into like in a popular under 19 cricket, it can be into chess, it can be into some kind of innovation. So for this example of Gitanjali Rao, there we often hear about the children who do such kind of innovations in the Western countries, whether they are Indians or other kids in the school. Very seldom I see this happening in Indian media. Probably there are, but the media highlights are not there so much about it. Yes, there is a National Bravery Award which is given by the government of India, but that is that more or less that is about the bravery, and it is given to the children who have shown some exemplary courage on the bravery front by saving someone's life or saving a community. At the same time, on a national level, I believe there needs to be more about highlighting the educational success, the academic success, which more or less has been kind of only, I would use the word hijacked by those coaching institutes, where you see all over the city In every city, it is plastered over the walls. Somebody has, 50, 60, 100 children's, passport size photo pasted on the walls. And then this coaching, that institution. And there needs to be a coordinated effort, to talk about the meritorious kids, meritorious children in all kinds of fields. If we are able as a country to inspire and celebrate and give recognition to the children in the teenage years, in the undergraduate years, I'm telling you, Kanchan, we will have a society which is proud of themselves. And when they are proud of themselves, they will be proud of the nation. What do you say?
Yes, actually, what I feel is that a few governments in past they have not give due to education system, and that is why we have brilliant students, and their skill not being recognized earlier. But now, what I see, there's a change in education policy, and now if you see, there's a nation wide one syllabus from NCRT. So any school who's teaching, they are teaching one syllabus with more focus on innovation, science, and Indian heritage. That's what I have heard, and that's what I have read somewhere. Now, talking to the initiative of the government which is being taken by, so one of the initiative is being given to Indian Space Research Organization that has launched a program for school children called Young Scientist Program, Yuva Vahini Karikram. The program is primarily aimed at imparting basic knowledge on space technology, space science, space application to the young one with the intent to arouse more interest and more knowledge of space activity. The program is thus aimed to create awareness and maybe initiative to really call out the young scientists and young people who understand this space sphere, and maybe we can get more scientists, upcoming scientists through this initiative.
Yes, Kanchan, and I think in our country, this is being done. But what I understand, it is being done in a very, very, isolated spaces. Not much media coverage is being given. In the schools, many of the children, they probably know more about maths Olympiad or science Olympiad, but they probably don't know about the scholarships that are available. When I was in a school, Kanchan, we used to get a booklet. And in the class, when we were in class 10th, 11th, I have seen booklets which would list down all the scholarships available in the country by the different institutions, universities, and the public and the private scholarships. So by just going through and reading through the book, it was very easy for the parents as well as the students to choose what kind of scholarships they can get if they get good academics. And more or less now, when I try to find, there is no such book available. Even on the internet, a search on the internet does not give a comprehensive scholarships available or being promoted. So that means a student and a parent both need to do numerous hours of research to find this kind of scholarships. Now in India, it was believed that a scholarship is only for the poor children, but that's not the case. It is about the scholarship is to regard them, to respect them, to bring them into the limelight, give them the media exposure that they need. So some of the scholarships that comes to my mind is something called Kiran Girls Scholarship by a Persistent Foundation. Tata Housing Scholarship is given for the girls who have completed first year in civil engineering, architecture courses, or MBA in construction management. There is something which is also interestingly called Fair and Lovely Scholarship.
for or by FAL Foundation between girls between 15 and 13 years of age. Lady Meherbai D. Tata Educational Trust Scholarship. I mean, Tatas always have been into such kind of a scholarships. They have been UGC scholarship, University Grants Commission scholarships. So there is a very, very need to start this kind of a scholarships, especially being told to the children who are into 10th or 11th or 12th, so that they can basically look up to say, hey, I can go up to any college even if my parents are unable to fund. I can do something today to fund my 90% or 80% of the education fee. That information is something suddenly not available, but we all know about the educational loan. Why do we need to go as a parent or a student for an educational loan when the student can put more effort and get into a scholarship? So, you know what? I think this is something that we need to celebrate by the schools. Interestingly, Kanchan, there is no, a community of schools in this country, in our country. We have CBSE, we have ICSC, we have different national, international boards, but there is no school bodies. Probably they are, but there is no media to it. So the students are struggling, and when the students are struggling, they only get those advertisements. If you join this college, if you join this school, you get so and so benefit. But again, when I talk about the meritorious students, as I said, I talk about academics, I talk about the national bravery awards. But beyond bravery, there has to be something for innovation. And we really don't need to get to know these stories from the Western media. So I think there is something like an Indian Science Congress for students. So there needs to be a lot of thought process. I believe in the new education policy, these would be coming up with the right kind of people raising the voices. What do you feel?
Yes, I definitely very hopeful about the new concept on education which government has introduced lately, and I feel that now this is the time to build new India, and to build new India we need young mind and educated and innovative mind, and I think along with the parents and schools they should um, uh, uh, sit together and think about how to offer new things to our young generation, because that is very critical for the development of a community and for the country. Now, as you know that I have a deep interest in space, so I will tell you that even students belonging to rural areas, ISRO has offered programs. They have given a special weightage to in the selection criteria in the Young Scientist program. So now we have the facilities, but there's one thing which is missing is knowledge of whatever is being offered by the government, and that has to be circulated. It should be propagated through social media or through word of mouth, which is I think is not possible. But yes, we have a platform where we can send these messages to young people, to school, and school also should change their thought process, because it is not just a money minting institution, but especially giving information, giving knowledge to the young mind, and how to give this knowledge. They should come out with innovative ideas, more inclusive, more indulging ideas for the young mind. And I think that will make a lot of difference when it comes to the development of young mind. And I will tell you, Sitesh, we have definitely very creative, very thoughtful, and very intelligent kids in our country.
Correct. Absolutely right. And therefore, I take this conversation of today to, tell our listeners who are viewing it now, or we will view it in future. There are a lot of, scholarships available after class 12th, including one which is also called
PM Narendra Modi Scholarship for 12th pass students. This is given in the name of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee and our former President APJ Kalam, and it has been instituted by Mr. Narendra Modi. Then there are other scholarships like Kanya Utthan Yojana, and a VIT scholarship, Anant scholarship, Next Genius scholarships. There are scholarships after class 10th as well. Something which is, some of the names that come to my mind is Atal Bihari Vajpayee scholarship, post matric scholarship, National Talent Search Examination. It was even there where, a long time back as well. IOCL scholarship, Geo scholarship, CBSE Single Girl Child Scholarship, Vidya Dhan Scholarship, PM Scholarship for class 10th students. So I think these things need to be promoted, Kanchan. Education in our country has become more or less a business. And when business becomes the focus, the real value of to the kids, to the children, to the deserving children, these information is generally not passed on, and it has been a challenge. And I think this needs to be overcome by people like you and me, our teaching fraternity, our corporates, and also our youngsters who would like to go out and teach. I know, Kanchan, there are many software engineers, young software engineers, who teach young children in their weekends, in the evening classes. Some of them, for them, they charge. Some of them, they don't charge money because they get something out of that, which is satisfaction. Right?
Yes, and when we are talking about the new education policy, and I also want to put across one thing. What I've seen is in new education policy, they have combined creativity with the education, and that is very, very essential because a child cannot just keep on mugging things or keep on broadcasting knowledge through the board. They need some creativity also, and I've seen, especially when I just look on the children, what they are doing. So I find there's a lot of event which is being done with combination of knowledge and creativity, and I think this is a great combination. And now we will be having more refined and more famous children in maybe a year or two, because we have a platform set for them, and now we can identify, we can get a more innovative scientists maybe in 1 or 2 years.
Exactly, Kanchan. Definitely.
Yeah.
And I think this is to be a holistic approach. There are a lot of scholarships available. We just need to educate and bring this into the notice of people, the students, especially during the board exams of 10th and 12th, and during the Teachers' Day celebration. These scholarship needs to be talked and promoted. And I think schools have a responsibility to allow their children to participate in these scholarships so that they can also show this as a CSR activity for their schools. And many children, children need not be a great educationist or a great budding mind, but probably with the scholarship, he would be tempted to think that yes, I can do it. We have seen that movie Super 30, but you see, the whole point of that movie was there was no government support which was actually pushing children to that, and therefore it needed one person, Mr. Anand Kumar, to take up that on himself. And how much struggles he had to go through. If there have been a right scholarships available to his children, probably things would have been different, and instead of Super 30, he would be talking about Super 3000, isn't it?
Yes, but still I feel I'm quite hopeful regarding the future, because you see the new government also introduced a skill center for people who somehow missed out school education. So I think I see the future very bright, and I see future because if Indian children can do wonders outside, why not? And they are inland, inside Indian land. So now we have right opportunities, and the platform is set. And I am quite hopeful, Sitesh, that we will be having young scientists, young conservation children who will understand, especially if you know that we have done a series episode on water conservation. So now water conservation is being should be taught in school, and some of the schools are teaching these basic aspect of human development. So I think we are on a right track. And yes, you mentioned a good point that all these scholarships are available, but there's no knowledge about these scholarships. So it should be all this information should be put on net, and maybe it should be advertised by government or the private institution. Or I think school should also take initiative to really give these information that people or student parents can achieve getting these scholarship, and they can achieve more rather than they somehow parents also have to struggle. So things will ease out, and they will fall on a right track.
Correct, Kanchan. And there to just to tell our listeners for the benefit of them, there is something National Scholarship Portal of Government of India where they can go and find out a lot of information about that, and they can actually register a school, register a student, and the student gets the scholarship directly into the bank account. But again, whether the media wants to highlight it is something that is very interesting. And schools, they need to also highlight it, and therefore it is an important part to bring this knowledge back again, that there are a lot of scholarships available. It is not only for the poor kids, it is about for the children who want to touch the skies. As I tell many children that you can do whatever you want and the help is around, but first ask or look at Google.
Yes, it was again wonderful talking to you, Sitesh. And with this positive note, I would like to end today's episode. We'll meet again with an interesting episode tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, a very important event has happened in the capital region of India, that is New Delhi. A new chief minister has taken oath. Mr. Kejriwal has become the new chief minister of New Delhi state after a very long, almost like a 40 days fight during the election for New Delhi. So why I'm talking this is a very important event because this has created a sort of a template for all future elections which will happen in India. Why I'm saying this? I would like to make few points before I come to the reasoning why I'm saying that this is an inspirational election for other political parties, and they have to understand why it is important as a template. Number one, the political parties have to know that they are not a company, they are a political party. And usually, political parties succeed on the basis of their ideology. So, the political parties who are, who are behaving more like a private company and not, bringing the issues which are related to ideology, those political parties will have a shrinking vote bank. Why? Because people don't want to give vote to a private company. They would like to give vote to a leader or a political party on the basis of what they are thinking. So one of the most important thing for any political party has to keep in mind is that their ideology
is very important. And when I say ideology is very important, it's simply not speaking out in public forum. They have to also show that they are actually standing by their ideology. Because on one side, people keep, talking about in their speeches and all that, and their social media campaigns. But on the other hand, they do totally different things, and people actually see through this, and they actually feel that they say something about ideology which basically sort of ring bell with the masses of their voters, but when they actually do things which that is totally opposite. So the lesson that we have to learn from Aam Aadmi Party is uh, never dilute your ideology. And that is exactly Aam Aadmi Party under the leadership of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal did. They maintain what they are standing for. Whatever the whatever the pressure that came from the opposition, they did not change their ideology, and that resonate very well with the voters. That is number one. Number two, you know, give details of your work, what you have done, and what challenges you have faced, and don't speak words which does not mean anything. Because if you look at Aam Aadmi Party's opposition, they did not do anything. The opposition parties did not accept criticizing what good work was being done by the Delhi government. So give details related to what actual work you have done. Number three is never compromise on nationalism, because if you talk about something which is against the interest of the nation, because obviously one state is part of a larger nation which is India. So as a state, if you are bringing an ideology which is anti-national, or it perceived as an anti-national, obviously people will not like it. Most of the people, I would say 99.99% people, don't want to go against the idea of India. So these are the three inspirations that we have to take from this election. Number one, never compromise on ideology. Number two, always give details of your work, because what you promised in your last term's manifesto, and in the new term that you are going, or you're aiming to become or acquire power, you actually give that I have promised these things. My journey will continue, and I will, some of those tasks which are still pending, I will still work towards it if the people give them chance. And there are new things which as a government they will like to do. So, and number three is never compromise on nationalism. Always talk about nations first. So these are the three inspirational or sort of learning that we get from this election. And hats off to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his entire team, all the team of ministers which worked very hard, and also being a political party, did a lot of propaganda around what they did. So this is exactly what the model which will continue from now on. And if the political party who are not very strong on ideology, people will not like them. Number two, the political party who are not working for the benefit of the people who have voted them, people will reject them. And people who are compromising on nationalism, people will reject them. So these are the three things which I feel, as per my analysis, is going to be the next template for next 10 to 20 years for political scene in India. So these are my views, and I'll see you again with some more interesting analytics tomorrow. Bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Vikas Bansal, who has 2 decades of corporate experience. He's worked with many brands across India, and now he's helping a lot of entrepreneurs, startups, and budding professionals in their journey. He is actually playing a role of mentor and coach
and we are very happy to have him here to discuss about lockdown. Welcome to the show, Vikas.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. You share your name with a very famous personality, right? So,
Well, I think there are many. Which one you're talking about?
no, I'm talking about the boss of TCS as of now,
Oh, okay, okay.
or the Tatas. I wouldn't say TCS here because we remember him as the boss of TCS, but now the boss of Tatas, right?
There was,
Chandra.
when I was in school, there was a notorious character also with the same name.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful.
So Vikas, I'm very happy to talk to you today, and we are on day 12. We've already crossed
Yes.
2 weeks, roughly
Yes.
2 weeks, and we have few more days to go. So, what is your experience so far? Would you like to share? Because I think you're joining us from Delhi or Gurgaon.
Gurgaon.
How do you see this lockdown affecting you in particular and your neighborhood?
See, I would say everything has a silver lining. Though when I first heard the news of a lockdown, it seemed as if the world had collapsed. So I am not the one who likes to sit in my home per se. And over the last 2 decades, though I've had a mix of roles. I mean, right from sales and distribution to let's say having a small role in finance to strategy and planning, analytics. So I've been on the field and I've been in the office, but I feel more comfortable in moving out and talking to people, conversing with people. So the first news of this lockdown, when Prime Minister spoke of this initiative, first obviously you had to reconcile with the fact that this is something which has happened. As a human being, many a times we fail to reconcile to the reality. So I believe it took me about a day or two to realize that this has actually happened. And this is something beyond me. I really have to live with it for the next 3 weeks at least. So that's the first reaction which I had to overcome. My first resistance, my own resistance, which I had to overcome in the first 1 or 2 days. That something actually happened and I need to abide by that as a law-abiding citizen. So, so I believe the first 2 or 3 days was still pretty good. It was like an extended weekend. So you come back from work and you suddenly are announced an extended weekend. So first 2 or 3 days, you kind of end up consuming a lot of food. You end up watching a lot of TV, reading a lot of newspaper. I mean, so first 2 or 3 days were pretty fine, kind of an extended holiday. But then again, the reality starts biting you. You can't be doing that every single day. So I believe by the end of the third day, I realized there has to be a proper regime. I still had about 18, 19 days to go. So that's when one sits down and realizes that there's more to life, what can be done. I mean, I'm confined to my home, but that's a great learning opportunity as well. So I believe the paradigm shift happened, Chandra, somewhere on the third day when I realized I had this time to myself. Though obviously, I mean, me, my wife, my parents, my kids, I'm sure my wife takes care of but we're all chipping in. So I believe when we sat down and thought about what could be done, what could the kids do, what I could do. So I believe the third day was the day which really changed my life. And it's been a great journey after that. I mean, I have really, if I could use the word, I really enjoyed this time. Enjoyed as a period of self-development, enjoyed as a period of really getting back to a lot of my friends and acquaintances, a lot of those people who I could not reach out to, not because I never wanted to, but many of these people were really keeping busy all this while. So as of now, I have this period wherein, so if I call you up, Chandra, I'm very sure if you're not in a Zoom call, which most people are as on date, they're actually happily waiting for somebody's call. So you're free to call them up. So, I mean, it's been a really good time, I would say, since the third day. So last about 8, 9 days has been really good, really productive for me. That's what my thing is.
So so what I'm getting is a lot of positive vibes while talking to you. But one thing which I get after you spoke is that I think things are going to change forever. The way we do business, and how do we talk to people. So do you have any observation on how things will pan out once the lockdown is lifted?
Yeah, I believe, and I had an interesting. So I posted a video on similar lines this very Tuesday. I mean, about 5 days back, and I actually spoke about the scenarios which would unfurl once this lockdown is lifted. First, I'm a firm believer that whatever changes are happening in our environment that we see, some of these changes will definitely become permanent. Not that we were not conversant with technology, right? I believe some of us are fortunate to have an access to this technology that we're using right now. So we were pretty conversant with this all these years. I mean, we've had all these Skype calls and WhatsApp video calls. So, but many of these changes will now start becoming permanent as a routine feature in our daily lives. So, and I also spoke about something in my video where not that, so once the normalcy returns, which it will, let's say a couple of days or a couple of weeks on the line, we will still start frequenting malls. We will get back to our sports events, get back to movies. I'm a big fan of movies, right? We'll get back to all those activities. But I believe the frequency just might reduce. So if I was a person who used to watch 12 movies in a year, I'm talking about going to a theater and watching a movie, right? If I was to go every single month, I don't know. As of now, I feel I just might cut it down to about 6 movies a year. I don't know. I mean, that's what my feeling is now. So some of these outings just might reduce, is what my feeling is. And then technology. So I use the word where technology, I would say, will no longer be an enabler. As of now, we always see technology as an enabler in whatever work we're doing, in trying to increase. So technology helps us to increase our efficiency, is what we look at. I believe now technology will be an integral part of our lives, not just an efficiency tool. So these are some of the things which I see happening even after the lockdown ends. Now, for some of us who have kids, I mean, believe me, their life is really going to change. They're all getting pretty used to this technology stuff. I really, though I'm not a very firm believer in kids going through Zoom classes, right, and schools engaging with them over technology. But it again hardly matters whether I'm a believer or not. This is here to stay. I mean, most of the schools that I know of in Delhi NCR, I don't know about the other areas, but most of the schools in this area have really geared up, and this could be a boon for students because you have all kinds of breaks up in North India. If you're conversant with, you have sometimes an extended summer break because of the adverse weather. Then you have now a new pollution break. For many of our audiences who are living in the other part of the country, they wouldn't understand what this pollution break is. But we have this annual, a few days of pollution break. Then we have an extended winter break again because of adverse winter conditions. Technology will really come to our rescue now. So I believe some of these things which we're getting used to are really going to be a permanent feature. That's what my belief is.
So I think you raised very pertinent questions. I think there is an immediate opportunity for uh, homeschooling kind of an application where students can study as they were doing normally in the school. Similarly, there could be an opportunity for innovation with regard to the office-based solutions. In fact, if I want to share some experience of my own company, because we work in the startup and the SME arena, and we are sort of 80% online even before the lockdown. So it took us hardly one day to transition everybody on virtual office. So, so that's let me share my experience. What is happening is, I see all these people working from home because everybody is working because we don't want to, being a small company, we don't want to let go the revenue. So now, as a team leader or as a leader of the company, I am exposed to the personal life of the people because not everybody is fortunate to have a home office kind of a scenario. So they are converting bedrooms and whatever area, convenient area. So I am not only exposed to their work, which I was earlier doing, I'm also getting exposed to their personal life. So I think as a leader, I have to be within quotes, I have to be uh, adjusting enough to get exposed to that. And then there are requests coming that, hey, I will work for 8 hours for the company, but I work 4 hours because the young parents don't have any avenue to leave their toddlers out. So they will work 4 hours in the morning, then they'll take a break because their wife have to they have to look after their children, and then they'll work another 4 hours. So a lot of these permutation combinations are now, at least as a leader, I'm getting exposed to. I'm sure a lot of people, other people who are in a different scenario, who work in a different kind of industry, or who work in a different segment, there may be a lot of inputs coming in from this experience.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned about you having a sneak peek into your associates' lives per se, you mentioned about that. So, in fact, I read a very interesting article written by Nikhil, one of my friends. He posted it on LinkedIn a couple of days back, wherein he used the terminology of not working from home, but working at home. And I also kind of narrated the same in my video, which I posted. It's a different scenario. I mean, as you rightly pointed out, some of us who are fortunate to have a separate space, we've converted so I have converted altogether a room in my house. So I have slightly a bigger house. So I have converted an entire room to my office. But for people who didn't have spaces, I mean, I know of my friends who really literally converted one of their bedrooms, right, to an office. So kind of no longer working from home, but working at home. You need an office at home now. So again, a paradigm shift. Yes. So incidentally, what you just mentioned.
Right. So I think it is very enlightening to talk to you and get this perspective. What is your advice to some of the viewers of this particular show? Because I think the lockdown is not going to stop at 21 days. Presumption is it will continue for some more time, or it will be released in phased manner.
In phased manner, yes.
Because pandemic is upon us, it's not going to disappear just like that.
Absolutely.
What do you think we should do as humanity, and so that we are streamlined in the positive direction?
See, I would say this is again. So the current situation is like we are at war with someone, right? So we definitely will have to be confined, as you rightly pointed out. Even if the lockdown ends, it'll end in. So we'll have a phased end to the lockdown. It'll not be a 0 and 1. It'll not be a digital kind of an end to a lockdown. So again, I would say, what can we do to improve our value per se? So that's what my only message is to anybody who's watching this video. See, again, this is the reality. Come to terms with the reality. That reality might last another 9 days, might last another 12 days, 15 days. We're still not sure about how many days we're still going to be in this space. So what can be done? So I would say, first of all, take out some time and enjoy. You know what happened, Chandra? So when this lockdown started, everybody was kind of enjoying for the first 2-3 days. But now I've been calling up a lot of my friends who still happen to be in corporate jobs. Thankfully, I'm out of a job now. I run my own venture like you do. So people who are still in jobs, I don't know if you've experienced this. Since last week, they extremely got busy. Everybody's kind of on a call since morning till about late in the evening on a video call. I don't know how productive is that. So are you literally getting consumed in too much of work? You're not being too productive. So take some time out for enjoyment is what my message is, first of all. It's a golden opportunity spending some time with your family. Are you dedicating some time? Now, I have two kind of grown up kids. I wouldn't say exactly grown up, but yeah, in high school kids. I'm possibly making a point to spend some time with them even in front of the TV. I mean, we have two epic serials being shown. I mean, am I doing something? Can I do something to inculcate some good values in them? Possibly, I can make them sit in front of the serial, in front of the TV, when you have the Ramayana and Mahabharata being telecast. So, as parents, do we have some responsibility towards our kids, except for asking them to attend their maths and the science classes? So, I mean, this is the time to really do things which you've not done. Can you pick up a small book which you always thought about reading? You will definitely have an access to that book online. Can you actually watch a movie which you always wanted to? Can you actually do something which you always wanted to, but you still confined, and you can do which you can manage within the confines of your house? So, I mean, this is the time which will pass. But what is the value add that you do within yourself, within your family, or even within your peer group? And again, I spoke about something in my video. Can you actually call up some friends? As I told you, I've been calling up 3 to 5 friends every day. I mean, I'm not saying message them. can I talk to them? Everybody is available right now. Can you talk to 3 or 4, 5 friends? Can you talk to somebody who you spoke for 2 years back? I mean, there's a lot to do. And believe me that these new connections which you're establishing today will help you, will come to your leverage in the long run. So I mean, I'm saying do something to keep yourself engaged, and there are enough and enough things. Just summarize, do something for enjoyment, do something with the kids, call up your friends, and obviously carry on with your routine work. So there's a lot to be done.
There's a lot to be done. It's a great pleasure talking to you, Vikas, today. I'm sure we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you once again. We got few more days. I think the lockdown is continuing, and before the lockdown ends, we will talk once again.
Thank you.
And be positive, be safe.
Thank you. Thanks, Andra.
Bye-bye for today. Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. How are you?
Yeah, we are enjoying the first day of total lockdown in India, but I'm at work. As
Good. Pleased to hear it, even though casual.
Of course, because we are working from home.
Now there you go. Because lockdown does mean working from home. And guess what? I'm in my study, so I'm working from home too. And that's the whole point. Okay, so let's get people into the right frame of mind to continue to work, because an SME owner, an entrepreneur, needs to keep their business running. And what that means is, although we're in this physical distancing, this isn't social distancing, because you and I are being very social, but we're physically distanced away. And a lot of listeners and watchers on here are going to be physically distanced from their business and physically distanced from the people that they work with in their business. But that doesn't mean you keep the distance. You must have a routine and get on with it. So today, day one, is all about creating that routine. The good news is you and I woke up as normal. We got ready for work as normal, and we're in work as normal. But how many of the listeners have actually done that today? How many are physically in their little office at home with the kids running around, and maybe your parents live with you as well, shouting and screaming and the dog barking? How many of you have physically got yourself in that mindset to work? You have.
Well, as far as I can see from my window, there are people who think it's a holiday, and there are few guys who are panicking. They're trying to get or basically flock around the provision stores. So all kind of people, there are. I think it'll take 1 or 2 days for this feeling to sink in, and then people start realizing they have to work, and hence they will come back to their small home offices like you and me, start working.
Well, the point is, get ahead of the game. This isn't a holiday. This isn't, we haven't suddenly jetted off to sunnier climes. And the other thing is, in India, it's the first of 21 days. This is 3 weeks. And the point is, let's make it the best 3 weeks for your business ever. And the best thing we can say is get into a routine immediately. If you wake up in the morning and you get dressed and you do, your physical things, have a shower, get yourself clean, etc., do it. Do it every single day. Don't say, oh, I'm going to have a lie-in this morning. Don't even start, The government have given you the time off. You haven't given yourself the time off. The weekend's coming. That's time off. But today's Wednesday. So let's use this as a driving opportunity to get your business in the shape that other people are not going to be, because they're going to take it as a holiday. So let's be smart. Get yourself ready for work. Create the routine that you normally do, And the only thing about from that routine that you're not going to do is physically open that front door and get in the car and go to work. You know, but go through the motions, mentally go through those motions. And the most important thing is here, now take the opportunity to create a workspace at home that's just yours.
The problem,
Away from everybody else.
Neville, the problem is we are all so much used to getting stuck for 1 hour or 1.5 hours in traffic. So I recommend get a car game downloaded on your PC, and if you're bored of sitting in office, start driving a car.
There you go. So we can do lots of things and make it fun. But the thing is, we need to create that routine. I can't stress it enough. This isn't a prescription. We shouldn't be thinking other people are going to give me loads and loads and loads of advice. The simple advice is do what you did yesterday. The only difference is you're not physically going out the front door.
Right.
But now what you need to do is create that workspace at home. It may be in the end of the garden. And the thing is, lots of people are going to be outside now in their gardens, in their backyards, because it's a holiday. But it's not a holiday for you. Take this opportunity, take yourself away to a quiet place in your house somewhere and physically make that space yours. Create it as a workspace. And the other thing is, your colleagues, your business associates are now all at home. Don't lose contact. That doesn't mean to say you're on the telephone all day. You don't need to do that. You can be there socially engaging with them on Twitter, on Facebook, through your own website, on email, on LinkedIn. You can create all of this stuff that you've put off. Now's the opportunity to do it. And it's as simple as that. And I think what we need to do is that's a bite-sized chunk. Create a routine, find a space in your work, your home space now that you can call yours for 2 or 3 hours a day and get on with it, because life will not stop. And the businesses that will succeed are the ones that create that routine today. Day one. So I'll see you on day 2.
Right. So let's start with our work and I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Fantastic. Good luck, everybody. Thanks, CK. See you tomorrow.
Have a nice day, Neville. Bye-bye.
And you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and in today's video we will talk about one of the strongest feature of TopBrass platform, which allows our members to publish on social media. So basically with single click you can update your branding material and marketing material on TopBrass, and with single click you can publish it across the entire global social media which are following you or following the TopBrass. So in order to showcase that strong feature, I would like to log in, show you how to log in first. And once you log in, it will open up your dashboard, which will give you the feature of connecting your social media pages with TopBrass platform. So once you log in, you go to your dashboard, and then when you click on dashboard feature, you will be shown this additional tab on your screen which talks about blog to social. And here the first thing, that's a one-time activity where you connect your social media pages to your TopBrass, to your area of TopBrass. So click on network, and the screen will change and it will show you all the popular all the popular social media platforms which are listed here. So one by one connect using your profile IDs and your passwords, and once it is connected, that's it. It is set up for the lifetime till the time you're member of TopBrass. Now in addition to these
profile pages which belongs to you. Top Brass has 1 million followers in their own in its own social media pages. So those are also added to your content and your digital strategy. Once you've done that, you start building your branding material and uploading them in Top Brass. And with single click, you can publish the entire content into wherever you want to publish, whichever social media platform you want to publish. And this way, it will help you also create a big, very controlled strategy around your branding. In addition to this strong feature, we also have a calendar feature which will help you save your time. You can upload all your content for a month or so and run a campaign, and then schedule reposting of your content using this sort of a calendar, which will give you date wise and week wise and month wise areas where you can put and schedule your branding messages to go out into social media. So I like to also mention this point is that once you connect your social media, you have say 100,000 followers on your side. We bring another million to your content, which makes it very easy for you to increase the reach to a wider audience globally, and then you can do branding of your company, of your product in a much better way. In addition to this, you also get a lot of peace of mind, because Top Brass will do the work of 2 to 3 marketing specialists without without deploying these resources. You can do it and schedule it once in a month and forget about it. So these are very, very strong features of Top Brass, which I feel is good for the marketing heads or marketing CMOs to use and save their time and save their revenue. So with this, I would like to end this video. If you have any questions, do write to us, and we would definitely get back to you, and we would like to make sure that you join Top Brass today and leverage this platform to the fullest. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who is enjoying Bangalore weather, and though he is in 14 days of quarantine, he has just returned back from Johannesburg. And as you know, he has a deep interest in communication, he has deep interest in corporate training, and he has been training professionals like marketing professionals and IT professionals. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hi, Kanchan. Good today. Good day to you. Good to meet you. Good to talk to you once again. And Bangalore has got a pretty stable kind of a weather, and therefore I do not feel much change from what it is in Johannesburg right now. So there is not a great dip or increase in the temperature. As I was discussing, that Bangalore stands at 3,000 feet above the sea levels. So yes, I'm enjoying, and quarantine has its own advantages, and since we are wired to think into positive way, so I am taking some interesting clues out of the quarantine days.
Okay, so all the best for a healthy lifestyle, and you just come out from quarantine. And I know that you are sitting in a largest state of South India, which is Karnataka, and it's 7th state in all over India in area wise. So I have a lot of attachment towards Karnataka, because most of learning which I've done is in 2 cities. One is in Delhi and one is in Karnataka. So let's listen from you, since you are there present and enjoying the air and the food of Karnataka region. So,
Yes, Kanchan, Karnataka is a very spectacular and interesting state of the Indian Union, and as you mentioned, it is the largest of the state in this part of the India, and Karnataka has a very interesting place. Much before the state was formed, in the State Reorganization Act in the 1956, when actually Karnataka state came into a border, a form, a shape, a districts. But before this State Reorganization Act, the Karnataka, the Kannadiga, the Carnatic region was part of the whole of the South India, and it was basically controlled with 20, almost 20 different administrative zones, something like Nizams of Hyderabad, a state of Mysore, Bombay Presidency, Madras Presidency, some of the Kodagu areas. And so if we take it from our 1947 times year when we got independence, Karnataka was not a defined state. That means the Kannadiga and the Karnataka culture was around these administrative regions, which were then brought forward from on the linguistic basis and all the cultural assimilation that happened. And since 1956, that is, I think, the month of November, we get this spectacular state which we call it Karnataka. While I was growing up, Kanchan, in the North India, I always used to feel very interested with the name Karnatak. So I used to think, wow, what an entertaining state this would be. And I never thought that I will land up in Karnataka and lead a very Natak-full life, and that I have been living in last 10 years.
Yeah, here I remember, then when you are talking of Karnataka, there's a very interesting aspect of Karnataka is the toys, the Channa Patna toys, which are unique to Karnataka state. It is started by a person by the name of Mia, and these are wooden toys. And they have, we get supply of these toys. They are interesting toys with lot of colors, and we have these kind of toys being circulated all over India if we want for our kids. Now things have changed and we are coming towards our own origin. So I think that is one of the best choice for growing children, especially who are toddlers, and they can enjoy and they can play with these wooden toys.
Right, Kanchan. But since I am now past my toddler age, so the food is something that attracts me a lot. And
before that, before you come to the food, I also want to tell you, because you have a lot of interest and love for Japan. These toys use the Japanese technology.
Oh wow!
Yes.
That calls for a separate conversation, Kanchan.
Yes. So let's talk about food, which is again, it's my interest.
Yes, Kanchan. So I am from one of the categories of foodies. You know, I believe some people live to eat, and some people eat to live. So I am in the second category. I eat to live. But of course, I have a taste to find out a tingling, interesting food with a history. The history part of the food and the dishes adds to the taste in my mouth. And that's how I got interested when I heard about ragi roti. Ragi roti, akki roti, bisi vele bhat, ragi mudde. And that cereal, the specific cereal of ragi, that actually attracted my taste buds and my thinking. First of all, its name as a cereal. And before I came to Karnataka, I did not know about this cereal as such. And I have tried everywhere, wherever I find out the ragi roti or ragi mudde, Mudde is nothing but kind of a laddus, and it is not easy to make. And ragi roti is also not easy to prepare, but it tastes amazing, amazing. And and bisi bele bhat. Actually, I tasted bisi bele bhat first in many years back in Hyderabad, and I always thought that it is a dish from Telangana or Andhra, as it was called those days. But now I realize that bisi bele bhat is from Karnataka. The other thing that attracts me, Kanchan, is about the people of a particular region, how they come up in the country's ecosystem, and they contribute towards the larger ecosystem of the country. And therefore, the key people. I mean, best is to start with the cricketers, and as we know, cricket is our passion. So, if you see the great cricketers from Karnataka, Anil Kumble, Rahul Dravid, the Wall, whom we call Javagal Srinath. In olden days, Gundappa Vishwanath. In 1983 World Cup, Roger Binney, the biggest wicket keeper, wicket taker. And in 1983 again, the wicket keeper was Syed Kirmani. And nowadays, after our Mahi has retired, we are hearing about KL Rahul getting into the team. Again, he's from Karnataka. So, cricket is a great place, and Karnataka has a great tradition of cricket. And there is an interesting South Africa connection also, Kanchan. The Bangalore IPL team was headed by the South African cricket captain, A.B. de Villiers. So during my South Africa sojourn, many people, when they heard that I stay in Bangalore, and they would immediately say, Bangalore? A.B. de Villiers? And I used to say, wow, yes. And that's how Karnataka, the people from Karnataka, the scientists from Karnataka, the rich musical tradition of Carnatic music, of which the greatest of the names are Pandit Bhimsen Joshi and Gangubai Hangal, Amir Bai Karnataki. These are the great names. Kannada literature, though I cannot read Kannada, but I know that Kannada literature has been a great source of the literary journey and the literary contribution from India itself. So, from a science world, Professor C.N.R. Rao, and then the latest movie of Vidya Balan showcases another great from Karnataka, Shakuntala Devi, the mathematician. So, Kanchan, this is what I think each of our provinces in India, they have some wonderful conventions, cultural connects, and synergies, which we need to cover in our conversations so that we can bring in the Indian federal structure gets its juices from each of these states. And I'm happy that we are discussing about one of these states.
Okay, fine. We have mentioned wonderful things about Karnataka and the people also who belong to the state, but you are forgetting one very interesting thing. Ask me
okay. What?
Saris of Mysore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is something which is interest to me. So, silk saris in Mysore are there. It's worldwide famous. Silk is kind of woven with the thread, the golden thread, and they are awesome. So next time when you are going somewhere, and if you have some friend, a woman friend, you should offer giving a gift of the sari. They are awesome.
Yeah.
And I've seen
yes.
how it is done. I've seen also how this whole process is being done. I've seen it at Mysore, and it's very, very interesting.
No doubt about it. Kanchan, Mysore silk saris are world famous. In fact, we should have our conversation around the Indian saris and the Indian textiles, in another conversation series. But since you mentioned about, going with a woman friends, that is the key pain point on the pocket, Once you take out, buy a pure Mysore silk sari, you have to really adjust your monthly budget for that month.
Okay. So we will be discussing more aspect of Karnataka, Bangalore, Mysore, and of course Hampi, which is World Heritage Site, in our next series. As
Yes,
it is so good to talk to you and know more about Karnataka and Bangalore. So till next
that's right.
time we meet, take care. Bye bye. Have a nice.
As we say in Karnataka, I would thank you by saying Dhanyavada Gadu.
Okay, dhanyavad. Okay, see you. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra. Neville, welcome to you on Top Brass on day 17 of the lockdown.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, another day in lockdown. But it's a bright, sunny day, and I'm sure it's a bright, sunny day where you are. So let's not worry about being in lockdown. Let's get on with it.
Oh, yes, it is quite sunny. It's hot. I think we have temperature of 36 degrees during the day. But it's, it's going to be hotter. So I think this is like walk in the park for today at least.
Or not a walk in the park.
Not walk in the park. So, before we start our discussion, I'd like to give you some good news.
Good.
The good news is India has the capacity to produce 70% of the hydrochloroquine for the world. And we have decided yesterday that we will give it to any country who wants it to fight the COVID-19 epidemic.
Brilliant.
And yesterday it was given to United States, Sri Lanka, Brazil, few other countries. Whoever is asking for it, we are giving it off. At the same time, our numbers of people found affected with COVID-19 is only 4.9%. So we have tested about 300,000 people so far, but the affected people we have found only 4.9%. So the rate at which the virus is spreading in India is slightly less than the European standard. If you look at the Spanish number, it is 42%. It's very, very high. So I think the lockdown, which is quite radical in India, but I think it seems to be working. So a lot of countries yesterday praised Indian effort because India is a big country with a lot of population. There is a chance that in India, it can the virus, if not controlled properly, can explode. So India is leading the way and doing all the right things. So I think in a way, India is navigating the world out of the epidemic. And this is something which I feel we will discuss today about India as a positive news from my side to you. And I'd like to know from you, how is it, it is imperative that India is going to navigate the world out of the COVID-19 epidemic? What do you think?
Well, I think it's a great thing that India are doing. And this word, navigate, is today's letter N. We used motivation yesterday for the letter M. Today is letter N. You might be wondering why I've got a big letter N.
Because your name is Neville as well. So Neville will navigate.
So this is in my study. It sits up there. So it reminds me of, just in case I get Alzheimer's, as to what my name begins with. So Yeah, the letter N, navigate. Yes. Well, India clearly are doing their thing because we have now recognised we are a global community, and we need to navigate around that world. And navigate around the world in the seafaring world was because that was the only way we could connect with each other. So navigation really should be very deep inside of us. And certainly in the leadership arena, we need to know how to navigate. So once we've found out what's going on in our organization, we need to navigate around it and improve. So navigation is a really interesting word, if you like, because you never really think about navigating around your business, but it is, because it could be, if you're a seafarer and you go through shark infested waters, you need to navigate through those waters. You need to navigate through very treacherous waters too. And sometimes from navigation, where you need to go this way and this way and this way, in the seafaring world, they call that tacking. So you use the wind. So you can't change the way the tides are moving, but you can change the way your boat navigates by moving towards the wind. So putting the sails up, taking the sails down. So this could be very important today for your business to understand really what you're doing. So yesterday we talked about how to motivate yourself and other people in your organization. Now what you need to do is to help them navigate through these very testing times. As you say, India are doing their bit in the world. Well, we need to do our little bit in our organization. And that's where it falls down to leadership again. Because really, CK, it's up to you to help your team navigate through the problems, and to listen to what they're saying so you can improve that navigation. It's not a common term these days, so it might be one you do remember. I'd like to call it nudging, really, because that's another N. So you can nudge people into action. Perhaps not with a fist bump these days, you're not allowed to do that, but you could do it with elbows. Right. So, and we can always do the virtual nudging, the high five, and a virtual arena. So it's coming up to a very important weekend in religious arenas. Certainly today in the UK, it's what we call Easter Friday. So technically it's a day off. It's a long bank holiday weekend. But navigate through the storm, stay home. That's the message around the world. And then we can help navigate the rest of the world through this very difficult time. So hopefully that's helped today. Got you thinking a little bit as the weekend comes. Remember, tomorrow is Saturday and that is definitely a day off. So recharge your batteries at the weekend. We'll be back on Monday. Until then, enjoy the day, navigate the weekend, and navigate yourself through your business.
Neville, I'm very motivated to spend my weekend. I'm going to navigate the list of Netflix, find out what are the movies I have to see.
There you go. Another N for Netflix. Okay. Are we going to get royalties by saying that? How many times do we say that before we get royalties?
I think it's a lockdown. I don't think they are paying us anything. In fact, they are.
Oh, right. Oh, well. There you go. You can but try.
So once again, Neville, it was a pleasure to hear your words of wisdom. Happy Easter to you and your family. Stay safe, be positive, and celebrate your festival.
Thank you very much. Happy Easter to everyone out there, and enjoy your weekend. And we'll see you on Monday.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we have been joined by very eminent leader of the industry, DCF Ventures CEO Lakshmi Putluri. She has been well known in the industry. She is also well known as an angel investor and also former co-founder of Jabong. Welcome to the show, Lakshmi.
Hi, CK. Thank you for having me on the show.
It is our pleasure, Lakshmi. In fact, today is day 15 and the entire India is under lockdown. In fact, many countries globally are under lockdown. What is the kind of impact you see in your neighborhood and your community that might have caused some sort of problems or issues with the people?
Okay, I wouldn't say necessarily problems or issues, but obviously there is, complete silence. You can, I mean, imagine it almost seems like, the place has come to a standstill. So that is, for a city like Bombay especially, it's never happened. So that's something which is unusual. Although I'm sure, the communities are all, making the best of, the situation in terms of adhering to all the guidelines, making sure, social and physical distancing is practiced, and also engaging actively and making sure you spend quality time with your family members. That's one. So from a community perspective, of course, this is something unavoidable, but the good thing is, of course, I think, and we've been seeing a lot of these posts, like Bombay has seen dolphins emerge near the sea and the parks, are seeing a lot of the wildlife that's enjoying this, I think, change. So that's a good thing. And we just have to keep our fingers crossed that slowly we will find a good balance between keeping in mind the environment as well as bringing our lives back onto track before this isolation and lockdown.
Lakshmi, I think Indians are by and large very innovative, and almost like 99.99% Indians are following the government guidelines. And they have been very innovative in order to follow the guidelines and also solve the problems. But having said that, that's on the personal side. There has been a little bit of a standstill situation where there are certain businesses which are not able to take any further decisions. So, do you see from your point of view any adverse sentiment which is creeping up into the business?
See, I feel like the more positive conversations are always going to be good. Absolutely. I'm sure at the back of everyone's mind, this is an ongoing thought process. There are probably, every business is going to be impacted. There is no doubt. We're talking about, 1 month of complete lockdown, and then post 1 month of lockdown, there's going to be things that have to come to normalcy. And it's a full life cycle, right? Like it's going to have ripple effect across from top to bottom. Businesses are going to be impacted, thereby people are going to have different environment in the whole job scenario. Although I hate to use the word downsizing and layoffs, the businesses have to do certain things to survive, and that plays over at all levels, right from a restaurant that's hiring housekeeping staff. There's going to be changes, and so that is going to play on people's sentiment. And I'm sure people are trying to be very positive. Businesses are being for a month right now, I think everyone is mentally prepared, like we'll take this and we'll try to support, ensure that no one faces any serious impact. That said, no guarantees for anyone. And so yes, there is a little bit of sentiment change, and I hope that we'll be able to bring that back as soon as we can. And I think the government has done a phenomenal job already in terms of ensuring, the lockdown is well adhered to, and we do, have hope of coming out of this very quickly, even compared to some of the more so-called developed nations, as we see, are struggling dealing with COVID. So I'm waiting for things to kickstart as soon as we can, and as we, hopefully all our positive sentiments together can, help kickstart along with the support from the government as well.
Lakshmi, you are such an experienced person. You are having 2 decades of career behind you. You're well known in the industry. from your point of view, do you have an opinion about what a government of any country, any nation should do after the lockdown is lifted in order to improve the sentiment, in order to improve the business?
So I can't speak from perspective of all nations, because every nation has a very different DNA, different kind of setup and all that. But given that right now we can talk perhaps a little bit about India as from ensuring containment. I think we are doing a phenomenal job as a country. Every citizen is playing a role. And likewise, while we do expect the government to bring in a lot more stimulus, because we've seen like the US has announced a $3 trillion stimulus, and we are 4 times larger than US, so the stimulus has to reflect that kind of a boost and a positive sentiment. And I do hope that we'll start seeing more positive stimulus and positive some policy support that we will get from the government, that will also naturally play into the business sentiment and boost the business sentiment, boost the people's emotional quotient, and on the mind space and mindset. So that's something that I cannot put a number as to what is that number that India should bring forward as a stimulus, but I am sure that they are working on something bigger and larger that is going to be announced shortly and announced soon. Apart from that, I do believe that as citizens, we all will also play a certain role. For example, encouraging a lot of the small businesses in and around. So, for example, like Singapore right now, and of course, the kind of sanitization levels there and the kind of adherence will probably be different. But Singapore is actually encouraging people to order outside and asking people to order outside and support restaurants and other businesses there, right? So that's something like maybe we may not choose to order outside, but there are small businesses in and around us where we should support, and right from staff in each of our immediate ecosystems, how can we support them? I think that's a small role as citizens we all can play. And then the government will come in, and I'm very positive that they will come in and play a role which will be very positive to business, positive to small and medium enterprises, which are going to be a little bit far more hit than maybe the larger organizations.
Lakshmi, you have raised a very profound question here. So, do you see the change in business process after this lockdown situation is lifted? Do you see a new way of doing business which will emerge after this lockdown is lifted?
So, the first part of question was, can you just repeat the first part? Second part I got.
So it is just one question. Will the business process will change after this lockdown?
Oh, absolutely. We've already seen it change. In fact, I'm part of a few other business, groups where, it's mixed background. Like I come from a digital background. I've seen even when I worked at IBM between 2002 to 2006, IBM was already 50% work from home at that time, right? But a lot of the businesses that don't come maybe from a tech background or come from more traditional businesses, think agri, think, energy companies, even government employees, a lot of them are just experiencing the digital transformation. They're understanding that work from home can be possible. So I think that shift, both from a transformation on the digital front, which is happening in sectors like education. Clearly, we've just seen, all the institutions are quickly ramping up to be more digitally ready. And we are also seeing many of the traditional businesses who've suddenly been dislodged and, now having meetings online. They're actually starting some of the more essential service businesses are functioning at higher productivity levels as well. And these learnings, I think, will play into how businesses will revisit what they do post-COVID. This will also help them, enhance their bottom line, some of these learnings, going digital, and optimizing this. Hopefully that will be a very positive shift, helping businesses with some of the cash flow crunch that they might, have thought they would face.
Excellent words of wisdom, Lakshmi. In fact, I personally get a lot of value after talking to you. I think there is a clarity you as a leader, you're giving to our audience and our viewers that, there's going to be a bit of a change in the way we do things, in the way we do business. I think that is going to change forever. So I just want to tell you is that, Lakshmi Putluri, you have been a great inspiration. It was wonderful talking to you today. And I think we will find another opportunity very soon before the lockdown is lifted to talk to you again, to see or to take your advice on how things are in the neighborhood, any new things that are happening in the industry. It was wonderful talking to you, Lakshmi.
Thank you, CK. Very nice talking to you as well, and thank you for the opportunity. Hope all the viewers of your videos and series enjoy the series, and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all on this day on December when the Indian authorities have given approval to one of the COVID medicine, and that is called Covishield in India. And this Covishield is basically under license being manufactured by Indian companies. The license they obtained is from Oxford AstraZeneca. And to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Good.
Good morning, CK. And what a landmark day it is, not just for India, but for the UK as well, because the authorities here have just approved the same vaccine. So India and Britain, the UK, are aligned once again. We go back to 1947, and here we are working together in harmony, trying to kill something off that has been manufactured by somebody else. So, what a landmark day, and it's British born. This is actually a very, very unique vaccine. It probably, I don't think people understand, like me. I mean, I didn't understand what went on when you actually created a vaccine, and that's why it took years and years for a vaccine to be found for, the ailments that come from left field. If we imagine every year we get a flu jab, and that flu jab is slightly different from the year before. They know a little bit more about what flu viruses are out there, and they just modify the current flu jab just to include another few strains that are currently out there. So we're, human beings are not averse to understanding that we get a flu jab every year, certainly in the Western world. But this particular vaccine is absolutely unique. Would you like to know why?
Yes, definitely, Naval. I would definitely like to know why it is so unique. But before we come to that, let me also inform the viewers that recently Indian authorities have approved a dry run of vaccination centers. The whole procedure of providing vaccination, and this is spread across 4 states, 2 districts each. And so these 8 districts in India will be creating a process of how do we administer the vaccination across all human beings. The Indian authorities want to vaccinate as much as 300 million people by August 2021. So I think it's a humongous task. The Indian authorities and health services are gearing up to handle the operational aspect of all of this. And of course, the medicine is an important part of this whole exercise. And who will get first? So many vaccine producers have approached Indian authorities, and including Pfizer and this AstraZeneca as well. And there is an Indian company also which is under review right now. The Indian medicine is called Covaxin. However, the medicine which is coming from Oxford is very, very unique, and it is called in India called Covishield, and this is the first one to get approved. So that means people who get the vaccination in the first few days or first few months will be this one, which is coming from Oxford. And now we would like to know more why it is so unique and why it is so novel. So, Neville, you can talk about it.
Well, the first thing we need to go and say it's cheap. It can be mass produced very, very cheaply. And the fundamental building block of this Oxford AstraZeneca collaboration was that it would be made freely available. So it's not surprising that India is one of the first to get out there and start using it and approving it. But the key thing is, it doesn't have to. It's just like the current flu vaccine. It's easily transportable. You don't have to have it in ridiculously low temperatures to transport it. It's got a longer shelf life. So that makes it more akin to what we're used to when it comes to vaccines, like a measles vaccines, a rubella vaccine, the flu vaccine. You know, it's easily transportable. And those are the unique characteristics of this particular vaccine. But we need to go further. We need to go back and understand not just why this has been developed so quickly, because it is very different to the way others have been developed, but more importantly, where it's come from. It's come from a university. It's come from the academic arena. And you and I, you know, we both come from that education arena. We got faith in our scientists, and this is where it's come from. It's come from a scientific review which started several years ago. Can we create, and the question was, can we create a base formula that can work anywhere if we just add something in? So like a plug and play, you know, just like your iPhone. I want an app, plug an app in. You know, I want to put speakers, plug it in. And that's what this vaccine, how this vaccine has been developed. So all they took, apparently, and I'm going to read this because it's important to say technically what's been done. They took a common cold virus that infected chimpanzees and engineered it to become the building block of a vaccine against almost anything. Before COVID, 330 people had been given, before COVID, this common base vaccine. They call it Chad Ox1, which apparently is known as chimpanzee adenovirus Oxford 1. So there's the technical term for it. But they've been given it for diseases ranging from flu to Zika virus, prostate cancer, and to tropical diseases such as chikungunya, I think.
Yes,
you chikungunya, all right? So this is an all-encompassing vaccine. And I suppose, and that's why it's different from everybody else, because the vaccines that we create typically come from poor strains of the virus itself, or weakened strains, or even killed out virus. And that's why it takes so long, and that's why you've got to spend millions of dollars producing the vaccine. But this is very different. It actually takes a genetic footprint and plugs in a strain. So this is why this is not just unique in its design, but it could be unique in fighting lots of other things. You know, so perhaps the next coronavirus that comes down the pike can actually be, the vaccine can be found much quicker, you know. And remember, this is very cheap. This is low cost, which appeals to everybody. So it's easy to distribute. We'll talk about the distribution piece because you mentioned something that's incredibly important. It's okay having something, but if you can't distribute it, it just sits on the shelves. And that's a message actually for our entrepreneurs out there. You know, once you've developed it, get it out there, distribute it. Otherwise, people aren't going to hear about it. But anyway, back to this vaccine. It is really a landmark. This is a human. This is a global impact as far as we can see. I don't think people are shouting from the hills as much as they should be shouting. I think all of the Oxford dons that have been involved in this are probably just so tired that eventually all of their hard work has been approved. And and now we can get some sort of sense of normality back to the world. The other thing is, by the way, is that it can take longer in between doses. So that means whatever storage you've got today, that can be quickly implemented to a large population, the full population of the amount you've stored, because your reproduction rate is quite quick, but your implementation date is quite long. So in other words, I can if I've got 4 million doses apparently that we've got in the UK today, I can inject 4 million people, not 2 million, and then with a second 2 million. I can inject 4 million people, knowing that the manufacturing process is very quick, very cheap, easily repeatable, and by the time the first of those 4 million need to be re-injected with a second dose, I've got more than enough in storage to be able to completely make people immune, or give them the best chance of being immune to this particularly nasty virus. So there's so many really good moving parts here, and entrepreneurs actually need to look at this, because this is a process. This is a success case that if you look at the components, you can really get a feel for what you should be doing and being ahead of the game.
Right, Naval. So, since we are discussing about the AstraZeneca, have you heard anything coming in the media or any such report in the UK where it is publicized that any side effects are there or any warnings associated with this vaccine?
There, like anything else, there are always side effects to anything, paracetamols and any antibiotic, etc., etc. And the thing is, this has been tested to a level where the side effects are understood. So there isn't an awarding authority out there, and we need to explain to people this isn't a government authority. This is an independent awarding authority. So it's their reputation that's at stake here, and they're not going to rush something through just because it's going to be the benefit of some particular government or another. So this is an independent body of incredibly experienced scientists that have gone through all the data, all the research that's been done and presented, probably asked for more, and in those circumstances, we've heard of. Before I talk a little bit about side effects, we've heard of this particular vaccine had some unusual impacts. So accidentally, when people were being tested with this vaccine, some people only got half a dose at the beginning, and then they got a full dose. And interestingly enough, the results from those people, and there weren't many, there were only a few, because it was realized that they'd only been given half a dose, so everyone else got the full dose. So, but they thought, well, we've done this, so we'll just monitor it. And it was only a few people, but they got half a dose and a full dose. They were better prepared, better vaccinated than the 2 full doses. So this is where they got higher than 95% efficacy. Today, they don't understand why. And unfortunately, because of the small sample, they couldn't, the awarding authority would not approve the half followed by full. The only thing that's been approved so far is full followed by full. But hopefully, there's more testing going on as we speak that are completing that original mistake into a full-blown test of half a dose followed by a full dose, just to test whether or not this was an aberration or it's a far better route forward to have a half dose than a full dose. And again, sometimes you ride your luck, and maybe they've stumbled upon something that's really rather unique. But as opposed to side effects, human body is an amazing thing. There will be a side effect. With the Pfizer, there was this furor over the first people that were vaccinated had huge side effects, and the journalists just went rife. And the reality was, when they traced it all back down, it was a couple of people that happened to be medical professionals that had a slight inflammation, as you do sometimes. When you have an injection, sometimes it's fine, and on occasions you get a slight inflammation. And so therefore they changed the protocol, they changed the SOP, so that all you had to do was wait 15 minutes before you left the premises. So it's a cooling down period. We don't know what's going to happen with this, because again, the mass testing hasn't been done. There's been a considerable amount of testing, but now we're into mass indoctrination, so we don't really know what's going to be happening. But I'm sure the SOP, the same protocol, will exist, in that have the injection, wait a few minutes, and then let the person leave.
Right, Naval. So the preparation being done in India, what we've heard is that there are special centers being created where for the COVID vaccination, and the health workers will be trained on the SOPs. And primarily these vaccination centers will have three zones. One is where the waiting area of the patient. So there will be some documentation that can be done before the vaccination is given to the patient. Then actual vaccination room. And then there is a waiting area after the vaccination, so that we can handle these situations. So I think the standard SOPs are being created here in India, because the Indian government and the different state governments are gearing up to finish their job of vaccinating 1/3 population of India, which is the target is 300 billion. And I think the point that you made earlier during our discussion was about the distribution of medicine. And if Covishield, which is the Indian name of AstraZeneca, if it can survive, it can be transported at room temperature in bulk without any problem, then definitely in a country like India, it's a very good thing, because if we have to transport Pfizer medicine, which has to be stored in -78 degrees, it is very difficult in a country like India, where after February the sun starts getting very hot, and it creates a operational hazard. So I think that is one thing. And second thing is that the pool of people which are available in India are very diversified. There are gene pool from all over the world, and that makes us a truly mixed breed population here. So I think it's a good exercise where, as you said, that the Oxford and these people are not having any interest, any business interest. They just want to help the mankind, and they are coming from the education arena. Uh, Unlike any other company which wants to make millions of dollars out of these vaccinations. So the people behind this medicine have no commercial interest. So I think that makes it very unique. And another piece of information I would like to give you, Neville, is that Prime Minister Boris is going to attend our Republic Day celebration on 26th January. And I think it's about the same time when the vaccination drive will start in India. I don't have the exact date, but I think I will consider that it is a good gift to India from UK.
Well, that's a really interesting piece of news, and these things sort of align for a reason, don't they? And as you rightly say, there's some key components of this that make it easy. Let's not dismiss the Pfizer vaccine, though, because it can be used in different areas. So our healthcare workers, for instance, that work in hospitals, it's a perfect opportunity for the Pfizer vaccine now, given the other vaccines available, is to be concentrated on our frontline professionals. That's not to say one's better than the other, because they haven't proven that That's the whole point of efficacy. It's the whole point of independent testing. So it's a great collaboration that companies around the world have actually gone after this together. And I expect the first thought in their mind was to find a vaccine, and the last thought in their mind was to make a profit. But the good news is, I think there's so much is needed that everyone is going to be catered for, because there'll certainly be billionaires out there that will want to have this opportunity now, and maybe this Oxford AstraZeneca new vaccine gives them the opportunity to go and buy the Pfizer vaccine or any other vaccine. But the main thing is it's going to get to the right people so that we can protect everybody against this particularly nasty virus. It's a war we didn't want to fight. This was World War III.
Absolutely. And while we are talking about this, Neville, yesterday I told you that there are 6 patients with a UK strain. I'm sorry to say this word because there is no other word right now in our dictionary. It's called UK strain. But today it is 20. So I was talking with my colleagues in the office and saying that, hey, it has come from UK. So I clarified, it was already there. It's just that we started testing them now because UK has given us the information. So, so I think.
Well, you never know. You never know with this. But let's just go back to this part about the implementation, because I think it's really important as well. And the only way to immunize 1.4 billion people is to have this global, like corporate approach to making it work. And we talk about SOPs, which for people that really don't know, it's standard operating practices. And we have them everywhere. In the corporate world, we have them all the time. Sometimes they're called policies or procedures. But in this particular instance, we do need that logistical, almost like military process to make sure that this happens quickly, efficiently, effectively, so that we don't waste the vaccine. Everyone gets the same opportunity, and we immunize literally everybody over time. Because one thing's for sure is that there is another one coming. There is another virus on its way. We may not have heard about it, but it's already there. And it's just a question of when it comes and how fast it goes. Hopefully we'll have the mindset and the tools to compete with it next time. But it is World War III. That's effectively what we should be calling this.
You're absolutely right, Neville, because a couple of days back, WHO also announced that the coronavirus outbreak is just the beginning. So I think you're absolutely right when you talk about being, mankind to be prepared is something that we need to be prepared. We need to maintain our cleanliness. We need to maintain social distancing, and we need to do all those SOPs, as you mentioned. Get the vaccination done. So this story is just evolving in India. It is also evolving in UK. We will track it, and when it happens, we will come back on this discussion table and discuss with you, Neville. So for today, thank you very much for finding time. We will catch up with you tomorrow again with something more interesting.
My pleasure. And everybody, be safe, wash your hands, social distance, and we can all live a happy life.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Obras. And friends, as you know, there has been a remarkable judgment, which all the people in India, almost majority, and people outside India have been fighting for to give justice to Sushant Singh. And the Supreme Court of India has now directed investigation to CBI. So I think it's a big deal. It's a very big move. But as a layman, we don't understand too much about it. So to discuss this further, I would like to invite my friend from Ahmedabad, a very senior advocate, Mr. Nagesh Sood.
Hello, Chandrakant. Hope you're doing fine. And thank you very much for inviting me on today's show.
All is well, and pleasure is ours, Nagesh. In fact, I think it will be very good for the viewers of Top Brass to understand from the legal standpoint what this order means. And let me also tell viewers in the beginning that although majority of the language we will use would be English, but since we are all Indians and this order is concerning Indians, we will also use sometimes some certain Hindi words also because to explain it better. So to start the discussion, let me not waste any more time and let me ask Nagesh about the order and what are the implications.
Well, CK, today is the day where I believe that more faith has been, reposed on the courts. The way the decision has been delivered by the Honorable Supreme Court in Riya Chakravarti's transfer petition is not only remarkable, but it has gone to an extent by laying down a law which would help a lot of people to file complaint in cases where the police is reluctant to lodge an FIR. I would briefly tell you what the case was before the Honorable Supreme Court. Let me start with the number of the case, which was transfer petition criminal number 225 of 2020, which was filed by Ms. Riya Chakravarti against the state of Bihar. This is in the nature of a transfer petition filed under section 406 of the Criminal Procedure Code. Now, the Supreme Court, under its rules, can transfer a proceeding from one state to another. There are two states involved, and there are two proceedings in two different states in different courts. Then the Honorable Apex Court has the power to transfer one proceeding in the other state on the facts and circumstances of the case. So what had happened in this case, that an FIR was lodged by the father of the actor late Sushant Singh under section 341, 342, 380, 406, 420, 306, 506 and 120B of the Indian Penal Code. This was registered in Patna, and this would come under the jurisdiction of Additional Chief Judicial Magistrate, Patna, Sadar. Now, this was in consequence to the unnatural death of the actor Sushant Singh Rajput on 14 June 2020 at his Bandra residence in Mumbai. Now, the Bandra police station had the jurisdiction to either lodge an FIR, but what it had been doing was they were investigating the cause of unnatural death under the provisions of section 174 of CRPC. Now, the petitioner in this case, that is Ms. Riya Chakravarti, approached the Supreme Court to transfer this FIR to Mumbai by saying that this FIR, which is lodged by the father of the deceased, is beyond the jurisdiction of Bihar police, and therefore the complaint which is lodged by the father of the deceased has taken place entirely under the jurisdiction of state of Maharashtra, and therefore the complaint which is received uh, uh, by the Patna, it is politically motivated, and the Bihar police has no authorities to investigate. Also, the contention was raised by Riya Chakravarti that the courts in Bihar do not exercise lawful jurisdiction, and the complaint should be transferred to Mumbai for any investigation. Also, that the Bihar police lack jurisdiction to investigate the allegations which are made in the complaint, and the transfer of investigation to the CBI on Bihar government's consent would also not amount to a lawful consent under the provisions of Section 6 of Delhi Special Police Act 1946. Now, under this act, the CBI investigation can only take place when there is a consent given by the state police. Now, state police comes under the jurisdiction of the state government. So there are parallel jurisdiction. We have a federal structure in India where there are certain fields which can only be dealt by the state government, and there are certain areas or departments which can only be dealt by the union government. So law and order is one of the subjects which is essentially and which is a state subject, and the power, the investigation, etc., is entirely with the state government. So these were the allegations or contentions that were raised by the petitioner Riya Chakravarti before the Supreme Court. Now, the other side, that means the state of Bihar, the state of Maharashtra, and the father of the actor Sushant Singh were the respondents in this case. And they had a different contention, and they objected to this transfer of FIR lodged at Patna before the Honorable Supreme Court. So the state of Bihar told the Honorable Supreme Court that the complaint which is disclosed, which discloses a cognizable offense, and therefore it was incumbent for Patna police to register the FIR for investigation. So it was necessary for Patna police to register this FIR because the allegations were made which needed investigation, and since it was a serious offense, that means a cognizable offense, therefore the FIR ought to have been registered, and therefore the same was registered. Secondly, they informed the Honorable Apex Court that the allegations of criminal breach of trust, cheating, defalcation of money from the account of actor Sushant Singh are alleged in the FIR, and consequence of the offense are projected to be within the jurisdiction of state of Bihar, which means that the money, the allegation of money laundering or the transfer of money from the account of Sushant Singh by Riya Chakravarti has been alleged in the FIR, and therefore the father of actor Sushant Singh, who would have got the money as the first legal heir of actor Sushant Singh, has affected him because the allegation was siphoning away of 15 crore of rupees of Sushant Singh, and upon the death of actor Sushant Singh, this money would have gone to the father of the actor Sushant Singh, and therefore the complaint is rightly registered before the Patna police in the state of Bihar. And third contention which was raised, that the Mumbai police was conducting the inquiry into the unnatural death of actor under section 174 and 175 of CRPC, and in such proceeding there is a limited jurisdiction of the Mumbai police. That is, it is only empowered to ascertain the cause of death of the actor, and thereafter also, after the investigation for a long time, the Mumbai police has not registered any FIR. So the Mumbai police thereafter has not cooperated and obstructed the Bihar police, which reached Mumbai on 27/7/2020 and quarantined them. And therefore, the Mumbai police was trying to suppress the real facts and not conducting a fair and professional inquiry. So these were the contentions that was raised by the father of the state of Bihar as well as the father of the actor Sushant Singh. Now, another party which came forward before the Honorable Apex Court was Central Bureau of Investigation, which was being represented by the Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, and he contended before the Honorable Apex Court that the FIR has already been transferred to Central Bureau of Investigation. That means the Bihar government has consented to transfer this FIR, which is lodged in Patna, to CBI. And now CBI, since have started the investigation, the CBI must investigate the matter not into the allegation of the father of the actor Sushant Singh, but also to find out, investigate the cause of death of actor Sushant Singh. So once the matter has already been taken by CBI, the CBI should have the authority to investigate the matter. So this is the basic arguments which were made before the Honorable Apex Court in this case. I would talk about the findings and conclusions by the Honorable Apex Court, but this is how the case was there presented before the Honorable Court in the transfer petition which is filed by Ms. Riya Chakravarti.
So, Nagesh, I have a question because I'm part of the, just like you and me are citizens, and I think we are all very concerned citizens. In fact, if you remember, we did an episode on the suicide angle because all of us believed that Sushant Singh had conducted killed himself. He was bipolar, he had issues, etc. So there were a lot of news which was created, and now after 30 days, when the skeleton started to tumbling out, all this issue started where two state governments got involved. So without taking names of anyone, I think this has been a big cover up by the public servants. And I think there is a big loss of face by the public servant because public servants are elected members. They have to answer the public.
and I don't know why they were behind this whole cover up. And I think it's in the interest of the state government to call for a third agency anyway. Because, if I'm a public person and if you don't believe me, anybody doesn't believe me, I will definitely say, hey, why don't you believe the third party? So I fail to understand, even though this case has gone to Supreme Court, why the state government was trying to not conduct the inquiry. I think that is the question in everybody's mind across the world, not only in India, but across the world, because everybody is watching the legal system of India.
Absolutely, CK. See what has happened when the death of actor Sushant Singh was made known to everybody. The police, the Bombay police, in a jiffy or in no time, declared it to be a death which was caused due to suicide. So the first thing what they did, that they did not wait for the inquest or the investigation which they are required to do under section 174 of CRPC as to what was the cause. So when they had already revealed the cause, upfront in the very beginning, what they started doing was actually, investigating to substantiate what they had said in the first go. So all their investigation under section was not actually about what was the actual cause of death, but they on the first hand believed that the cause of death of actor Sushant Singh was due to suicide, and therefore they were actually finding the cause of that suicide and not the cause of death. So I think that is the distinction which they uh, made from the inception, that they ought to have first not declared the cause of death and first ought to have investigated the cause of death, and later on, if there were any suspicion or suspicious circumstances, or there were any facts which were revealed during that investigation, then certainly they would have lodged an FIR. So if the police has gone on a wrong track from the very beginning and trying to support the story, the theory of death of actor Sushant Singh being because of the suicide, then obviously they were not doing the investigation in a proper way.
So my question is really that we believe that we all live in a free and democratic country which is governed by law, and if the police is not conducting an inquiry, there is I think as a literate citizen of India, every citizen has right to seek another support. It cannot be an anarchy kind of a situation. For example, if there is an issue within a family, for example, if their two brothers are fighting and their two brothers says that you and I don't agree with each other, so they both can go to a father, that father, you can decide for both of us, whatever you decide we will agree. So this kind of thing happens, right? But in this case, even though police has taken some wrong steps, agreed, everybody can take mistake, I fail to understand why the public servants were defending that. I think that is a moot point here, which needs a lot of answer. I'm sure CBI will conduct their inquiry now, but I think that is running in everybody's mind.
Actually, CK, I tell you, as I said that from the beginning, the Mumbai police registered an accidental death report, which is called ADR, and it commenced its inquiry under Section 174 of CRPC to ascertain the cause of death and also to determine whether the death was the result of some criminal act committed by some other persons or it was due to suicide. Now, in the course of inquiry, the statements of about 56 persons were recorded and other evidence like post-mortem report, forensic report, etc. have been collected. Now, the inquiry definitely till the time the case was before the Honorable Court did not disclose the commission of a cognizable offense because from this investigation they were not able to find as to what was the cause of the death and therefore they did not lodge the FIR. But what is shocking is that the media started investigating simultaneously, and the media and a lot of people who were interested to know the cause of death started their own investigation, and during that process, a lot of evidence was revealed, a lot of kind of lacuna in this investigation which was going on was uh, revealed and came in front of the public. Now, while the police was investigating, they were not finding out as to what was the cause, and it has not come out in so many days. So naturally, there was again the suspicion which arose even amongst the family members who at the first instant thought that this death could have been due to the suicide. And during these revelations, the family, the people who were fans, the supporters also could find out apparently that there was something more or somebody is involved, in the death of actor Sushant Singh. So therefore, the police, of course, was doing their duty as per their jurisdiction under Section 174. They had a limited jurisdiction to find the cause, which they were doing. But after the revelations, which were shocking, that this was not a suicide, and there is some other theory which was brought in by different people, the Mumbai police ought to have registered an FIR, a complaint, and at that point should have started the investigation. We are not making any imputation to against any police authorities or any government, etc. But when the time passes in criminal action, when a criminal machinery is already in place, and when there is a suspicion or a complaint is registered, then obviously, without wasting any further time, the Mumbai police ought to have started the investigation, which they did not, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, so I think people by and large, everyone, they already have this conviction that there was a cover-up which was going on, and the way the publicly elected members were defending and also fighting in the apex court gave that smell. We don't want to take anybody's name. I'm just making a generic statement that there was a cover-up. And my 2 cents on this is that in today's world the cover up is very tough. We are in the digital age where everything is captured. I mean, if you just capture the Wi-Fi data of Sushant Singh's building, you would know who came within 24 hours or 48 hours. It's as simple as that. So I fail to understand that first of all, somebody was trying to do cover up, and that too a very shoddy cover up, and they were trying to defend it also. So I think everybody understands, and there has been a major loss of trust, and people spend a lot of time building trust. I mean, if you're a public servant and if you're in the eye of public, and when you have to go back to public again for asking for vote, with what face you will ask? I think there is a learning here in this case.
Absolutely. And you see, rightly, the Honorable Apex Court, while deciding this case, has, made certain observations and conclusions, which I would briefly tell our viewers that, firstly, about this petition, which was filed by Riya Chakravarti, was a transfer petition. Now, a transfer petition under Section 406 CRPC would lie only when there are two proceedings in different courts. So here is the case where there are no two proceedings taking place in two different states or uh, proceedings which are pending in the court of law. So it was only an FIR which was lodged in Patna, which was sought to be transferred by this transfer petition. So the Honorable Supreme Court, while deciding this case, firstly said that the Supreme Court has no power under Section 406 to transfer this FIR to Mumbai. The reasoning which is given is that under 406 CRPC, the Honorable Supreme Court has only power to transfer some cases which are pending in the court of law and appeals. And since this was an FIR relying upon one of the judgments of the Supreme Court in Ramchandra Singh Sagar's case, the Honorable Supreme Court in this case held that this FIR was not a proceeding or case or appeal, and therefore the Supreme Court had no power to transfer this case. Now, the second question which is decided by the Honorable Supreme Court is what is the scope of Section 174 CRPC proceedings. As I said, Section 174 CRPC proceeding necessarily allows the police to investigate the cause of death. It is an ADR, and the limited scope is only to find cause of death. There is no FIR, there is no power for further investigation. Like if they find that there is a cause of death is because of murder or something, then they have to lodge an FIR. But as the Mumbai police decided that since it was a death by suicide already, what they were investigation was simply, taking the reasons or investigating the reasons of suicide and not the cause of death. So the Honorable Supreme Court has held that under Section 174 of CRPC, there was a very limited scope of inquiry that was being carried out by the police in Mumbai, and they are not in the nature of investigation undertaken after filing of FIR under Section 154 of CRPC. So that is the another point which has been decided by the Honorable Supreme Court, that in the present case, the Mumbai police has attempted to stretch the purview of Section 174 without drawing up any FIR, and therefore, as it appears, no investigation pursuant to commission of a cognizable offence is being carried out by Mumbai police. This is a very important observation which has been made by the Honorable Supreme Court. Now, so far as the jurisdiction of Patna police to register the complaint, the Honorable Supreme Court has said that the Patna police was competent to register the complaint by the father of the actor Sushant Singh. Now, why it has come to this conclusion is because that according to the complaint, the attempt from Patna to talk to his son on telephone was thwarted by the accused person. That means Ria Pillai did not allow the father of the actor Sushant Singh to talk to him.
Riya
And
Chakravarti, I think not Pillai, Riya Chakravarti.
Riya Chakravarti. So she did not allow the father of the Sushant Singh to talk to him, and there was possibility of saving the life of his son through that engagement, which was really missed out because he was stopped from talking to the actor. And in the consequence, the complainant lost his son, and this was under a mysterious circumstances, and therefore the registration of FIR was mandated when information of cognizable offence is received by the police. So, therefore, the Honorable Supreme Court concluded that the FIR, which is lodged uh, by the Bihar police, is correct because the cause of action, that is consisting of various bundle of facts which give cause to enforce the legal inquiry for redress, would be satisfied in this case because some cause of action has taken in Mumbai, and the allegations like criminal breach of trust, misappropriation, etc., can only be investigated by the Bihar police when there is an FIR is lodged. And since there was no FIR in Mumbai, and the police was investigating into some other causes, the Patna police had rightly registered the FIR lodged by the father of the actor Sushant Singh. So this was another uh, conclusion which is made by the Honorable Apex Court, and after that, uh, the court has further made a mention that the entrustment of inquiry, investigation to CBI has rightly been done under Section 6, which empowers the constitutional courts to direct investigation by CBI. Now, the argument which was made that under Section 6 of DSPE Act, the Bihar government could not give consent to an investigation, and therefore, invoking of Section 6 was wrong. But here, the Honorable Supreme Court said that the consent by Bihar government is immaterial. Now, after looking to the facts and circumstances of this case, it is necessary that the investigation must take place by CBI. So this is what has been, found by the Honorable Apex Court majorly when this order has been passed.
So I think Nagesh, the investigation will now start because I think for last 2 months I think there has been no investigation, it seems, and even the autopsy.
I want to correct you that investigation is already started by CBI. Now CBI was doing certain investigation at their end, but have not gone to Mumbai. And they were also, I guess, waiting for the judgment of the Honorable Apex Court in this case to get full liberty and full charge of the matter so that they could visit Mumbai and start their investigation in the case.
Okay, so I think people need to know the truth. I think the truth will eventually come out now, and justice would be given to Sushant Singh and his family. I think there is one last question I want to ask you. Uh, please don't take it in any other way. It's just a general question. It's about general feeling that there has been a lot of delay by the apex court in coming out with a judgment. So since you are a lawyer, do you feel that there is a delay, or it's perfectly fine, or they have actually given considering the process, they have actually not delayed it at all?
You see, so far as this case is concerned, I would say that the judgment has come in no time. The complications involved and the arguments which are addressed, the Honorable Apex Court has taken least possible time to deliver this judgment. Otherwise, also, it is not the courts, but there are different factors which are involved so far as delay in cases are concerned. So this is not the right time, since we have discussed the case of Sushant Singh, but we will take this uh, topic at some other time as to what are the causes of delay. But in the present case, the way and in the manner and the time Honorable Apex Court has taken to deliver this judgment today is uh, fantastically done, and very speedily the case has been decided, and the a lot of clarity has come, and the Honorable Apex Court has invoked its power under Article 142 to render justice in the present case in the peculiar circumstances wherein they have said that any other FIR which may be lodged even in Mumbai by any other person concerning this case would automatically go to CBI. So that is the real justice which has been done, and I think it is a moment of great uh, happiness, and the, a lot of people were looking towards the this judgment which has been delivered today by the Honorable Apex Court, and finally it has further reposed the faith of a common man in judiciary, that in such cases when the people want justice, the courts are the ultimate uh, the courts are the ultimate forum where the justice would be delivered. So thank you very much. It was wonderful talking about this judgment today, and I hope this conversation would help our viewers.
Certainly, it will, Nagesh. I think thank you for your time for clarifying the entire judgment. Even though I was asking questions which are generally in everybody's mind, but I think you explained the judgment beautifully for the benefit of our viewers. And we now, all of us feel that Sushant will get justice quickly by CBI.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It was great being with you. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you. Bye bye.
friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to the show. Today is a wonderful day as usual, and today we'll be discussing about one of the most important land reform which is being done by central government about Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir because earlier before 370 article, no outsider was allowed to buy the land, but this bill is passed and Kashmir is for everybody. Now anybody go and in Kashmir and buy. And this bill also being passed on a very important day, that is Infantry Day. That means yesterday. To discuss more about this bill and the repercussion, we have Siddesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been associated with radio and also a very keen uh, critic on political scenario. So welcome to the show, Siddesh. How are you today?
I'm well, Kanchan. Thank you so much for this conversation yet again. And it's so close to my heart, Kashmir, and I am yet to see it fully. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine, wonderful. Things are okay, and I'm celebrating this particular law which is being passed by Central Government because Kashmir is it remains in my heart because I passed my childhood in Kashmir, and when we see Kashmir for all, I think that gives an immense pleasure and happiness.
That's right, Kanchan. The biggest tag that has baffled me and actually it has hurt me many times is that before last year, I was not a permanent resident of the state, categorized inside the law. And therefore, I could always go to the state as a tourist, the state which was my own, the state that I cherished in the 1960s movies made famous by Shammi Kapoor Sahab and his famous Kashmir Ki Kali movie and other movies of after that. Times have changed. 45, 50 years later, last year when it was made, Jammu and Kashmir was made as a union territory, then there was a hope that this particular tag of permanent resident of the state would go away from the section 17 of the law. So this notification which has come yesterday runs with 111 pages. And it also applies to the farmland as well as the residential land. But I'm sure government will not allow a big bang approach, knowing the sensitivity of Kashmir and the Jammu region. And therefore, this has only paved the way for any Indian citizen to buy land and property in Jammu and Kashmir. And outsiders will now be able to purchase the urban or non-agricultural land. Contract farming will also be allowed and permitted in the agricultural land. But as we are seeing the kind of protests happening from the valley leaders, it is very disheartening. What do you say about it?
I feel that is a bit disheartening, definitely, because now Kashmir is permanently part of India in terms of law and centralized law and other aspect. Because this the most important amendment has been made in Jammu and Kashmir Development Act that deals with the disposal of land with the center omitting the phrase permanent resident of the state from section 71 or 17 of the law. This means people who are not permanent resident of the state can purchase land, and this kind of attitude should be celebrated by especially Kashmiris because now this is a way towards development. Many more companies will come, not only people from India, but many more companies will come, and Kashmir will see a height of development which was, I feel, was stagnant to shikaras and stagnant to the 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 old tradition which was there. Now, youth of Kashmir has a lot of selections they have in front of them in terms of career, in terms of uh, going out, and in terms of agriculture, what things they want to do on their land, and especially people who go out who are not resident, and if they go and buy a land, they will also add in the economy of Jammu and Kashmir. And in case people who are against this, I feel this is really disheartening. Isn't it, Satish?
So I think, Kanchan, the changes that have applied is only applied to the Jammu and Kashmir and not the Ladakh. And that is something that it makes it little more interesting. And since last year, the former state of Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, was also protected by Article 35A. But now that was repealed last year, and which created a lot of flutters and sensitization in the valley. And a lot of local political leaders were put under necessary house arrest kind of situation. And the yesterday's decision will actually make it easier for an Indian citizen to feel at home while he or she is in Kashmir. And I think until and unless a region is secluded or segregated, something like Hong Kong enjoys, something like Macau enjoys, till then, Kashmir should be a integral part of India. And when we say integral part of India, they cannot have a separate flag, they cannot have a separate anthem. And of course, the land buying, going, staying, and should also be as homogeneous as it is by everyone else feels in every other state. So the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, he claims that the agricultural lands were not up for sale to non-local buyers. So the amendment that has been done to encourage the investment. And that investment is a very important aspect of Jammu and Kashmir to make it a world-class destination, even if it is for the tourism purposes. What do you think?
Yes, definitely. I agree with your point, because at the moment, I think Kashmir is not at par with other states in India as far as development is concerned. So I think that's a great move of central government, and that also give a way for immense progress, because as it is, Kashmir is known for tourism, but then if there will be rise in tourism after this, and there will be more settlement or more places a part of what are being existed in Kashmir. So people will come and see, the people who will come and buy land, and they may make a recreational spot. So that is also becoming easier for people. And since I have lived in Kashmir, I can very well understand sentiments of people who are opposing, and also sentiments of people who are with this law. Especially, I prefer that the law, I appreciate this law, I am with the law, because now maybe people who are not against this law are not supporting this law. I think they maybe later on start supporting when they see economic development in the state, and they feel proud of this state.
Right. So Kanchan, there has been basically 4 major land laws in Jammu and Kashmir. And because of these, the first two laws have been abolished. Only the last two, where it talks about the permanent resident clause, has been deleted. And therefore, I can proudly say, or we can proudly say, that we are equal citizens in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir. So after eliminating the protections, the Home Ministry will push the changes that would definitely shake up the Jammu and Kashmir's largely self-sufficient rural economy. I'm not saying that it will not be shaken up. It would be shaken up. But it will also lay open the industrial and the commercial forces from outside. There will be development zones, and these development zones will bring in designated industries. So earlier, the development authorities could acquire land under the Former Estates Land Acquisition Act, which was said that it was allotted or leased out for residential purposes to anyone who was not a permanent resident. Now land will be acquired under the central law, which has no such restrictions. They will have an industrial development corporation, and that will help building up some commercial centers related to various industries. And this corporation will manage the industrial areas and the industrial development zones. And the government is also required to keep the land at the disposal of the corporation and acquire the land under the central acquisition law. And there are strategic areas that need to be developed that will be available for development in all this. This will also allow for low-cost housing, and the land will not remain in the hands of few big landlords, as has been seen. And therefore, government will be able to push for, promote public-private partnership for affordable housing. There will be fast-track approvals, and if this law is amended, it can be sold to any Indian citizen. So maybe we can think of our next plot of land in Gulmarg, isn't it?
Yes, sure. Why not? I also want to put across this fact is that this law is being passed on Infantry Day. So in a way, it is respect is being given to soldiers and their families and people who are being affected during this war in Jammu and Kashmir in 1947 when intruders came in Kashmir. And these soldiers had to move from house to house to clean up these intruders. So I think this is a very big gesture of the central government, and I appreciate this law and I support this law. So it was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and we'll discuss some other topic tomorrow in the next episode. Till then, bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm going to explore properties under magicbricks.com.
Please give me also information regarding especially land buying in Kashmir.
Yes.
Okay. Bye bye. See you.
Bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. And as you know, we have a interesting guest today, Sitesh Shrivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. is closely associated with broadcasting and work across all continents. And we're discussing about one of the very interesting topic, which is Ayurveda. Now, Ayurveda medical system from India has been used for thousands of years. The goal is to clean the body and to restore the balance of body, mind, and spirit. It uses diet, herbal medicines, exercise, meditation, breathing, physical therapy, and other methods. To know about this and whether Sitesh practice Ayurveda in day-to-day life, let's listen to Sitesh. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm doing really well, and a great Diwali wish to all our listeners and our viewers. And I hope they all have enjoyed their festivities. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm very fine. We have celebrated Diwali, the festival of lights, enjoyable. All these past days was quite good and enjoyable and different from our day-to-day work. You know that.
Yeah, that's what the festivals are for. And that too, in this pandemic times, any festival is a welcome sign, because we are, for some time, for few hours, for a few days, we are moved away from the negative thoughts of this. And therefore, but at the same time, Kanchan, these festivals, our Indian festivals, are full of food, full of laziz food, and amazing foods, and other things. And also the weather changes, especially in the North India. The weather changes. You are in Delhi and you can tell us more about that. And therefore it is important. The winter is setting in the North India, and Himalayas will start freezing the northern parts of the country. And therefore it is important to keep ourselves healthy. And the moment it comes about health in India, and it is about Ayurveda. What do you say?
Yes, definitely. Like Ayurveda is, as we've been discussing before this recording, that Ayurveda is an age-old practice, medicine practice. Now, when you mentioned that Diwali sweets and winter are just setting in, now for Diwali, actually we have to increase our appetite, especially for mithai and for sweets. And yes, winters are just increasing every day. But as you must have heard that Prime Minister inaugurated Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda at Jamnagar in Gujarat and the National Institute of Ayurveda at Jaipur in Rajasthan on November 30. So I think it's a very crucial date because now, as you said, that winters are setting in, and we need to practice this medicine philosophy and medicine practice in our day-to-day life. What are your opinions?
Yes, Kanchan. So Ayurveda has always been part of our Indian system from antiquity, and there is a Ayush ministry in our country, and which we have recognized not only Ayurveda but other homegrown, local, this peninsula-grown medicinal techniques. And this is something which works more in tandem with the nature, the healing parts of the nature, the plants, the herbs, and we have our mythological stories. Hanuman crossing over when Lakshman was wounded. He was asked to bring some Ayurveda herbs, and he couldn't recognize or identify, so he just picked up a mountain, and that image is known and all over the country. And therefore it is very, very important for our current youth, not only our old generation, to understand the importance of Ayurveda and try to practice it, because it is less reactive like an allopathic medicine, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a long process of this medicine because you have to continue. Like allopathy, it gives a relief instantly, and sometimes it is said that it can affect other organ. Maybe you are having treatment of temperature or fever, but it may affect the medicine itself may affect to other organs in the body. Whereas when we talk about Ayurveda, it is a slow process, and it is said from very age, from very long time, especially in India, it's being practiced. And many people still rely on this medical practice, and they take medicine from Ayurveda. And in our day-to-day life for past few years, for a couple of decades, I guess, most of Indians are practicing Ayurveda, and it's becoming popular overseas also. When we talk about that, because now, as we have mentioned, this institute being opened, when inaugurated by Prime Minister. So these institute and education institutions are expected to play a global leadership role in the growth and development of Ayurveda in 21st century. And I think that's a very, very good news, because many in the people in outside country don't understand the importance of Ayurveda.
That's true, and I think it is very interesting to see the new products coming in the Ayurveda sector. Many companies jumping in, and we have so many different solutions and concoctions and medicines. They are being popularized. You know, in my days, it was Drakshasa or Dashmula Risht, and at maximum a Chyavan Prash. But today, when I go to a shop there are shops on Ayurveda where I can find Ashwagandha, I can find Yashti Madhu, I can find Arjuna, I can find Giloy juice, and so many things. And it is so nice to see that something we are not only developing and popularizing in the youth, in the new generation of people, about the stuff that we already have, and we don't need to really depend on those allopathic medicines which are basically patented in the West, and we have to pay a huge royalty. We can't just use them as they are, and therefore this is something which interests me, and it also enhances and encourages people to live a better active life, and don't worry about the too much of those allopathic medicines or the Western medicines that we have. So within our Ayush ministry, we have yoga, we have naturopathy, we have Unani medicine, we have Ayurveda, and we have something called Siddha Rigpa. It's a Himalayan treatment in the Himalayan region. So this all has been combined under the Ayush ministry, and under those Ayush ministry, these two institutions have been inaugurated for Ayurveda research, and I'm really happy about it. And one another point that I want to bring is that while growing up in the northern India and the various parts of eastern India, I saw that if a doctor does not have an MBBS, he is not really seen in the society as a very, very proper doctor. Okay, he must have done Ayurveda or he must be a homeopathic. But now, with the push that this government is giving, I think they will be at par with our MBBS and MD doctors. And the Ayurveda doctors, the Unani doctors will be proudly putting the doctor, and they will get the same respect. What do you say?
Yes, Sitesh, because what I feel, though it's my personal feeling, that Ayurveda gives you an opportunity to change your lifestyle, gives you an opportunity, a platform to live a healthy lifestyle. Because if you see in our kitchen also, we use in day-to-day working of our kitchen, we use herb, which is turmeric, and we don't give a certificate that is an Ayurveda herb. So I think people, especially young people, should understand that Ayurveda is a kind of medicine, a line where it stops you to really fall ill. Actually, it increases the immunity, it gives you a lifestyle, which is very much in nowadays. And I think we should not give Ayurveda study as a second rated study, but I think it should be placed at par or maybe before allopathy. Because allopathy for lifelong, our parents and me, I've been telling everybody that it somehow gives more ailments rather than living a healthy life, isn't it, Satish?
Yeah, Kanchan, and to tell our viewers that uh, we should not think that Ayurveda is only about Indian traditional medicine. It has been recognized by World Health Organization, and when I have seen outside India, I have seen in Japan, I have seen in South Africa, that every country, every geographical region has its own traditional medicine. In India, we call it Ayurveda as one of the stream. And to tell our listeners that the global Ayurveda market is almost like 4.58 US billion dollars. It was already known in 2019, and it is growing by 18% every year uh, around the world. There are markets beyond India in the Asia Pacific, in northern countries in USA, Nepal, UAE, Netherlands, Italy, Russia, France, and I'm so happy to see some of these products like Patanjali products, Himalaya products, Dabur products. I have found them everywhere in the world, and people buy them. They have a trust on them, and they use it with pride. And not to forget to mention our own Vico Vajradanti. And I'm telling you, this is a satisfaction while we use these products, because we know they don't contain the harmful chemicals. But I must suggest our listeners that when you are using an Ayurvedic product or a drug or a medicine, try to read those names. For example, ashwagandha. Go and read about ashwagandha. It has been mentioned in the very old texts. Yashti madhu, you mentioned turmeric, pepper, and our kitchen is full of our these stuff. And figure that out, the essence that our forefathers, our Ayurvedic doctors, the Charak Samhita had already mentioned thousands of years back. It is important when we read that. They are easy to read, they are easy to connect with a story. There are already so many stories around us about this medicine has worked wonders. Let's go to so and so Ayurvedic doctor, or a homegrown, what do we say, Dadi Ma ke nuske. It is important to understand, and we will have fun in reading those. And then when we use them, we'll feel happy. And when we are happy, 50% of the problem is gone, isn't it?
Yes, and rightly mentioned, because education is knowledge, and when we have knowledge about herbs, about how to live a useful and peaceful and productive life, I think Ayurveda plays a huge role in that. Because Ayurveda study programs, especially if you want to become a professional, professional in this field, then this Ayurveda study integrates the practical, philosophical, spiritual insight of Ayurveda into professional training program that supports you in becoming Ayurveda professional and capable of serving others. So that is main factor when we study or uses words like Ayurveda and think about this medical practice, because it is not new to us. We know, but we don't acknowledge. That is the problem.
Correct, Kanchan. And we don't acknowledge. Somehow we have also not discussed it with our family, friends, especially people outside our country. And it is. I have seen in Singapore. I have seen in Japan, You know, this traditional medicine from China, Singapore, Asia Pacific is so popular, and they come with these amazing stories. You would just think, wow, I can become a superman by having a small spoon of it. But the same way, the Indian traditional medicine has not been promoted that way. We have always given it a very respected place. Probably it is important to give it a little bit of a marketing gimmick, little bit of a marketing campaign around these products, these solutions. For example, I can quote about Kayam Churn. You know, it's an Ayurvedic preparation, and that's one of it. But it is also important that Ayurveda is a serious study, Kanchan, and it talks about a Dincharya principle. So Dincharya is a Sanskrit word. Din is the day, Charya is the activity or active. So Dincharya principle of Ayurveda, we need to follow that to get going and keep away from the medication as much as possible.
Yeah,
Right?
I think it started. It should be starting in school actually. Then when we are talking about Dincharya, this education, this is a very profound education and should be started maybe from first class onwards. This is how Ayurveda word Ayurveda has a meaning and it should be taught to children from very early age. Now this year, Prime Minister has inaugurated on 5th Ayurveda Day. This institute being inaugurated on that day, and the main focus of this inauguration and this institute is to curb the COVID-19 pandemic and to work towards uh, reducing the effect of COVID. So that is also very useful and beneficial news for all of us.
Exactly, and I think people have realized we as Indians, we have realized that we actually did not see deep into our own kitchen cabinets, and we became so much aware during this pandemic about Ayurveda and Ayurvedic concoctions that we can prepare in our home and consume it in our home in our time without spending a single amount of money. And that, I think, has done good. I see people suggesting, kindly go and take this and this medicine, and I go to a Ayurvedic medicine, I just ask for that medicine and I buy it. I just read the instruction and I have it, because I know there is no side effect. As in the allopathic medicine, it is written, take as per the physician's advice. It is also written on Ayurveda. I'm sure it is written as well, but it has got a lower chances of that kind of overdoses that we have generally associated or have known from the allopathic medicine. And it happens as simple as the immunity boosting powers of kalonji seeds. It comes from there. It is as simple as that. And therefore, probably, since everybody can become some kind of an expert on Ayurvedic medicines or the way that should be taken, or the kadha, the universal kadha in our homes. But you need to put a very nice marketing name, for example, green tea, and suddenly it looks, wow, what is this? Never heard about it. So little bit of a marketing campaign around the goodness helps, and we live in the world of global marketing.
Yes, and while talking to you, I come to know that you have a very good knowledge of Ayurveda medicines, and I hope our viewers also take advantage of these medicines and get inspired by our discussion today. It was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, today.
Thank you, Kanchan. Go well, and let's go and have our another sip of kadha.
Okay, bye bye. See you.
Bye bye.
Meena Patanke is a well-known educationist and stalwart in her field, and she has been awarded many. Take two. Meena Patange is well-known educationist and stalwart in her field. She has been awarded by Best Teacher Award by Bhavasar Vision India for her contribution and service in the field of education.
Take three. Bio awarded.
Meena Patange is well-known educationist and stalwart in her field. She received many awards for her contribution in the field of education. Mrs. Meena received Best Teacher Award by Bhavsar Vision India for her contribution and services in the field of education. She also received Education Leadership Award by Divang Mehta Leadership Awards. Her contribution is recognized by Take 4. Meena Patanke is a well-known name in the field of education, and she is a stalwart. She has received many awards for her contribution in education. Mrs. Meena received Best Teacher Award by Bhavasar Vision India for her contribution and services in the field of education. She also received Education Leadership Award by Devang Mehta. She has received recognition for contribution towards community development by women, organization and NGO working in close collaboration of Help Age India. So without wasting more time, I introduce you to Meena Patange. Meena ji, most welcome to Top Brass Likabilities.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Ruchika Mehta. She is a well-known personality in India. She represents one of the leading hospitality brand which is recognized globally, and she's joining us now. She is going to share her experiences with the lockdown. Welcome to the show, Ruchika.
Thank you so much, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me in. These are exciting times that we are sitting in, so it's always fun to chat and understand what's going on with every one of us.
I'm glad that you found time. I'm sure even in the lockdown, you must be very busy. You are heading a team. You must be having a lot of conversation going with your team members. So would you like to share some experiences on how this lockdown situation has changed your working environment?
It's actually quite amazing, if I may be honest with you, because I feel that we are working a lot more than what we were working earlier. In fact, that's what we were discussing yesterday. I was discussing with my team, why does it doesn't feel like a lockdown. It feels like, oh my God, we are working 24/7. We are also forgetting to be able to distinguish between when is it a Sunday, when is it a Monday. So we end up working almost all days. It definitely, to be honest and fair to you, I think it has at some level also increased our productivity levels, because we are not distracted so much. We are not wasting our times on travel commute, so there's a lot more time on hand. And as I lead the communication piece for my brand, this is the time when there is a lot of communication that needs to go. So there is a lot of conversation that is happening. There are a lot of engagement that needs to be done with the stakeholders. So at some level our work has actually phenomenally increased. So it perhaps is a lockdown for a lot others, but it looks like, and it appears, and it does appear to me from my other friends and colleagues that I've been talking to, that the work has really not slowed down. The work is still on.
So the work is still on. That is where the message is. I think most
Yes.
of us are working more. And my comment on this one would be that the lockdown has actually brought us together even more than before. Don't you think so?
Absolutely. I mean, it might be a social distancing phase, but I think we are all the more socially being engaged. So socially I think we have just increased our engagement levels because we have never faced with something like that, right, in our lives. I don't know how it is. I'm sure none of us has, none of our parents have. So it never felt important enough to be so socially engaged earlier, and it feels super important now that we should be socially engaged with everyone, because we really don't know what the life has in store for us. So it's a very different sort of time for us. I don't know how it is going on with you, CK. I'm sure, I mean, you're doing such phenomenal, you're not taking it easy. You're doing all these webinars, you are conversing with a lot of leaders around. I'm sure your workload has equally increased, and you're highly and actively engaging with a lot of people around.
This is a great question. So, what we have done is, because we are a quasi IT company, so we immediately transition all our employees into work from home, and we have used the technology to make sure that we are all connected. So all of us sees different windows, and it looks like as if we are working in the office. So the productivity has gone up. But more important, I would like to share as a leader myself. I would like to share some experience that now I'm actually seeing personal life of my team, which I was not aware of, because there's always two parents, the small kids, babies. So all of that is now coming. So this is also creating a new scenario where you're working with your team and you are also exposed to their personal life.
Yes, I agree with you because you are not seeing them just as a person. Now you're actually seeing them juggling so many things together. And I think this lockdown has also allowed us to appreciate each other so much more. We're able to appreciate each other so much more. We are able to unite with each other so much more. We want to be together. There is so much of support that is coming across, and everybody is trying to understand each other's issues, each other's problems. It's a lovely period at some level, because it's allowing us as humans to really look beyond also work at some level, right? Otherwise, in office hours you always end up just talking about work, but right now you're pushed to look beyond, which is fantastic. I think it's a great learning for all of us.
Certainly, Ruchika. So let me ask you one another thing. Now we are all under lockdown, and we are all spending our professional time while being at home. So in your community, did you face any challenge or people having some sort of adverse effect on them because of lockdown? Have you noticed something like that?
Thankfully, not where we live. Thankfully, no. I have to also go and say that it's amazing to see that how people are taking the lockdown so seriously. I think it is a fantastic thing. We are known not to really follow sometimes rules and regulations. We do have we are a generation that seems to not be following a lot of things and are rebel. But it is amazing to see that how people are taking this situation seriously and are following and abiding by the rules, which is fantastic to see. I see a lot of people in our community are talking to each other. The neighborhood system is becoming super strong. I also personally didn't know a lot of them, but now I get to see their faces at least, and a hi and a hello that happens across the balconies or the terrace, that oh, we are also there and what is happening. It's fantastic to see that. Thankfully, we do have the grocery shops which are open. We have the emergency facilities which are still available. Thankfully, I don't think in our area the pandemic has yet reached, which helps us, I guess, at some level to not panic. So sure, there are not too many shops that are open. If there were 4 grocery shops, there perhaps only 2 or 1 which is open. But I mean, there are people who are hoarding. I'm not going to say that they aren't. I mean, there is all set of people. But as personally, we all are taking also individual responsibilities of not necessarily going out and buying and hoarding things that are not required. I have to say, in our area, which is, I live in the west side of Delhi, I see police coming and patrolling after every couple of hours. I see a lot of, there is no noise pollution really. The weather definitely seems to be in our favor as well. The pollution has gone low. So it's it's not so bad. It's really not so bad. And I think we are thankful and grateful. I believe Gurgaon is facing a lot more issues, because I do hear from colleagues and friends. Thankfully, we haven't faced that issue yet. So I would like to believe this will continue for a while. I mean, it's not been so bad.
Great.
How is it at your place? How's it at your area?
Yeah, so we are a community of about 3,000 homes. So we immediately created an app because the biggest problem we had was the provisions, basically, because you have to buy
Yes,
the provisions.
yes,
So
yes.
we have a supermarket in our community, and their main door is main gate is locked. So outside the gate there are police patrols. So no one is allowed to go out or come in. You know the rules and regulation around
Yeah.
who can go out and who can come in. So we are following that as a community.
Right.
We have built an app. We have capped the per day purchase per family to 1,000 rupees, so that there is no.
Oh, that's nice.
Right. So we are ensuring that all of this is controlled by an app. You can book your slot. Each person is given 15 minutes time, and at any point in time, 1,000 rupees purchase you can make. So we are ensuring that everybody get the basic essential whatever they need, and it's also helping us control the crowd in the supermarket.
That's very fantastic actually. That's a very fantastic idea to use technology and to also show that everybody is together in it. You know, it creates that whole homogeneity in this activity. That's a very great idea.
And another thing I will have to share, because I was watching the Prime Minister address in the morning at 9 a.m. today.
Right.
One of the critical message which I as an individual got in his conversation is he's saying that he is grateful to the countrymen, to the citizens of India for following the lockdown. So which something I really appreciate today, because, you know, as a leader also, he's grateful to us. So likewise, if I reflect that on myself, I have to be grateful to my team. So what I'm planning to do is have the last session of the week, because today is Friday, and tell them thank you to all of them to be.
That's fantastic. Yes. Yes. You know, I've been also doing these no agenda calls with them, where we either get ourselves a coffee or a tea and just talk about each other and talk about life in general and the frustrations, because this is also a time when people get into a very you know, you're just sitting at home and you're not sure what's going to happen. It's very the uncertainty level is so high right now. We're not even sure if the lockdown is going to get extended, not going to extend it. There's so much of speculations which is happening. So I think as a community, as a team, if we could do that as leaders with our team fellow members, at least they get an avenue to even speak out if there is something that's really bothering them. And there are multiple issues that are bothering, right? Both at the work level, at personal level. So it's a great idea. I think it's fun. I think everybody enjoys that also, that no agenda call. We're not going to talk about work, but anything other than work. And being grateful to each other for being there for each other in this time and crisis. I mean, one cannot work alone. You know, you need your teams and everybody to be aligned in the same wavelength, in the same similar thought to be able to finish work. So it's a great idea. I think your team is going to like it.
Thank you. Hopefully they will also say thank you to me. Hopefully.
Yes. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will.
So Ruchika, it was such a great pleasure to talk to you. I'm sure this lockdown is today's 10th day. We have few more days to pass, maybe slightly longer. So we will find another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to see if things have changed and how things are at your end in your community. It was a pleasure talking to you today.
Thank you so much, CK. I look forward to hearing from you and the other leaders as well. How are they coping the lockdown period, and what are the things that they are doing to keep themselves engaged? It was a lovely session, lovely speaking to you. Thank you so much for inviting me again.
Thank you, Ruchika, and be safe, be positive.
Thank you so much. Same
Bye-bye.
to you as well. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today we want to discuss something that I saw in the newspaper today, and it is quite
astonished. I was astonished to see this news, which was about Japanese government appointing the Minister for Loneliness. So to discuss this issue further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, loneliness. Japan are now, I think, the second country to appoint a minister directly responsible for loneliness. Specifically in Japan, it's to deal with the increase in suicide rates and child poverty. In the UK, we created a loneliness minister a couple of years ago, focusing on similar things, but mainly we have this men in sheds approach here. We have lots of lonely people that were aging because we have an aging community. Now, because of the COVID pandemic, we've got even more issue, not just within the UK, but globally. We've got an issue of loneliness, despite the fact we have huge connectivity in communications and in Zoom opportunity, etc. People do become very lonely. So, what's your take on the Japanese making this quite unprecedented move for a very conservative type of country?
Well, Neville, I think it was very strange news for me because coming from India, where there are so many people, even though there could be a lot of lonely people, I am not saying that there is no problem like loneliness in India, but it's sort of not really exposed that much. And I know for sure that the Japanese society is, designed in such a way that they have a lot of lonely people. They don't open up like Indians do. So it was a very surprising piece of information for me. Frankly, I'm not aware until today morning that there is a ministry required to handle the problem of loneliness. So, and you tell me that UK was the first government to appoint a minister for loneliness. So you were the first one. So why don't you tell us what this ministry would do, how it will handle the problems of lonely people, and what are their responsibilities?
Well, in the first instance, recognizing that loneliness is an issue and not just, part of the whole welfare and health system I think, is an important distinction to make. And the reason why, let's look at Japan for the moment. The reason why Japan have moved very quickly in this arena, in that just in October alone last year, there was, I believe, a 70% increase from the previous October in female suicides. Now, let's put that in context, because percentages, a 70% increase could have gone from 1 to 2. But we're talking about 880 female suicides in the month of October last year. And that is a huge amount. And if that's a 70% increase, we're looking at around 500 previously, which again is a huge amount. And if you look at the Japanese culture, lots of these women aren't married and they have to support people on their own living. They don't have permanent jobs, but they may have children. And so when something happens, like COVID, for instance, when jobs disappear or the part-time work starts to disappear because we're under lockdown, etc., then clearly they're hit immediately. And under those circumstances, who do they turn to? Because they're single, they're not married, they don't sometimes have a family culture around them, and they're just destitute because previously they were living hand to mouth, and now there is no hand to mouth. So it's a big issue. And I don't think Japan are unique in this arena. In the UK, we have something similar. I'm not too sure the numbers are as drastic as that. But the point is loneliness. Let's look at loneliness. Do you ever get lonely?
Well, I think I do. I sometimes start missing the old days. I will like to go on the road, join the club, meet my friends, have a drink. Obviously, I sometimes miss all of those things. Fortunately for me, I'm living with my parents. If I was not living with my parents, I would have felt homesick also. So I'm sure it's a big problem.
Well, I think we all get lonely. If we're honest with each other, we do get lonely. And when we get lonely, we do things, you know? We go and read a book, we go for a walk, make a cup of tea, pick up the phone, talk to your friends, talk to your kids, kick the cat, you know, whatever. We all get lonely. Um, the issue is that the majority of people have got connectivity somewhere where the loneliness is a fairly unsubstantial type level. You don't go further into bouts of depression, but some people do, you know, and some people, you know, pop pills because they do have these bouts of depression. But loneliness can take the form of so many things. As you say, you miss the travel. I miss the travel. You know, does that make me lonely? Well, I suppose it does in a way. I look forward to the time when we can travel again and we can, you know, go and meet people in remote parts of the world where you haven't been for a while. But that's not really loneliness. That's just a bit of absence. But the feeling of loneliness is that it's empty. There's nothing there, and COVID has forced us more into that arena. I mean, we've had people here that are the severely at risk, completely isolated right the way through COVID, even when lockdown was opened up in the summer and in the early autumn. They're told you're at risk. You must stay at home. It's that enforcement. Now, if you've got relationships with carers, because some people don't have family, but if you have family and you've got those relationships, then you do make those relationships count. I mean, I can remember when my parents were alive, I would see my parents once a week. I would go physically travel 60 miles each way just to see them. But they were together, they had each other. But then when my father died, my mother was all on her own. So we made it a rota to go so that all of the boys that were living in the UK, her immediate family, were there on a regular basis just to see how she was. And she also had a carer, and she lived in a community. So one of these, you bought the premises, you brought your own little rental, your own little flat, but there were communal areas. And on a daily basis, you could go and have a chat, play cards. They play bingo 3 or 4 times a week. And therefore, everyone was getting out of loneliness. You know, it was a community. But we also have the issue of, as I say, men in sheds at the beginning of the program. And there's this thing about and they say about 55-year-olds. 55-year-old men, typically, they were married, may have lost a partner, or haven't been in a long-term relationship, and now are approaching retirement or have just been made redundant because their jobs are no longer required, and they become insular. They have no social life. So this program called Men in Sheds meant that they literally came into the shed type arena. We have this huge allotment issue in the UK where people go to allotments. They have a small little parcel of land, and again, that's another community, and that stops loneliness. Doesn't create it, it gets rid of it. But equally, we've got lots of helplines, we've got lots of suicide lines, children helplines, because children can be lonely, despite the fact it would appear that they're in a very loving relationship, but they feel lonely. So this is a big issue, really, and we should be talking about it, should be dealing with it, because there's nothing worse than that child in the playground that stands in the corner that nobody talks to. There's nothing worse than that in a playground, and we've all seen it. As parents, we've all seen it. As teachers, we've seen it too, and we need to stop it, because we need to find out what are the issues, because there will be underlying issues why that child is standing in the corner of the playground, not feeling loved and feeling lonely. And as society, we need to do something about it.
So I think the responsibility of the Ministry of Loneliness is to basically create the ecosystem, to create these processes, which is helpline, identifying, or also providing healthcare support to these people who are suffering from the loneliness, and also providing them habitat where they can go and settle down comfortably. So these are the some of these responsibilities of these ministries. Anything else that these ministers would have to do?
Well, as you quite rightly say there, you're actually saying they're actually bringing people in. It's okay to be not okay. I mean, that's a phrase that we hear in well-being all the time. Come and talk about your problem, and if we can deal with the problems early enough in the discussion, then you don't slide down further. There's always a recovery mechanism somewhere, and at the end of the day, these are people that are human beings. And the worst thing you want in an economy is lots of people that are dragging the economy down. So you need to focus on the disadvantaged, people that are struggling, because ultimately they're the ones, if you can bring them back into society, it actually makes society a much healthier place. So there's lots of issues around here. This is not in the old days, many years ago, these will become lepers, unclean, go away. We don't want to hear about you. You're not thinking the way we do. We don't like you, and even to the Middle Ages, these people may have been sort of thrown into the witches arena. Fortunately, we're in a 21st century society and we don't think that way. So this is all, to me, it's very positive news. It's recognizing there's a problem and it's dealing with a problem. The last thing anyone should do, whether it's a government or an entrepreneur, a big business, a small business, or a family, is shuffle the problem under the carpet. That's not the way to deal with it, because guess what? It grows and you keep shuffling it under the carpet. So let's deal with it head on. I wish them all the success. There's certainly, I don't think they're going to be the second or the third government to do this. I think there'll be many other governments that recognize it if they're really feeling about their society. So good luck to them. And, let's hope that we can eradicate this like we eradicate all the other ailments we have, like polio and measles, etc. Because this is almost like it's a virus like COVID. You can't see until you see the effect. And the effect, sadly, in Japan has been suicides, which is the ultimate. So on a positive note, this is a really positive move forward, recognizing a problem. And as they say, isn't it? 90% of the problem is recognized that it exists in the first place.
Absolutely, Neville. I think it was a learning for me and probably most Indians. I'm sure there is a big suicide problem in India also, and the government needs to recognize it and probably create certain programs like Japan has done and UK has done. So I think it was a great learning talking to you today, and we'll catch up again tomorrow on something even more interesting.
Good to see you, CK. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the day.
Bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Tuesday edition of our show. Let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Good.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. I'm looking forward to the discussion today, CK. What have you got on our tablet today? What's news?
We would like to discuss about the release of Indian budget in a completely digital manner this time on 1st of February.
But before we start a discussion, let me give you a small story. As you know, Nebul, that the India got independence from UK in 1947. But before that, there were a lot of governance which was already established in our country, and there were rule of law, etc. There are a lot of governance which was already there. Um, so, as part of the governance which was established during the Raj, there was a budget session already in place. The only difference was the viceroy, the ruler of India, was reporting to the queen. And in those days, the budget used to be allocated. It's just like any other CEO allocating a region's budget. So it was something like that, where the viceroy, as a regional head, will go out to the queen and say, "Hey, I need this kind of money for this year to run this colony of mine." So the queen will allocate that budget, and that's it. That's the end of the story. However, the railways were also established by British in India, and it was a big thing. For your information, I just want to give you one more bit of information: is that the Indian Railways today is the largest employer in the world, employing 2.5 million people as employees.
Wow. Wow. Whenever I see Indian Railway, all I imagine is people sitting on top of the railway, with their tiffin cases and, and the goats and
Right.
animals.
Yeah, that is the image during the Raj period, because in those days the emphasis of railways was to serve the Raj, and the British had established the railroad to have better governance on their subjects. So the rail was adequate for ensuring that the British was able to move their goods and their troops adequately across India. But we have come a long way. But we don't want to talk about that. But the whole point was that the budget was a separate budget for Indian Railways, because like any other leader would do in any company, they will try to confuse their bosses. So probably that was going on in those days. There was a budget for India, and there was a budget separately
Indian
for
Railways. Okay.
And ironically, after we got independence, we continued the same way for last 65 years.
65 years? Exactly the same way?
Exactly the same way. We used to have two budgets. One was an Indian budget, and then Indian Railways budget.
Okay. But it's changed. It has changed now, hasn't it?
It has changed now. And there was one more caveat to this whole story. And that is that the budget used to be announced at 5 p.m. in India in the parliament. That was, we copied it from the British Raj time, because the viceroy had to synchronize his watches with the queen. And he didn't want to wake up the queen in the early morning. So they said, okay, fine, we will change our time at 5 p.m. so that the queen can see the budget being released at her 10 a.m.
And it happened. It's continued for 65 years, despite the fact the British haven't. India's been an independent republic all that time.
This is the funny part, Neville, because there was no need to continue. First of all, there was no need to have separate budgets, Indian Railways and Indian budget, because we were not reporting to anyone. We were reporting to ourselves. So we should have, if it was a governance issue, we could have waited for 10 years to merge them together, but we should have done it much earlier. But finally, in 2014, when the Modi government came to power, they challenged the whole modus operandi around this, and they merged the Indian Railways budget with the Indian budget. So now we have only one budget, and that is announced at 10 a.m. instead of 5 p.m.
It just makes so much sense, doesn't it? I mean, it's a classic of if it's not bust, don't fix it. But one of the things we talk about, you and I talk about, is good leadership. And good leadership really is to challenge the status quo. Why are we doing this? What is it? Just historical? Is it hysterical, as in this particular issue, to allow it to go on for 65 years? As you say, it was your budget and you're reporting to yourself. So you've got to wonder why people just kept on with the same old ways. And this is where I think a lot of people are today. They're waiting for the pre-COVID time to return. I've got news for everybody. It's not coming back. Things have moved on far too much in every sector. You've only got to pick one sector like retail, and the digital transformation over the last year has brought forward the change 5 years. Because certainly people in the West that are into digital anyway, they've accelerated their online programs at an unprecedented rate, almost as fast actually as people creating the new vaccine. That is the catastrophic change that's happened in retail. But the question is, has it happened in your industry? Or are you still stuck creating two budgets, delivering it at 5 o'clock in the afternoon because we don't want to disturb the Queen, do we? You know, we need to make sure the Queen's up and ready and had a cup of tea. Times change, everybody. You know, let's get with it. Let's move on. And now you're saying, you know, this is big news. Okay, so we're now going to move it forward to the 21st century properly. You were telling me earlier that this is the first budget that's going to be digitally presented, all going to be online. So how much of a transformation is that for a government body? To me, it sounds massive. But how does it feel to you?
I think it's massive. Along with merging the two budgets and putting railway as part of the India budget, railways is merely a transportation. So they just added this entire railway department under the transportation, and hence now we have a better synchronized, centralized budget, and we can do a lot of savings when deciding for the next year. That is one thing which is huge, because if you look at the Indian Railways as the world's largest employer, one department employing 2.5 million people. And then there are others also. There are a lot of other departments like Electricity Board, which is also a huge outfit in India. Then there are Thermal Power Corporation, again a very big corporation in India. So like that, now we have one budget. So it's a big development. But this government has moved in a phased manner. They did something first, and then the next year they did some improvement and all that. So there is a progressive improvement in the way they are changing the things here. And this year is completely online budget, which is, I think, huge, considering the size of economy of $3 trillion. I think presenting the GDP of all the commodities of 40,000 and odd commodities, or maybe more, in an online manner. I'm assuming, I don't know for sure, Neville, but I'm assuming the work has been done for past few months to be able to present it on 1st of February.
Well, that's that's amazing, as you say. I mean, it's a huge, massive thing to be putting this budget online. And the nice thing about when you do go online, there's no hiding places. You can actually, if you look in a good annual report that the company's put online, a big blue chip company, large conglomerate, and they put their report online, you can actually click on something that's highlighted and it drills down into the next page and the next page and the next page. So to me it sounds brilliant. I mean, I think it's a real it's an emotional journey, I'm sure, for everybody, a huge transitional journey, and you've got to applaud a government that's actually moving into that online arena and being open and transparent. I mean, that's what we want from our governments around the world. It's sadly lacking, as we well know. But I look forward to the next move that comes out of the Indian government, because when you look at it in comparison, you've got nearly 4 times as many people in India that they have in America, in the United States. So, just imagine the budget that they have over there. I'm not quite sure it's online. I think I'm going to have to do some research on that, to be honest with you. I would hope it would be, being a dynamic and forward-thinking economy. But I've got my questions, got my doubts actually. And so we'll see on that one. So great news for everyone in India. I mean, how do you think people are receiving it? Are they saying wow, or are they saying about time, or are they saying I never even thought they had it in them? I mean, what type of emotions are going through the Indian community currently?
I think the emotion which is running in our mind is it's about time. We could have done it many years back. We are driving the IT revolution across the world, and why we were not employing the same technology in our own day-to-day business. So I think it's about time. That's the feeling. We could have done it earlier.
But the good news is they're now doing it. So the main thing is people are catching up. So the question is, what's next? I'm not too sure you know the answer to that question, but we can always look in and be in hope. Let's say, because without hope we got nothing.
So as a progressive human being myself, I feel that in our huge country, we moved on election on an electronic way of doing election, and before this election system was in place, there were a lot of you can see the U.S. Scenario where two parties are blaming each other of foul play. So this same thing used to happen in India before 2002. Fortunately, we moved on to this system where you cannot hack into the system, you cannot steal it, your voter, your franchise. You cannot do anything with that. You can't destroy it, and the counting is super easy because you just plug the whole machine, EVM, electronic voting machine, into the server, and within an hour, you will have the result. Earlier, it would take 5 days to count one constituency, and so many people will be employed to count it, and there could be a foul play there. So I think 1% certain percentage of we have done the problem solving. I'm saying that the next move for us should be to take the entire election online. There are two advantages. One is that there is a huge amount of encryption with biometrics in place, and we should use and have trust on the technology. That is number one. Number two, the participation of people can be increased, because right now the number of people who are walking up to the polling booth is about 60 to 70%, maximum 80%. So 20% are still not voting because they feel lazy or they don't feel enthusiastic enough. But if it is available on your mobile, you can just click your yes or no, or choose whatever you want to. It will make it a lot easier for the people, for the citizen of India to vote. So as an evangelist, I would say that the next big move for Indian government should be to bring the entire thing online, especially on the elections.
Well, that would be an absolute massive move going forward. And just think of the consequences of having that digital connectivity with every single citizen in your country. You could actually get their opinion on, do you like what we're doing? And even if they've got a really tough decision, they might even, not that I'm suggesting that anyone should do this, but they could even say, we got a really tough decision, we want your opinion. So you haven't got all of these Murray polls and Gallup polls and goodness knows what else polls that are out there that are they only take a subsection of the citizenship, and then they do the projection. And we all know what that happens, don't we? You take the wrong cohort and you project it forward, and you've got an even bigger wrong answer. So, but it sets the tone for the way businesses could be run too. I mean, in the West, we're always talking about making sure that we've got the right combination of people on the board. Whereas, if you had this automatic democratic voting system up and down the organization and across the organization, you wouldn't necessarily need to have a big board. You could have quite a small board. So the knock-on effects to this are really quite huge. I mean, like you, I like to see the simplicity of this, and unfortunately, life in the digital ether world isn't as simple as perhaps we would like, because it's unfortunately it's lended itself to corruption over the years. But of course, corruption only comes because people have got corrupted minds and they like breaking things. So we need to think about that one too. But that's not for today. We need to celebrate the fact that India is going to put their first budget online, which is brilliant. They've actually come out of the days of the Raj, which is even better. I mean, I just find that absolutely hilarious. And it's a lesson we can all learn, frankly. Look in your own business. What are you doing currently that you've just been doing because you've been doing it? And is it still working? You know, if it's still working, you can tick the box, say, fantastic. Can I do more of that? Because it's working. And if it's not working, say, why are we doing this? And don't beat yourself up about it. You know, this is spring cleaning. You know, this is the start of a new year. We had Diwali just before our Christmas break in the Christian calendar. So we're still in Diwali, really. There's still spring, really. We're still in that early arena of, you know, cleaning the clutter. So go and clean the clutter. The government's doing it, and we know how fast they are doing things, pretty slow. So what about you doing it? It's an interesting discussion for a Tuesday. Hope that's helped somebody out there, CK. I'm sure someone's thinking, I'm going to look at my budget now. But look further. Don't just look at your budget. Look further into your organization. What do you do? Why do you do it? Can you do it any better? Fantastic discussion for a Tuesday, CK.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us today, Neville, for finding time. We will catch up with you again on something more interesting.
Well, that's pretty interesting to me. So we've got to go a long way to beat that one. Have a good day, everybody. Good luck for the rest of the week.
Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to this edition, Wednesday, Top Brass. Before I start the discussion today, in fact, we would like to discuss something very, very related to business. And to do that, let me first introduce my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gunn.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's a pretty dull day today in the UK. And there's this COVID thing that's going on, but we don't want to talk about that. That's far too negative. We want to talk about something that's really positive and really could get you moving ahead and get you very motivated. So what do you think the subject might be today?
Well, I think it's a dull morning here as well, Neville, because we are going through cyclones and a lot of rain. It's as gloomy as, when you see the rains in London. So since past 2 days, we have not seen the sun, so it's as gloomy. But I think what we should talk about is something related to the media. And why I'm picking up this media as a subject, because if you look at the channels, they're all running behind their ratings. I'm at the top and, I'm number one. And if you're number two, you're nowhere. So I think the same thing is happening in our business, where people are trying to get into that top slot. And to reach that top slot, they are willing to do anything. And it is very important for us to discuss the feedback, what the feedback mechanism is there in the corporate circle. I think I leave the floor open to discuss about these aspects.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we talk about collaboration and working together in a community and all of these wonderful joint phrases. And COVID has brought us all together. We're all in it together. And yet the the bottom line for most people is, I want to be number one. I'm important, no one else is important. And the media, probably, in my view, it actually supports that type of approach. But let's look at this slightly different. If we really are looking at growth and we really are looking at building stronger communities, we need to start giving people this wonderful word that's used a lot in business, but very normally quite misunderstood. And it's this word called feedback. Feedback. Well, I'm giving you feedback. Okay, well, I don't particularly want feedback. Thanks very much. I'm quite happy where I am. But what's the purpose of feedback? What do you think the purpose of feedback is, CK? In very simple terms, why do we give feedback to somebody? Why do you want feedback from somebody?
Well, I think feedback is very important for me, and I need feedback to correct my course of action, probably correct my own personality, and also the steps that I'm going to take in next 6 months or so. It's absolutely critical for me to know exactly what people are thinking about me and my activities.
And that's a brilliant response, because it's very personal. It's helped me improve. And because we have this inner drive to be the best we can be. Some people suppress that drive, but a lot of people actually just spark it off a little bit. As you said, it's for you to get better. It's a correction. I mean, these were your words, really. It's correcting your activity, your actions, your behavior. And that's right. That's what it's there for. So you're probably always ready for feedback. Even if people don't realize they're giving it to you. They're just having a conversation. But the thing about having a conversation is there is a tremendous amount of feedback in that conversation. So if the conversation grows and is more interactive, that's pretty good feedback, isn't it? You're feeling that it's going somewhere. The other person is offering more because they believe it's going somewhere. And we, as humans, we thrive on that. We love it. When you think about a baby when they first start to walk, the feedback they get from the adults around them turns a cry when they're fallen over into a smile to say, I'm going to take another go. I'm going to have another go. And we've all got it in us, We're all born very, very similar, 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, etc., etc. And it's about time we started to use it. So let's talk a little bit more about what's the purpose of feedback. Now, you made it very personal. It's so you can correct yourself. And that actually is the purpose of someone giving you feedback. It's for you. It's not for them. I often say, when you write an email, who's it for? And people will say, well, for me. And I say, well, really? Then why are you writing the email? Because it's for the person you're sending it to. So you have to think, how do they want to see it? Why would they want to see it? How would they want to receive it? And we said we should do the same with feedback. Don't you think?
Well, let me share some personal experience, which I had yesterday. There was a person who reached out to me yesterday on social media. I don't know the person. I simply looked at the profile, I accepted the request. And after some time, after 10 minutes, she writes to me, hey, what do you do? I said, we do XYZ. And then she said, okay, we are looking for entrepreneurs. And we have a story where we give the successful entrepreneurs sustained income. So I said, fair enough. But, being me, I wanted to give some feedback. So I said, I just wrote few words saying, the same old story. And with this 3 words or 4 words, she felt so offended. She said, she wrote names
the next very message. I don't know the person. We got to know only 10 minutes back. She wrote names and she said, I said, anyway, tell me what you have. No, I don't want to share with everybody. So thank you very much. This is a real thing which happened yesterday on social media. Within a matter of 30 minutes, this person reached out to me looking at my profile. When I asked her just 3-word question, she retracted and went back, and no patience to even get a 3-word feedback.
It's really interesting because you've brought in another word that's coming to my mind about relationships and building relationships, and how important that is to build the relationship. And we always forget, actually, that relationship building relies on feedback. It relies upon communication, but it's the type of communication, So there's a really good interview that's going around currently. It was done by Richard Branson, part of the Virgin Entrepreneurs arena. And of all people, they brought on Simon Sinek, and he interviewed Simon Sinek. It's a short interview. We should send people the link, really. And this is all about entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship is finding a solution to one of today's problems, not finding a solution and then finding out where the problem is. That's not entrepreneurship. That's, to me, that's a bit of innovation that isn't very smart, because unless you've got a problem, no one's going to want the solution. Anyway, he said, okay, I'm going to start it off, he said, and I'm going to ask the first question. What solution would you bring to the table to solve one of today's problems? In other words, what's the biggest problem of today? And Simon Sinek clearly wasn't prepared for this type of question. So it's really good the way, look at this video. We're going to share this video with them. Look at the way of a really good thinker starts to answer the question. And they build time into the answer, because the brain can think while the voice is speaking. And if you look at what he does, that's exactly what happens. But the interesting thing is, he comes up with an answer, which, I'll be honest with you, I was shocked. He said, what we suffer from today is the fact that we don't build relationships. We're not very good at making relationships. Despite the fact we're human beings, and that's what we're born to do, we're not very good at it. So if I were running a business today, I would actually look at solving that problem and building somewhere where people can communicate freely and openly. He didn't use the word feedback, but he used the word relationship and communication. And interestingly enough, communication is the number one STEM skill. It's the number one interpersonal skill that everyone says you should be building. So was his answer new? No. Was it innovative? No. But will people listen to it? Yes. And why will they listen to it? Because Richard Branson asked the question and Simon Sinek answered it. And this is about influence now. Two of the biggest influences in the world, certainly in the Western world, people will listen to it. And hopefully other people will start solving those problems. But it comes back to this relationship issue. How do I build the relationship issue? And you said on social media, someone found you. Now, in social media, you and I both know, you don't just find people. You look for them. And you see what they're saying, It's almost like there's a stone out there and all you're doing is picking the stone up and having a good look. And on social media, it's easier to do. If you see them on LinkedIn, You can Google them and find them on Twitter. I mean, even on LinkedIn, it says, look at this person's profile, and it will show you a Twitter profile, and it will show you if they got a Facebook page, if they got other social media, what are their main marketing, because LinkedIn platform is a huge platform. It's almost like a business in itself. So you don't have to look very far. But once they've made the thought was, I need to talk to that person, you would make an assumption that you need to drive the conversation. You're the questioner. You're the person that's found somebody else. So you need to be in that can-do attitude, the right mindset, where you're going to constantly ask questions of the other person. Have you thought of this? What do you do over here? What do you do? It's a nice introduction, as you and I have always had. What do you do? Who do you do it for? Is there anyone that we both know that you've done it for? So you find some common ground. But all too often, you give someone feedback, and you weren't ready for this request. It was unsolicited, really. You weren't asking. I mean, maybe because you're on social media, there is this, I'm here to be asked. Okay, fine. But it's still up to the person that's making the first step to build the relationship, to make that engagement. And all too often, this feedback you get initially may not be what you want to hear. But that's okay. Then ask another question so that you get the feedback you do want to hear. And like anything else, I mean, have you said anything different to many people when they're on LinkedIn? No. I mean, there are thousands of people that come on to me and they say, I'd like to connect with you. Okay, well, let's connect. And then you get a diatribe of, we do SEO, we do this, we do apps, we've done this. Okay, well, thanks for that. Do you want any? Well, no, not really. But why didn't you ask that first? Because then it would have it would have saved my behavioral waste of thinking what you do, So we've lost this art of networking. We started this conversation with a bit about feedback, and we've shot into networking, relationships, communication, but it all is based upon how good is the feedback? How good is it for you, for me? Our conversation here is about a conversation, but it's feedback on what's being said, what's being listened to. Is it interesting? Is it not interesting? So I find this absolutely fascinating. And for all those people on social media that do find somebody, drive the conversation. Control it for the other person. You're the one that's opened up the dialogue. So if you come to me, I expect you to drive the dialogue. I expect you to show an interest in me, because you did show an interest in me at the beginning. And just because I'm not really interested in your first response, it doesn't mean to say that all the time that you started to find me is wasted. But if that's your sole purpose, then get to the question quickly and move on. We have this phrase, just throwing it all at a blanket. Some of it will stick, and good luck. If that's the way you want to do it, then you will need a lot of luck, because you're going to have to hit the recipient at the right time, just at the moment that they're making a decision or going through the thought process of doing what you've got to offer. And that isn't business, that's rolling the dice. And there's far better ways of building businesses, improving yourself, than rolling the dice. Big subject today, CK.
Yes, Neville. In fact, When we were working in the corporate sector, there was no way we could have gone and sold, even though there is a branding image behind the solution offering. But there was no way that you can go and say, hey, I'm representing this brand, so I have a ready business. I don't think that was an assumption. So I'm failing to understand, when you're not even a brand, what is driving people's ego. You have reached out to a person because you want to grow, you want some business out of that person, or you want to collaborate. I was talking to another person in the industry, and she started telling me that the collaboration is such an abused word now, because somebody calls and, hey, I want to collaborate, without thinking about it. So I think people don't have any business sense at all, and they don't want to get into any feedback. So to answer your question in a holistic manner, I would say I meet about 90% people every day who do not have business sense, simply because they don't have any feedback built in their mind or strategy. So that is why even if they have to correct their course, there is no input into their strategy. Or even if input is happening, it may happen very slowly. By the time they realize, water has already flown. So I think the first mantra of business today should be, people should get little calm, and get into the real sense of business, and get understanding what they want to do. As you say, several times you have spoken in our programs, Neville, that what is the purpose? If you have connected with a person, what is your purpose? So as you say, spell out your purpose as a first instant. That is why people say advertising, where you don't have to pick phone of everyone. You just advertise. Whoever is interested will come. It's a pull mechanism. But if you're pushing yourself, you rather be straight. I think that's the feedback I would like to give to the audience today.
Yeah, and as you say, you've used the word again, feedback to the audience. I mean, this is about, offering some thought process so that you can be better. And there is this mechanism, and it's done in call centers, and whether you like it or not, it works. There's a script that these people have. The really good call center people, the outbound call centers, the ones that call you up and say, I'm calling you, I'm not calling you to sell anything. Well, immediately that's the phone down as far as I'm concerned, because they are calling to sell you something. So these script writers that are out there that have done this, it's never going to work. Not for me, but the point is it works for some people, and this is rolling the dice. So they've created a script where if you roll the dice often enough, you will get a few takers. So there is this thing within the call center arena that if you make 120 calls a day, you're going to be successful. Now that's just one metric, 120 calls a day. It doesn't talk about the quality of the call, how long the call was, the interaction of the call. But these people know that if you're making 120 calls a day, you are going to be successful, because you're rolling the dice and you're improving your script. The point about making 120 calls a day is you're becoming resilient as well. So if someone hangs up the phone, so what? There's always another one to call. And that's the way really good call center people work. They become resilient and they run through a script. But it's the script that they've slightly adapted that works for them. And it's all on, you've done this, I've done this. When you call someone completely cold, you really want that other person to start talking so that you can understand them, get a feel for who they are. You can't see them, but just by the way they speak, you can get an impression of them. And we all rely upon that as human beings. you know, and once someone else starts to speak, then you know you've got great feedback.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, when you go in a face-to-face meeting, this is exactly what you're looking at the other person. You know, you're talking, but you're trying to judge the other person. You know, what this person is he raising an eyebrow, what keywords he's listening to.
Yep.
I think that is very, very critical. Feedback is very critical. So that is why I fail to understand why people today not following these best practices.
Because they don't know them. They've never been taught them, you know. The whole issue of education is a completely different subject, as you well know. But we're taught at school and at university, we're taught how to pass exams. We're taught how to be technically competent. But our interpersonal skills, you know, going back to this Richard Branson and Simon Sinek interview, you know, what problem would you solve today? Simon Sinek says relationships, communication. We're not taught how to build relationships. We're not taught how to communicate with each other. And the reason for that is it's assumed it happens. We know it's important. Everybody knows it's important, you know, because if I stop communicating with you by stopping speaking, I'm hardly going to get a message over, am I? You know, if I stop speaking. So communication is incredibly important. And Simon Sinek says we need to solve the problem of relationships and communication. So we know it's a problem. Some of the most influential people in the world, one asked the question, the other one answered it. They're telling us it's a problem and it needs to be solved. And that's the answer to your question, is because people don't know. They may have read the books that says it. They may have seen all of these brilliant TED Talks or some of our, you know, communication, our webinars, our videos, our vlogs, whatever you want to call them, online, that reinforces the message time and time and time again. The problem is they've never done anything about it. And I'm going to go back to when I asked you the question at the beginning and said, what's the purpose, very simply, of feedback? And you said to change your actions. Action. That's what it's all about. We don't know how to behave. We don't know how to act. Now, there's going to be a lot of people saying, you're talking rubbish, Neville. I know how to act. Okay. You may do, but do you do it all the time? Have you sent an email to someone on LinkedIn and got a response and then you don't know how to act? In fact, your actions have been incredibly negative. So it's hardly building a relationship, is it? And the other thing is, I'm not perfect either. You know, I make mistakes all the way along. You know, sometimes I'm too busy and I'll quickly rattle off something. And actually, I probably should have taken a bit more time, because that relationship might have been the one that would have been really important. And doing what I do, I don't like to damage relationships, but we do it all the time, unfortunately. We're human beings. But answering your question simply, we've never been taught how to do it. We've never taken the time to practice doing it. But now, hopefully, having listened to what we've been saying here, is now's your time. Go and practice.
Yeah, thank you, Neville. In fact, your narration and your knowledge has really opened up the minds of a lot of people. And there are more to it, because, you know, this is just a few minutes of video. There are many situations which requires a lot of hand-holding. So if people want to reach out to us, you know, we have Neville Gund as one of the top leading influencer, globally recognized. And viewers, if you want to take help from Neville, please reach out to us. We can arrange that session for you. But in the end, I would like to say that feedback is absolutely important for anyone.
even negative feedback is absolutely important. It is not that you need to discard, and to leverage any sort of feedback, you do reach out to us. We will arrange a one-on-one session with Naval, and it will benefit you a lot in your business or in your day-to-day walk of life. So thank you, Naval. We will catch up again tomorrow.
Thanks, CK. Have a good day, everybody, and look up at the sun and smile. Give yourself some feedback.
Cheers, Naval. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have an interesting personality, Ritu Gupta, who is a CEO of Four Seasons PR. She is also having a great interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Ritu, there's an instance in Ramayana where Ram denies his righteous claim on the throne of Ayodhya and went to exile for 14 years. What do you think about this incident? How you see this incident?
Here I see Ram going to exile for 14 years as an obedient son. He did what his father told him. In fact, father never told him clearly, but he knew that the father has given a boon to his third wife Kekai, and he is in a turmoil. How to tell Ram to go for exile, to banish him to forest. So Ram, like an obedient son, and being Purushottam means an ideal man, best among all the men. So he gave up his crown and he went for exile for 14 years. Now this portrays the character of Ram as a person who never thought of taking revenge, as a man who had his balance, never lost his cool, never got angry. So this itself portrays that during those times, which is very rare to see now, that people, they have confidence in their parents and they accepted what parents they told kids to do. Ram accepted what his father King Dashrath told him, and it sets an ideal example in today's world that if you're looking out for peace, then do what other people, especially your family, they want you to do. If you follow the path of dharma, you're going to find peace inside you, and you will definitely give peace to the people around you.
So, do you feel that the gesture and this incident has any relevance in today's time?
See, it's I cannot say whether it has relevance in today's time. I don't think that kids, the sons would do something like this. But I definitely want to say that this incident definitely gives a learning or teaching to the younger generation that please have confidence in what your parents they tell you. Don't think it's very modern to think differently from your parents. You as a family is a unit. So Ram believed in family as a unit, and the younger generation, if they want to achieve success, later on the Ram became Raja Ram. So if you definitely want to achieve success, so follow what your families they say, follow what the head of the family, which is your father or your grandfather or your mother, they ask you to do, because whatever they say, they have something good for you in mind. And yes, today's generation should, if we want our country to go ahead, then why not? Why not we follow what Ramayana has, what we see in Ramayana? Because Ramayana has many management functions also, and it is also one of the management functions. So I think kids should follow this, and this is actually very relevant if they want to do.
True, Ritu. And I think we should also follow a right path. And
Yeah.
the right path leads you to a right results, a right destination.
Yes, that the path of dharma and make the right moral choices. And this incident tells kids not to think about me, but think about we. Think about we. And then definitely there is going to be peace around everyone. There's going to be peace in them, peace in their parents. Everyone around them would be peaceful. So that's what path of dharma, path of love is all about.
Nice talking to you, Ritu. We'll meet again tomorrow and discuss different aspect of the life of Ram. So till then, you stay safe, take care, bye-bye. Thanks again.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show Roundtable Discussion. Today, we have a very interesting panel guest, and let me introduce you to all of you. To you, now we have Ritu Gupta, who is CEO of PR agency Four Seasons. A part of this, she is also teaching in one of the prestigious colleges in Delhi, and she's a lecturer of media relations and PR relations here in Delhi. We also have Indra Sharma, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious school of the subject of physical training. She has been awarded by the government for her contribution in education. Welcome to the show, Indra. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you.
We have Sitesh Srivastav, who is an IT professional. A part of this is closely related to radio broadcasting, and he is also he's also having very keen interest in corporate trainings. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Kanchan. Thanks for inviting, and thanks for the lovely panel that we have.
We have Chandrakant, who is a co-founder of Akulmach Technologies, and he has a great interest in aviation and space-related subjects. So, welcome to the show, Chandrakant. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, Kanchan. Thank you for your invite and looking forward to this very powerful discussion today.
Yes.
So we have a great subject today, and would like to know your opinion about what we lost in this pandemic. We are just nearing to the March, so that means we are covering 1 year of this pandemic era. Though we have vaccination here, and that's a good news, but I would like to know from any one of you who can start on this topic, what really we lost during this pandemic.
So Kanchan, I really want to start with this as we have started 1 year of pandemic, and when I look back, I find that this last 1 year is very strange. Has been very strange year. But like many of you, we started 2020 and also now 2021 with plans, hope, dreams, and desires, many of which had to be rethought, rescaled, scaled differently, and even abandoned also. However, this great reset that was 2020 is not all doom and gloom. We have found many new ways of working that may represent a healthier balance between our work life and our home life. We have also found new tools online, virtual, connected to our webcam that allow us easier access to colleagues, experts, relatives, friends all over the world. As we have all been encouraged to mask up and socially distance from each other, we have found the tools to make the separation and distance irrelevant. So that's what I want to say.
Yes, it's a very good point that we have found new ways of communication. But what I feel is that we are lacking a social interaction, which is it's very important because as a human race, it's very, very essential to have a social interaction, and that is how we grow. So, what your ideas on this subject, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, let me put it in a very in precise way. I feel what we lost is a little bit of a trust in the science and the research fraternity, who could not see this coming, despite having SARS, despite having so many other smaller versions of it, Ebola few years back, and MERS in the Hong Kong, Asia Pacific region. So, despite so much of funding available throughout the world, in all the developed and also in not so developed countries, the science fraternity could not see this thing coming. That is one thing that was lost, I feel. The other thing that was lost is the trust in the media, because there was either no media or too much of media and in between. And therefore, it needs, I think these two were lost. And because these, we are dependent on these two, the media as well as the scientific fraternity, I think little bit of the trust on ourselves and our old ways of living that we have left and moved forward in the name of progress, that was lost. And I think, as Ritu says, after 1 year of this pandemic, we are more than aware of what our grandfathers and fathers and great grandfathers used to do and live. That's what I have to say.
Yes, I also want to know your views on this subject, Indraji. When you are closely associated with children and on daily basis you teach children and meet them. So, what we lost exactly when we talk about our children and their growth?
Yes, the socialization is very important for children. Like they have been studying, they have improved their computer skills. It has sharpened, but somewhere they were not interacting with the other children, which is very important at this stage. It's very important for their growth. It's very important they interact with other children, they play outside. That they have missed during this time. The children have really missed this time. But sometimes in adversities, children, they have learned so much. They have learned other things also. And I feel this, that the socialization was very important for the children.
Yes, I feel that you raised a very important. Yes, yes. So I feel you raised a very important point that socializing is missing and which is very important. I would like to know from CK that how he really reacts on these ideas and these points when there's a lot of worries among parents, among national leaders about some issues which are we are discussing. How you feel what we lost in this period of pandemic?
Well, Kanchan, thank you for selecting this remarkable subject. I think we have not lost anything, but we have actually lost one thing, which is living in denial. All the things that we are seeing today have been around for last 20 years. We were not accepting it. It has been recommended that Industry 4.0 will come, and finally it has come. What I'm disappointed is that we had one wretched virus to tell us that hey, Industry 4.0 is there, and virus has to teach us these things. And what is happening? The gig economy, everybody has been talking for last 10 years. Now it is finally here. Indraji mentioned about physical connect. I think the physical connect is much more than ever. Earlier, you could talk to 100 people with your time of spending 1 hour. Now you can talk to 10,000 people. People who are doing gaming, they are now flourishing. They are doing gaming for 11 hours, 12 hours, and all sorts of games are being played on the internet. Gaming industry is booming.
If you look at the YouTube platforms and Facebook, their infrastructure is booming. Their bandwidth utilization is booming. Everywhere we see boom. So I think we have not lost anything. What we have gained is a new way of embracing Industry 4.0.
So that means we are talking about this loss, and do you feel really it's a myth? Anybody can take this question. Is it a myth that we are, as CK has mentioned, it is a denial, we are living in a denial? But then many people will, even today, come up and say that, yes, we have lost something. Like if you talk to the agricultural sector, the farmers will say that, yes, we have lost, we are not able to get a right amount, we are not able to sell our products. Because there was a pandemic, people were not buying. And if we really go into a marketing segment, then again we have same time of opinion which is expressed by head of the sales department of any company. It says, no, we are not selling anything because people are not buying. So what do you think about this, Sitesh?
Well, I think, Kanchan, that CK has raised a very interesting point that we have been living in denial. At the same time, I would just add to his point. Last 10 years, or last 12 years to be precise, the amount of consumption that we are having with our electronics, gadgets, internet, and our superfluous lifestyle in even in the middle class incomes, that has actually made us dependent on so many things without asking a question. Whether it is electricity, whether it is medicines, whether it is home delivery of food and every essential items, we suddenly started thinking that everything is doable, everything is feasible, and therefore we can overlook the basics, we can overlook the essentials, we can overlook the not so fortunate part of the world. In fact, the virus, the wretched virus, as CK says, comes from one of the biggest economy in the world, and that it was unapprehended, it was uncontrolled, and then when it was released, it was controlled through the World Health Organization for such a long time. So definitely we have lost so many lives. Definitely we have lost the credibility of the scientific fraternity. And definitely we have lost to understand that there are some basic principles of human living that never change. And the global village concept may be as good as it gets, but it may not solve all the problems of this world. That's what I want to say.
So, Ritu, you interact with all grown-up children. You go to college and teach pretty smart students at the moment. So, what is your reaction? As CK has mentioned that the technologies were already there at place, but we were so scared to use them. But when pandemic came and we started using more and more, so what has changed in the lives of a student when we pre-pandemic and post? Not post as yet, but still we feel that we are just about to be out of this pandemic. But my question is how children react to this.
I think what children miss, very frankly, they miss in-person interaction with the teacher. They miss in-person interaction with each other. The freedom to, grab a cup of coffee, meet someone face to face. That thing they are really missing. And also, we have made online teaching, it's getting better and better each day, but one-to-one interaction definitely is not there. And plus you cannot force students to do something. What I personally miss is when I teach, when I take lectures, and even the other teachers also, we see that students are not that reactive. They're not following the discipline which they would have had followed in the one-to-one class, because most of the time students, they are on mute mode, and their cameras are off. So most of the time the classes are is just one-way interaction. So that I personally feel is not right. Even the students, they feel that the discipline, there was a way in living the life, but I'm sure that things are going to get normal each day.
Okay, so Indra, actually, a couple of days back, I have heard that children who are studying in ninth and 10th, they started going to the school. And there was a clipping which I happened to see on the social media. And the children were saying there's nothing comparable to online classes, not compared to the classes we are attending, the offline classes. So, I would like to know how you really feel about this difference between online and offline classes, and how you can really find that where the students are more satisfied. You know that online classes are also giving many information. Much of the platform is very advanced, and they a student can learn anything on online. But then again, when I saw the clip in any of these social media platform, I realized that students are longing to go to the school. So what you really advise, and how you will react to this statement?
Now, children must be like they like to go to school, meet their friends, teachers, their interaction. They all love to do that. But classroom teaching, in my school at least, I know that we already had smart boards. Teachers were teaching the smart boards. No? They were all familiar with the all the system, and I think it was not very difficult for them to switch over to online. But that is not in all schools. Some schools, some privileged, some schools had the smart boards. And all this knowledge, their teaching ability and the use of smart boards helped them, helped every one of us to teach children online when there was a pandemic. And teachers, students always, when they go to school, they meet friends, how they enjoy going to school in buses, coming back, recess time, game time, all this they have missed. Otherwise, learning have really taken place. They have learned a lot. It's not that they have not, they have gained so much of knowledge during this.
We had been discussing about that we lost this, but what is one thing which really has done a great impact on day-to-day life of people? I would like to ask this from CK.
Well, let me start where Ritu left. See, there is industry 4.0 which is going to come in any way, and it has already arrived here. So there is a gap in the market, and the biggest gap is in the ed tech, education technology. I think the points that the panelists are making is that people are missing the friendship, breakups, makeups, those kind of things which happens usually in a school. So I think there is a requirement for smart entrepreneurs to fill that gap, use the online medium to come out with this AI-based learning systems. So when we say that people are putting themselves on mute, why they should be able to put it on mute when you have AI and you can recreate the same environment that you see in your school. That means you can have breakout sessions, you can have tea break, coffee break, and you can maintain social distance and study on a new platform. So I think there is a K-12 system which is already there. The schools in India and many other countries need to adapt to this K-12 system, online level of education, and also certification. So that system brings all the nuances of a physical activity which you will anyway do in your school. So I think that is where we are. We should not be looking at with a narrow mind. The changes are permanent. Whatever changes have happened in 2020 are going to stay there for next 5 to 6 years. So I think sooner we realize that these changes are real, better it would be for us, and look ahead, see what are the new changes that we are going to say. And as somebody said, change is the only constant. So the changes are going to happen. We have to keep adapting to it.
Definitely, it's a very good discussion about the loss we have been facing during this pandemic. But actually, what I feel, we are a very big country, and everybody don't really gel with the idea of technology. They don't even gel with the idea of social distancing. People are taking advantage. They want to go out. Even for marriages, also it is said that only 50 guests can come and come into the venue of a marriage. So my point is that somehow somewhere we have changed our lifestyle, not here in India but all over the world. Now we are still learning how to really cope up with this kind of lifestyle, this kind of mentality, this kind of workflow. So are we ready to really convert this loss into a gain situation, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, the mask has to become a part of our body. It can be added as a probably 300th organ of our body going forward. That is the interesting part. And this was there always in the Asia Pacific, especially in Japan, where a normal flu would have attracted a mask by people. In India, we have learned it a very, very hard way, but I cannot say that we have learned it in a real way. The other thing is that the lifestyle changes, as CK says, is going to stay, and there is no compromise on that. How much we can compromise and how much we can bring back the great glorious days pre-pandemic times, I really want to see or feel that. What I also understand is the lifestyle of this is not a guarantee for another pandemic. As we are seeing, new strains are coming, and we are also seeing that there could be another more potent, more fatal pandemics, which are generally recurring after every 100 years. So 100 years is far enough for all of us here on this day today. But the new strains are possible. And we really don't know what is happening in those labs, wherever they are, whether it is in any country. Who is looking at the compliance of those? And why the data is not coming out? Why Dr. Fauci from US had to cut away from his government standpoint and make his own channel of communication? That is a great example. Another thing that I really try to despise is one side of people says that this pandemic has taught all of us that the good old days of living, having home food and healthy living, healthy habits, and all such, so much of knowledge or gyan that has passed through last year in 2020. The other side says that did we really need to go through this kind of a wretched virus to feel this? I don't think so. Greta Thunberg said, this is the Earth's way of healing. But did we really need to go through that? I don't agree with Greta. So there are these things that will always be there. But from a corporate perspective, as everybody here in the panel says that children are missing this, I must tell you, I am missing going to office because the real productivity gain is there for the office. While sitting at home, I can do a lot of things that are my own choice. But from a working perspective, it is very important to be in office, to feel the culture and to enhance it. That's what I feel.
Yes, CK also wants to add something on this comment. Yes, CK.
Yes, Satish, I fully agree with you. And when I was in Africa, we had limited transportation. I mean, we had to keep our own cars and drivers, and many times you had to work from your apartments. So, what I used to do is dress up in the morning, wear a suit, because you never know, when you will be called for a meeting, and continue working from your home till the time you're going out. So I think the whole point is that it's in your mind. So what is happening today is that 20 years back I was in an extraordinary situation where I had to dress up and feel like as if I'm working from an office although I'm at home.
But right now, everybody has to do that, and they have to learn this new way. And Kanchan mentioned about entertainment, joining birthday parties. I think there are enough facility available where you can do karaoke. In fact, many of my friends are celebrating using karaoke's and things like that. And Siddesh, you mentioned about office. There are virtual office products available today where you can actually create a virtual official environment. What is missing is for the children, because the school fraternity has not woken up to the reality. They are still going in the old way. I can show the teacher in front of the camera, 40 people will tune in to that stream, and then they will do whatever they want. They can mute their camera, they can mute their microphone, etc. I think the innovation is waiting to happen. I'm sure somebody like Byju's will come up with a very advanced AI based learning system, and all of these schools will be out of the business very soon. So the whole evolution method is either you evolve or you perish. I think this is the biggest learning we have from this pandemic. We need to evolve with the changes, because these changes are permanent. It is starting the gig economy. Next 21, 22, 23 will be the year of online workers. 50% of the workforce will be available online. There is no need to go to office. Google has already announced for 3 years they will not be calling their employees to office. So I think it's a reality in front of our own eyes. How can we deny it?
Yes, very well said, CK. But the thing is that we have lost something. The what we have lost is that we had been living in a it is like living a pattern of life which we are missing, and we are learning day by day, going through that pattern. I would like to summarize what we have discussed today. First is social distancing, which we are really doing online. We have as Ritu said, that we have some problems like students are not as disciplined as they are in an offline mode. Like Indra said, that social distancing has created a havoc in among children, and of course among parents also, because they don't have a free time for themselves. Because earlier children used to go out and they can manage their timetable accordingly. Like Sitesh said, that things were already there. There are some missing aspect of living life, like going to the office. But then CK said we can counter, we have everything available. So I think to summarize this discussion is that yes, pandemic will remain. The effect of pandemic will remain nearly for 3-4 years more, and we have to accustom with the change. And I think that change, whatever we have lost, I think it should be converted into positive vibes, and we should evolve. This is a great time to evolve ourselves, evolve the way of we are living. And of course, relationship also need a little evolution. So it was lovely talking to you, all of you. Thanks for joining on this important discussion. Till next time we meet. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you, Kanchan. Have a
Thank you,
great day.
Kanchan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. We are discussing oil price crash today, and I have done some analysis, and I want to bring it for you. And I also welcome your comments and any ideas that you have. So first of all, we will analyze in today's episode why the oil prices crashed and what are the reasons behind this crash. So before we go into depth of this, I think it is important for all of us to also understand that how this crude business works. Not in too much of detail, but at least we should know the basics. So first off, the crude is basically drilled out, and why we call it crude, because it is drilled out by using the machinery and put in something called barrel, because historically the barrels were used to store the crude which is straight away coming out from the ground, and then the countries who want to use this crude and produce different products by refining this crude oil can take the barrel, and so it is very nicely stored and it can be shipped and it's very sturdy. So today the crude oil is actually purchased in the form of barrel. So the price that is determined for crude oil is it's basically per barrel, and all the oil producing companies basically have the pricing in terms of number of barrels that each countries buy. Now this is the basic fundamental of why we actually, what is a unit of crude, and while every country use petroleum products, in fact all the countries have cars, machinery, certain countries have heating systems where there are the cold climate, etc. Everywhere the crude petroleum products are used. So it is important to say that the there is a global market and there is a global need. And since the crude is sold without being refined by certain countries to rest of the world, each country which is a consumer, the consumer side of it, has their storage facilities. So while the oil is produced and shipped to consumer countries, and the consumer countries, some of them have refineries in their countries, and they have the storage arrangement for the different products and also crude. Now, all these countries cannot store lot of material because there is a production on one side and there is a consumption on the other side. So each country, consumer country, has exact knowledge of what is that their requirement is for next number of days. Say for example, if we look at India, we have a consumption of 4 million barrels on a day. About four not accurate, but something like 4 million barrels in a day is a requirement of India. So India has a lot of refineries, as we know. So I'm not going into depth of where the refineries are, how they do things, etc. But there are refineries. So when we buy crude, we have storage capacity, and we have roughly storage capacity of about 15 to 20 days. Let's say, I don't know for sure how much storage we have, but let's say 15 to 20 days is the storage capacity. So we know that our consumption is 4 million barrels a day, and our storage is 15 days. That means 4 million into 15 days is what we store at any point in time in India, so that the machinery keeps running. And we also know that there is a production which is also happening, and we give this number to the oil producing countries so that they can start shipping those to India as per the requirement, as per the order. Now I gave you all this information just because and any country has their requirement, and they know that the next lot of crude will be required after 20 days. So it doesn't matter whether I take the crude which is required after 20 days now or after 20 days. It doesn't matter, because I should have the storage. If I have the storage, I will get the crude. If I don't have the storage, I cannot store extra crude. There is no facility available beyond whatever storage I have. So hence, the crude oil is always purchased in futures. So there is, I don't need it today. As a country, I may need it after 15 days. So I will quote a price to the production facility that I will pay you XYZ per barrel after 15 days. So this is how the rolling business happens. And certain countries will have a storage capacity for only 5 days. So their futures will be after 5 days. And certain countries may have futures after 30 days if they have a higher storage capacity. So the whole thing boils down to how much storage capacity each country has who are consuming these products, and how much shipment can be made by the production countries like Saudi, Iran, US, Russia, how much they have to drill the petroleum out, pack them into barrels, each day. So they have the complete requirement that today these many barrels I have to ship to these countries, and these many barrels I have to next day, and so on and so forth. So it's a very set business. It's a very global business. It's very system oriented, and the pricing is always in futures. But what has happened now? Nobody had predicted that COVID pandemic will last for so long. So while the people who actually do business of crude, it's very complicated. I don't have complete knowledge of how these pricing is done, how the pricing for each barrel is set, etc. It's very complicated. So we are not going into that aspect of this discussion. We are saying that why the price crashed by so much. So the pandemic lasted for more than 2 months now, and we have no end date visible when the pandemic will end. So obviously, what is happening? There are no flights, there are no shipping, there are no cars, there is no machinery which is working, no factories operating. So whatever each country has in store is still in store. It has not gone out. It is not being utilized. So when it is not being utilized, even though as a country we have given a price in futures, we cannot take that crude because we promised on that day that we will pay you so much and we'll get this crude, because I cannot store it. So, when there is no storage facility in India or in United States or in Russia, how they can store that crude if they buy it? So the consequence of this whole pandemic is that no country is buying those crude. And which are the major consumer countries? So needless to point out, there are 4 or 5 major consumers in the world, which is US, China, India, Russia, and Brazil. So these are the countries which are actually buying a huge quantity of petroleum from the petroleum production countries like Iran, Iraq, Saudi, US, Russia. So now this is the issue now, when the countries are not able to store whatever they need, there is no way they can buy the crude. And once they are not able to buy this crude, the oil producing countries had to come out with a mechanism where they can stop the production. So what has happened? Logically they should have. But the problem lies in the agreement between them. And today, if you look at the oil business, majority of it is actually handled by Russia as well, apart from the Middle East countries. And within Middle East, there are 2 major suppliers. One is Saudi, other is Iran. And obviously, all these countries have some issues. And US is also one of the big production countries. They have their oils in Texas. At the same time, a lot of companies are drilling oil for all other countries. So the US also has major interest in crude oil production. So let's say if the US has to drive certain strategy globally, obviously the oil economy plays a major role in making sure that the world operates the way it is today. So what has happened? Why the price? Logically, they should have stopped the production to ensure that there is no extra crude available in the oil producing countries. So obviously these guys have to sort their issues out. And what is public knowledge? We don't know what really happened, what transpired between them. The public knowledge was that the Saudi crown prince had some discussion with Putin. And that discussion did not go well. And they agreed on not stalling the production. And when they did not stall the production, obviously there is imbalance in demand and supply. The demand is not asking for any new oil anywhere in the world. And the major countries are China and India, Brazil. Obviously, everything is in lockdown. So all these countries are not demanding. US obviously is not demanding because they are also in lockdown, while they are also one of the major interest holder in the crude business, global crude oil business. So if there is no agreement between the oil producing countries, the production of the oil continued. They kept them into barrels and they kept stacking till the point they ran out of the storage facility in their own country. So when something is not being stored, what happens? It goes waste. If you have a some sort of a bumper crop, say in US there is a bumper crop. What happens is, we have all heard as children that the American farmers are not able to sell their produce, so they are actually throwing that in the ocean. So this is what has happened. If the production has not stalled, the demand is not there, the crude which is produced, which cannot be used without being refined, it is just lying and there is no storage available anywhere. So the price within one day crashed by $50. And there is another issue here, which is related to the geopolitical scenario in the world today. If the per barrel price is in the range of $100 or above $100, suddenly the economy of certain countries like Iran and Russia looks very, very, very big. And Iran and Russia as countries look like as if they're controlling the global economy, and suddenly they look like superpowers because their GDP and everything is grows tremendously. But right now, the crude per barrel price has gone down as low as $37. So I think there is a geopolitical scenario which is emerging, and oil is being used to ensure that the power of certain countries is curtailed. They do not have too much of money because the oil business is constitute the major portion of their respective GDPs. And suddenly Iran and Russia, whose GDP is majorly dependent on the crude oil business, looks very, very small. So I think this is what has happened, and ideally, with all logical brains being behind this business, they should have stopped the production, but they have not. Consequently, the price has crashed. So this is what my analysis says for this week, and I welcome all the comments and inputs from my viewers. Please let me know what you think about this. We will meet next time. Until then. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about some of the trends which are based on our learning, especially in the post-COVID-19 era. And the first trend is coming right now. COVID pandemic is probably the most serious issue that the global or the world has seen in last 100 years. And that is why it is very, very relevant for a leadership, emergence of this leadership to happen on various scales, and especially large countries like India, US, China, and so on. So there is a very strong leadership that has emerged, and these leadership are basically creating a mass movement in their own respective countries. And important thing is, these leaders are also collaborating with each other so that the global pandemic can be handled, can be tackled, and the entire global economy can come out of this. So I think the trend, number one trend, is that the emergence of very strong leadership that has come out among people, and there are a lot of followers for these people, so that together as one humanity we fight this pandemic. Number two trend is the decline of China. Now, if you try to understand the China as a country, they have prepared their baseline economy based on production. And China always knew, being a newly independent country 70 years back, they already knew that they have a lot of people, the population is huge, and the development is not there. So they, over the years, prepared their production lines to cater to very large requirements. So if you see today across the world, any country is or every country, every human being is using a China-made article or a product, whether it is a small toy to very large machinery. Everything is manufactured out of China, because there is no country which has built a baseline economy or the production lines in such a way that they can compete with China in terms of pricing, in terms of distribution, etc. And when it comes to raw material, the dependency of the world is even more relevant if you look at China, because China being a large country, they have a lot of natural resources. So they also excavate some of these elements which are required by the world, different countries for production. So China as a country not only provide the prepared goods for consumers in retail, but also the raw material, so that you can buy the raw material at a lower cost and then start manufacturing in your own country. So the dependency of China is, it's well established. They have been ruling the world for last 30 years when it comes to any trade or any manufacturing or any raw material which is required for any industry across the world. With COVID-19 pandemic, all the countries were forced to seal their borders and to basically to reinvent their own production, reinvent how they can get the raw material, etc. for past 2 months. So this has actually shown the first time that the China is having a little bit of issue, and because of the COVID, China themselves shut down their own assembly lines and production lines. So they actually put everything under lockdown for last 2 months, and the other countries which were dependent on these raw materials and the finished goods had to look elsewhere. So now this chain is broken after 30 years, and this could be a decline of China, because many countries are now talking about sanctions on China and different kinds of tariffs which they are going to impose. So after post-COVID, when the lockdown is lifted, the world may come out in a different fashion. It may not be the same as it was in January or in 2019. Number 3 trends, dear friend, is the era of localization or deglobalization, which essentially means that now the borders are sealed. People are not traveling by ship or by air, and a lot of these material which is required across all countries. There was a sourcing mechanism from each country, and then the whole established business was there for last 40-50 years, and all the supply chain lines were built around this sourcing mechanism. And now for last 2 months that has broken. In fact, if you look at the IT also, or the systems which were developed, was to basically look at the supply chain which was already existing, which is buying from different countries. And there were, in true sense, a true globalization for last 50 years or even 60 years. Now what has happened is, since the borders are sealed, there is no air travel, there is no shipping happening, because the fear of COVID spread is more than what you want to bother about when it comes to supply chain. So most of the countries are now forced to look inwards and to fulfill those supply chain. And hence, there is a logical move that once the lockdown is lifted, there could be an alternate mechanism locally available, and hence the countries may not have to look at the global business at all. So I think this is number 3, very big trend, that world is moving from globalization to localization. Number 4 trend is just-in-time concept. And since the supply chain was very well established, there were a lot of systems and there was a lot of processes which were very well established for last 50 to 60 years. So people there was no need for any country or any large business to stock beyond what is needed. So they didn't have to maintain a huge inventory. And because there was always supply, and if they need something, it can be procured very quickly. Now the borders are sealed, and hence that supply chain is broken, and just-in-time buying, just-in-time hire, just-in-time concept may be gone after when the government lifts the lockdown after COVID-19 pandemic. I think all the businesses will be required to maintain certain amount of adequate inventory, and which will help them in their production. So this is something new which will emerge after this, and this is number 4 trend as far as we are concerned. Number 5 is the emergence of distributed workforce. All these while, even during the Second World War, even before that, the whole measure of the industry was really measured at by considering how many people are working for them, what is their infrastructure, what is their capital investment, and so on and so forth. So now after COVID, that infrastructure is not required, and businesses across the world have seen that if they keep the workforce distributed, it may be less risky and it could be a good risk mitigation method. So the emergence of work from home as a concept has come up in a big way, and also the distributed workforce. That means you don't have to set up a huge factory or a huge setup in one location, like Boeing has a huge factory in one location. Instead, this business can spread out and then control and properly implement risk mitigation, because all regions may not be affected equally in case there is a pandemic like this in future again. So I think the emergence of distributed force has come up in a big way, and it will become even more stronger after the lockdown is lifted. The number 6 trend, which is last on the list today, is the digital economy. Now, everybody is predicting that it is not unique, and we will also like to predict that the e-commerce or the digital economy will be the only economy in near future after the lockdown is lifted, because people will not like to go around and going to mall, going to this place, that place. They rather sit in their homes or their offices, small offices, and order whatever they need. So right now it's mostly retail business, predicting that very soon the wholesale business will also emerge on the digital platform, because right now it's only Alibaba, but I think very soon Amazon and all these different websites, Walmart, will come out with a wholesale e-commerce platform other than retail. So the whole digital economy of buying things, and you can literally, you would be able to buy anything on the internet, even from starting from objects, articles, even services you should be able to buy, and education as well. So the whole scenario is going to change. In fact, education and media, these are the two businesses which are going to see major recalibration in their whole business. Some of the jobs which people have lost during the past 2 months are not going to come back. Parents are not going to send their kids to school even if the school opens, because nobody wants to put their children at risk by sending them to school. So there is going to be a major changes, starting with media and followed by education, and then followed by rest of the industry. I think the digital economy will take off in a very big way, where people are only buying using digital platforms. These are the 6 trend predictions we would like to make, and I will be more than happy to hear your comments. Do write back to us and we will engage with you. See you next time. Until then, bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to this edition of Top Brass Nation. And as the name of the program suggests, the China is showing aggression at the border, at the Indian border, and
why they are doing that. So in this episode we will discuss this and analyze whether the Chinese are stupid. I don't think they are stupid. I think they are very smart. So we will go step by step analyzing what is going on, and the standoff is now more than 3 months. Both armies are facing each other, and it's a huge setup. So what is going on and what is the logic behind the whole thing? And one might think that this standoff started 3 months back, but we feel that the standoff really started in 2017. The preparation and making a plan, because such large armies don't move without a plan. So in 2017 there was a Doklam standoff. Doklam is a place in a neighboring country called Bhutan, and Chinese army entered this place called Doklam, and the Indian army actually entered Bhutan and tried to stop them. So basically this the foundation of what is happening today at the line of actual control, that is called LAC, was actually laid down in 2017, and I'm sure Chinese have been preparing for this. So now let's understand what is going on and why there is a standoff with huge build-up on both sides. The Indians have stopped their aggression, and they are standing face to face in front of Chinese army. So really, if you understand these two countries, they both were very poor countries in 1947-48. India got independence from British, and Chinese government announced the communism in that country. I think we will discuss all of these points and as point wise. And then India became a democratic republic with federal foundation, and Chinese became a communist country. And China has a big army. Of course, China is the most populous country of the world today. So the whole problem between India, China and Pakistan is with regard to the border disputes. And the border disputes, there are many places which are disputed, but let's look at the eastern side of Jammu and Kashmir, which we are going to cover in this video. We will not talk about Pakistan, because that is not a subject that we want to discuss today. So in 1962 there was a battle between India and China, in which India lost the battle, and the Aksai Chin is so-called the area acquired by Chinese. Now the problem is with this invasion in 1962, the battle happened at the same place where the two armies are loggerhead with each other. So the whole point is, when they actually came into India in 1962, acquired this land and defeated India at this point, which is called the Galwan Valley, etc. The battle was happening at that point. Then why they are doing that again? Because if you have defeated a country and you have taken over the land, why you have to fight for it again? So I think we will go step by step, and this is where they are basically the subject of today's discussion. So the two armies are basically amassed at the line of actual control, and both armies are comparable. I mean, there is one number 2 army in terms of numbers, and there is one number 3 army in terms of numbers. So India is number 3, China is number 2 in terms of numbers. So both armies are pretty large, lot of soldiers, lot of armaments, and it's a big country. China is also a big country, more populous country than India, but India is also a very populous country with 1.3 billion people. The army is also pretty large from both sides, and from both sides is a huge army which is amassed at the border. Now let's understand the geography of this place. The place is very, very high up in the mountain. The battleground is set at 17,000 feet, which is very high, where the normal human being will find difficult to even breathe. The oxygen levels are very low at such heights. At the same time, it is very cold. So right now the summers are ending, but during summer also the temperature does not go below minus 25 or minus 30. So usually these places are so cold and so high up, where a normal life cannot exist. There are only very few um, animals, but most of the plants, most of the human population is far below than this height where the battleground is set. Now it is the same problem for both parties, India as well as China. They have to bring their armament and they have to bring their soldiers to fight with the enemy nation. So at such cold temperature, the usual armaments that you have may not work. You need to design things which work at such low temperature and they should be easily transportable at such heights, and then they should be able to you should be able to train your soldiers with those armaments. So I think this is a problem with both sides. So here India has an edge when it comes to face on the ground fight, simply because the Indian soldiers are well accustomed to fight on the height. There are places in India which are patrolled throughout the year 24 by 7 by Indian Army. So they are already well suited, well trained to operate at a height. Second advantage Indian Army has is that they are battle hardened. They have fought a lot of battles in variety of terrain. So they have experience of fighting in the sand, fighting in snow, on the mountains, in the desert, and so on, in the water. There are many training institutes which give such training in India, which are obviously operated by the army establishment. Then there are a lot of training which is available for smart uh, commando training, which are trained in all kinds of warfare. So India is very well trained, battle hardened, lot of experience, and have equal amount of armament as much as China. Now, if you look at the Chinese geography on the Chinese side, it is a plateau. It is a world largest plateau called Tibet. And so you can come up to the border area where the Himalayas starts. You can come south towards India. The problem is the Indian side is having a lot of gorge, valleys, mountains, and the Indians have a bigger problem in terms of understanding the geography. But if China starts a war with India, they will have to face the same problem, because they can come over the plateau and they can reach the boundary of India. But then what happens after that? So in the battle, they will have to face the same challenges that India is facing right now. Whereas India has overcome these bottlenecks because they have a lot of experience, they have a lot of soldiers who are accustomed to work, to live, to work, to fight at such height. They are trained at such height. Um, you know, the soldiers, Indian soldiers can run for 30-kilometer dash with full pack on their shoulders and back at such height. So they are very well trained, very well familiar with their surrounding. So in this department, where there is a face-to-face fight happens, India definitely gets an edge. And that probably explains the reason why the two parties are not still started the war, even though there are skirmishes here and there, but they have not started the full-fledged war. And China is the invader, but they should have started it, but they also not started. They have amassed at the border, but they are waiting for something. So let's analyze what is the next department, which is the air department. Now, if you look at the air, the role of the combat aircraft is basically to attain the air supremacy. That means from the height you can see the vast area and you can control things which are unfolding at the ground. And if your aircraft in the air, you have better control of the war field. That is actually the role of the Air Force, to eliminate enemy radar systems, enemy tracking devices, and enemy military installations on the ground. And once they attain that, they will be just hovering over on the top to get the air supremacy. This is exactly what US achieved in the Iraq war within first 2 days, first 48 hours, where after that the war continued on the ground for a couple of months, couple of days, but the US had the complete air supremacy on the battleground. Now if you look at the India-China situation, today's fighter planes fully loaded are very heavy. they need to take off with full armament, but on Chinese side you cannot make airports which are on the Tibet plateau because the atmosphere is very thin. So when the aircraft try to take off from such environment, they cannot take off with the complete payload. So even though the Chinese Air Force has all the equipment and all the fighter planes very advanced as we know about it, J-20, which is comparable to India's Rafales, but they have to take off from the air bases which are quite interior into China, and they are quite far off from the battleground. So by the time these aeroplanes reach the battleground in the Himalayas, they will be running short of fuel, and they will have only few minutes to engage with the Indian aeroplanes, Indian fighter planes. So this is a big situation for Chinese Air Force. Whereas on Indian side, there are air bases already on the ground, and where the advanced Sukhois and Jaguars and Rafales can take off with full load, full armament, and within 2 minutes they can reach the heights of Himalayas. So the Indian in this department in the Air Force, even though the Chinese planes may be, they may have more number of planes, but when they send their aeroplanes, they will not be effective enough to counter the preparation done by the Indian Air Force. So here in this department also, the Indian Air Force, have an edge because they are much more equipped and well trained and suited to defend their boundaries. So this is with regard to the Air Force. So let's look at the third aspect, which is the Navy. So very little is known about Chinese Navy. They have not done, apart from firing some rockets here and there, they have not got into any sort of naval warfare so far. So we don't know much about their capabilities. They may have a capability, but their capabilities are not proven. On the other hand, the Indian naval forces are quite capable. They have aircraft carrier, they have destroyers, cruisers, frigate, all kinds of category of battleships Indian Navy has, and they have also achieved complete blockades. They have managed blockades during battle in the past. So they have a lot of experience of fighting and creating blockade for the enemy countries. The biggest advantage Indian Navy has is that they have an ally called United States, which has the biggest navy in the world. And United States and India can, in case of a war situation, can completely block Chinese trade coming from the South China Sea. There could be complete blockade. So I think even without knowing Chinese Navy capabilities, it is fairly certain that the China will have a real big problem if they get into any naval warfare. So that is with regard to the Navy side of it. So we are just analyzing why the two armies are loggerhead but not fighting. So I think we are covering one after the other all aspects. The fourth aspect is basically the intercontinental ballistic missiles. So if you look at India and China, both countries have the intercontinental ballistic missile ICBMs. Both countries are nuclear powered. So if they want to fire and use this option, they can target various cities and they can reach out to various cities. India can fire on China, China can fire on India, and they can destroy cities and kill a lot of civilians. The whole problem with this option is that the objectivity is not achieved because both are equally matched. Even though China may have a better rocket systems, more advanced, but when you fire a rocket is a rocket. Both parties can fire on each other. Both parties can kill thousands of people, destroy cities. But the objectivity of going into war is not achieved. I think the history has taught us that until unless you have a clear conviction and clear objective in mind, you should not invade. Whereas China has decided to invade, but they are halted at the border. The Indian army has given them a bloody nose, and Indian army is actually stopping their advance. But they are not fighting. Both parties are still logger jammed, but they are not fighting. This is an option which is not going to be used, even though both countries have very advanced, very long-range continental ballistic missiles, but these will not be used. I don't think any country will like to use this option because of the no objectivity. They will not be able to destroy any military installation, but they will end up killing a lot of civilians and destroying a lot of cities on both sides. So I think this is a futile option which will not be used, even though both countries have invested heavily in developing their continental ballistic missiles. Now, even if you decide to fire on enemy on both sides, both countries have their uh, protection, defensive systems to protect themselves. So even if you fire a nuclear weapon or some sort of a rocket or things like that, both countries have the capability to stop them. So because of this defensive nature of comparable strength both India and China has, the it's futile to fire long range missiles on each other. So going back to the previous point that I made is that in air power, even though China may have a better air force, but because of the terrain, they are lacking. They will not be able to uh, mount a very big aerial offensive. And Indian Air Force is not something like a small Air Force. They are equally comparable Air Force, and they are more suited to combat with the Chinese aircraft. In the Indian Army front, the soldiers are much suited to operate at a higher highlands, high mountains. They have different techniques which they have practiced and evolved into a much more better fighting force over the years, and they are battle hardened. So I think the China does not have too much of an advantage when they are uh, trying to show their strength to India. Now the fifth element here is the people. So let's understand what is the difference between Indians and Chinese. So let's go with Chinese first. See, the China became a communist country in 1947-48, around 50s, last century, and then they decided, I mean, they were a very poor country, just like India was also a very poor country, but Chinese decided to implement a one-child policy, whereas Indian government did not impose anything. I mean, the whole point is that both government wanted to control the population because both countries were poor, and the Chinese government decided to impose the one-child policy. Now, since 50s till now, multiple generations have come and gone. At least 5 to 6 generations have come. So the effect of one-child policy on the Chinese people is remarkable. You can't even imagine. The point is that one parent can have only one child, and over the years, they have lost the connection between their families. So if you look at a Chinese person, the chances are almost like 90% they will not have relatives other than their parents. They will not have nephews, uncles, aunts, nieces, cousins. So that is why to lose a soldier, obviously this is a mass where the soldiers come from. To lose a soldier's life in a battle which is which is basically futile, where the objectivity is not visible, is a very difficult thing to justify for the Chinese army. At the same time, for India, let's look at the Indian people. India is a very diversified country. It became a federal nation with 29 different states, with 29 different governments elected by the people of that state, all coming under a central government umbrella. And this whole system works in a very democratic manner. There are elections done for each and everything in this country, in India. So the real power is with the people, not with individual. Unlike Chinese people, where there is a communist party and the communist party basically decides the fate of the country. Here, if people want, they can bring down a government, they can bring down a state government, they can bring down a central government, and so on. So there are multiple things. At the same time, there is a legal system which is independent of politics. That is a big difference in India. Nobody can influence the legal system of India. And the third difference here, which is driven by people, is the media. And as we say in India, media is the fourth pillar of democracy. So media is completely kept independent of politics, not legally bound, and there is freedom of expression. So this is how the India as a country evolved. Uh, Both countries, India and China, most populous countries of the world, almost 50 to 60% of the population lives in these two countries. They started in 50s, both were poor, but they took a different path. Whereas the Chinese people became very in a silo, whereas India evolved in a multiracial, multi-religion, multicultural civilization. So this is a difference between India and China. The Chinese government will not be able to lose their people without any objectivity. They will have to go back to their people, even though they are communists, but then every government is scared of any uprising. So if they start losing people, and especially the family size are shrunk to only parents and child, it is very difficult for anybody to justify going on war. With what objective? With clear visibility that there is no edge that China can win over anything. Even if they are able to win, the Indian people are so different from Chinese people, they cannot be ruled, they will be uprising. So I think it's very clearly visible that what China is trying to show to the world by coming and attacking India is something which I'm sure they are not stupid. They already know that this is a battle which they cannot win, and it's a futile. So the last question is why? I think that's a big question. When we can think of what China is trying to do, I'm sure Chinese government and ruling dispensation can also plan things out. So my assessment of this whole situation is that it is futile to go on war. Both sides will amass. It is basically show of strength, giving a message to the world that hey, we are very powerful, blah blah blah. But I don't think there will be a war between India and China. There cannot be, because both parties are equally matched, and Chinese have little. They don't have little. India has a little edge. Chinese does not seems to have a lot of advantage, and they are the aggressor. So they are, if they want to basically attack India, they should have some objective in mind. It does not look like that they have a clear objective. They have come to the border, they have created a situation, but they are not coming forward and they are not starting the war. Why? So that's really the question. So I think they are trying to give a message. They are saying that hey, um, divert attention maybe, or they are saying that let's resolve our border issues, but they want to invite India on a border talk, but they want to show that they are calling India for a border talk and settle the issue forever for two civilizations to coexist, but from a position of strength. So they are trying to show off that they are strong. They are, but maybe that is something that they have in mind. So many conversations have happened between two countries. Delegation level talks have happened. Nothing has come out. So it is status quo. Indian Army Corps commanders meetings have happened. So many. At least Indians know about all this transparently because we have a very independent media. Everything is discussed. There is a parliament. There are assemblies in all states. Everything is openly known to people of India and the world. Because if we know everything, obviously the media is networked today. Everybody knows what is happening on the Indian-China border. But I have my doubt what is being fed to Chinese people. What is the level of information they have? But I think my understanding is that there will be no war, and maybe there is some other messaging which is being planned by China. And I'm perfect in my thought process that Chinese are not stupid. They are not going to wage a war with India. They are not going to basically waste their manpower. They cannot afford soldiers dying. They cannot afford to even losing their pilots. And obviously, Navy is their Achilles heel. So I don't think they have right resources and right motive to engage with India, and uh, there's nothing like I'm going to win some landmass, because to hold that landmass again you need to set up a government, and you need to set up you need to win over people, which I'm sure they are not in position to win over people, especially the democratic country cannot be ruled by a communist country. I'm sure the Chinese people know about this whole fact, and that is why this kind of messaging is going on from China. So this is the analysis of what is going on at the border. Friends, do write to me, give your comments, give your suggestions, give your feedback. If you have any questions, I will take that up in the next episode of Top Brass Nation, and I will meet you again tomorrow with something more interesting, more analytics. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass Spotlight. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, how was the morning in London today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's a bit cold for the middle of summer, but hopefully by the weekend it'll be warming up. And we've got a bit of a warming up session going on here today, because I don't think we could utilise what Chandra's going to be talking about today, because it's a little chilly, but I'm sure it's going to be really well received in India.
Yes, Naval, in fact, I'm very happy and I'm very privileged to welcome our guest today on Spotlight, Mr. Satya Madala, the CEO of Single Point Solution. Satya, welcome to Top Brass Spotlight.
Thank you very much, CK. Good morning, and good morning, everybody. So, yeah, I'm ready to take it. Thank you very much for welcoming me.
Yes, we look forward to this conversation, Neville. And Satya is going to talk about something very, very unique and something very remarkable. And so I don't want to spill the beans now. You can probably start the discussion with Satya.
Fantastic, CK. Thank you very much. Satya, good morning. And you've got something exciting to talk about today. I know you have. I've seen a picture. So for the benefit of everybody else, what are we going to be talking about today? What's so revolutionary that you're bringing us?
Yeah, good morning, Noel. Actually, just today I wanted to talk about e-scooters for a short fleet, wherein actually I'm coming up with a caption called, fun, have a fun on fuels. So ride on our fuels. So these are my captions for my vehicles. So Single Point Solutions is coming up with some sort of a small vehicles, for a short distance fleeting, and wherein actually, so it's just a Single Point is going to introduce to some of the public organizations to utilize these vehicles.
Fantastic. So what this is you call it an e-scooter? Is that an e-scooter?
It's a e-scooter, and we called it as a e-bikes, EV bikes. So wherein actually it runs on a electrical battery. So it's a small vehicle wherein actually public can carry, anybody can carry on their hands. Wherein when they wanted to utilize it, just it's a foldable scooter, wherein just they can put in their backpack and just go anywhere and utilize it. It's a small vehicle.
Fantastic. It sounds like it's a fold-up version, and I'm sure CK is going to be putting some pictures of what we're talking about in the live show. So the this portable arena, it's coming to life so often now. So who are you really targeting for this type of product that you're putting on the market?
Yeah, so we are targeting actually, public can directly buy the vehicle from us, and at the same time, like we are planning to run a fleet in a gated communities as well as in some public places wherein people can utilize this vehicle to go to their offices and to go to the small vegetable markets near to their community, and they can carry this vehicle into the malls also. Even they can carry this to malls and utilize it. So basically, we are targeting tourists at tourism places and gated community people. They can utilize it for a small fleeting purpose, and for a small distance riding purpose. And even children, they can utilize it to go to their schools and come back and give it back to the community. So these vehicles can be utilized anywhere. You see, just I wanted to highlight a small example. Say for example, if any housewife, if they wanted to go to nearest vegetable market, so they are riding on their scooter, small scooties where it will run on fuel. So those housewives, they can utilize these vehicles so to go and get the vegetables and hand it over the place where they took. So even actually, we are developing these vehicles can be organized by using mobile application. Also, they can book the vehicle on mobile application, and they can take the scooter on mobile application, and they can find out where the scooter is by using a mobile application. All this sort of technology we are integrating with these vehicles.
It sounds brilliant. I mean, I'm thinking immediately that rather than the housewives going to the local vegetable market, I can see young people here having far more freedom, and their parents giving them a lot of freedom, a lot of they build their confidence levels up by just going on these little short hops, which previously would have taken maybe 15 minutes to walk there and 15 minutes to walk back, whereas a short hop on one of these vehicles might take 4 or 5 minutes to get there. So, and give them more time to have a chat with their friends. And as we know, while they're on the road, because they will be on the road, and I'm thinking more about gated communities here, so very safe arenas for young people to go on. But I can see students, 16, 17-year-olds, volunteering perhaps to go down to the shops for mum rather than being told to go, because this is fun. This is a nice little fun tool. So not only can they help their parents out, but actually they're going to be having fun at the same time. So I can see a huge opportunity for young people here. And you mentioned that wonderful word of the 21st century. Goodness, if I say 20th, it's last century of the 21st century. That three little word that all of these youngsters get hold of, an app. I've got an app. So tell me a little bit about your app. What does it do? How is it beneficial to everybody?
You see, by using an app, actually, they can book. Actually, we are creating some sort of QR code and RFID technology to find out, to book the vehicle, and to even actually they can navigate and they can see, the parent can see. Say, for example, if any children, they are taking our vehicle, they can see on how speed they are going on. It will be alerted. It can alert the parent and how speed the children is going on, and the the emission levels, and even it treats the climatic conditions also. And we are providing some sort of geofencing, and we are providing some sort of speed controlling. and everything we are providing by using mobile application. That means the vehicle can be controlled by using mobile application. And the thing is, if they are going beyond the area where they're supposed to be, so it will be alerted to the parent also. So this sort of technology we are integrating with the vehicle as well as the mobile application, as well as anybody can track. Even actually, if there is any problem in a vehicle, actually it will be alerted the emergency number and all. So it's not only electrical vehicle with a combination of electrical and mechanical. It is electric. Just we are integrating some sort of sensors also to find out. So it is a totally advanced technology what we are using in the vehicle, and advanced motors we are using to climb the mountains and all. So wherein actually why I'm telling about the mountains, you see this state government tourism departments, so they are using some sort of small vehicles like jeeps to take the tourists to some places, so to climb the mountains and all. But instead, actually the individuals can take this vehicle and climb the mountains and enjoy the trip. So instead, actually going on a free four wheel, just they can go on this electrical e-bike and they can have a fun. At the same time, see, some places actually they cannot park the four wheeler. So that sort of places actually they can ride this bike and they can carry the bike on their hand and go to certain level. Actually, there is some limitations when you are using four wheeler, but there is no limitations when you are using these vehicles, these e-bikes.
No, I can see it being of incredible use. I mean, just for people that are listening in here, I mean, I travel a lot, as a lot of people know. I was recently in Lisbon last year, and Lisbon is renowned for being very hilly. It's incredibly hilly. And they have an old tram system, which is absolutely fantastic. But of course, the trams get full of all the tourists. So when I found that they call them e-bikes over there, and they literally were just in the road. They just parked on the side of the road. I used an app, and I said, "Where's the closest? I need 2 e-scooters," and it pointed me directly to them, and they were literally 50 yards away from the front of the hotel. And we booked it there and then, so that disabled it apparently. So when I got there, I had a QR code from my phone that activated it. And I thought, wow, this is great. I've immobilized. I've got my own form of transport here. And I hired it for the day. And we had a tremendous amount of fun. It asked me if I wanted to limit the speed on the app, because my wife was a little apprehensive about it. But we both got on these scooters and off we went. And we literally went around the town and went up some very steep inclines. Because when you get to the top and you start looking down and you think, well, that didn't hurt. It didn't hurt me climbing that one, because you're on this lovely little e-scooter. They weren't fold away, unfortunately. They were a bit big and clumsy. But I love the fold away idea. I think that's a real added benefit, because what that means is, to me, is that you could purchase these now. I mean, this is previously, I could see this as a huge hire opportunity, and we did the same in Paris last year as well. But when you can fold these things away and stick them in the back of the car, I can imagine, rather than having these huge bikes, pedal bikes on the back of the vehicle with specially adapted prongs to put on your trunk, you now just drop these, 2 or 3 in the back of the car, and all of a sudden the whole camping arena, makes it so that you can leave the car at the campsite or wherever you're going and just get on one of these scooters. I can see the versatility of all of this, and it's fantastic. You're out there in the forefront. But now, what we need to be telling people is, where do they go to get them? And how easy is it to charge them up? Can they charge them up from a plug in their own house, or what can they do?
Yeah, so we are providing, for a public who is, who are buying these vehicles, they can charge the vehicle in their house itself. Like, it requires, some sort of 260 volts plug. That's it. That's enough. And when we are fleeting it, actually, we are maintaining an office over there in a gated community. So wherein actually we are providing some sort of employment. So where those guys, they'll keep on charge the vehicle, and they keep it for a ready to give a rent it out for a public. So it's very easy to charge, and at the same time it is very easy to maintain. Even if there is any problem in a motor kind of a thing, a simple motor can be replaced with a existing good motor. So those sort of things we are already taking care. And in future we are also coming up with some adapters wherein actually, so it gives the information about a battery also. So we are incorporating BMS inside the vehicle. So wherein actually if there is any problem in a battery, or if there is any problem in charging the battery, all these things will be, all the analytics will be captured on the dashboard, so they can see that. Even actually it is very easy to maintain. If anybody come forward and take the franchise from us, so it is very easy for them to maintain the vehicles. So
fantastic. I mean, that's it's almost like a plug and play. I mean, I'm getting more and more excited at every moment. I'm looking at my PC and thinking, well, it's just a bigger PC. I've got my battery charger on the right. I just plug it in every now and again. I've got 4 hours battery life. I know how long that battery lasts me. It's going to last me to the extent of the PC. But all the diagnostics are on the screen. It says your antivirus is up to date, and you've got 3 hours left on your battery life, or you've got 10 minutes left. I suggest you plug it in. So it's just going to be literally like working with a PC, but I'm going to be riding it everywhere. Is that fair to say? It's going to be as easy as that?
Of course, yes.
Oh, fantastic. So how long, I mean, when I get on this, what sort of journey can I go on? How far can I go, roughly? I mean, I know these battery lives are slightly different, but how far can we go?
You can go up to 20 kilometers with a full, charging battery, wherein you can go to 20 kilometers and come back. Actually, totally 40 kilometers you can ride. But just we are precautionarily telling you to go for 40 kilometers, but you can go beyond that. No issues at all. So, one full charge battery can go up to 80 kilometers. But, when you are, there is so many factors are considered. Say, when you are inclining the mountains and all, so the battery will get drained very fast. So, in that cases, we are telling like just go up to 15 to 20 kilometers and come back.
That's fantastic. I mean, that really does sort of put it in perspective, because it literally is a short hop vehicle.
Yeah.
And one you can just drop in the back of your car, take it to work, nip out at lunchtime, etc., etc.
Yes.
So it sounds to me as it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
What about the cost of these to buy? Is that prohibitive, or is that quite reasonable too?
It's quite reasonable. Actually, the high-end vehicle will cost maximum at $500, wherein actually, it comes up with a wide tires and all. So actually, so many variants are available with the same features. But when it comes to, if you wanted to enjoy the ride, so you take a wide tires, and if you wanted to go on a mountains, it will cost you like 500. It's a maximum price. And the minimum price will vary on a variant wise. So small variant vehicles will cost you some sort of $300. It starts from $300 and it goes up to $500.
So it's a very reasonable price, and it sounds like I've got all these, you know what these young boy racers are like. They like to put different tires on and different hubcaps, and they can change it into whatever color they like, you know, put their own personality on it.
Yes.
Even having dangly chains off the front. I'm sorry, I'm getting carried away with myself here, but it's a purely customized vehicle as well. So
Exactly.
just to wrap up, where do they go? Do they come directly to you? Do they go to a high street store? Do they come online? Where can they go to either hire these vehicles or come and buy them?
See, we are providing, website and mobile application to buy the vehicle, and just we are providing some sort of, e-counters at our gated communities to, to get them. So we are already started working with the gated community people and the tourism department, and wherever it is necessary. So even actually we are trying to talk to mall people also. So shopping mall people, we are trying to tie up with them. So we are trying to keep some e-counters to get the vehicles. So
that's really
shortly we are
good.
going to promote the vehicle.
So in essence, I'm sure we can put a link to the website after this interview, so it can come directly to you. I think a few things that are just they immediately come into my mind. This is a great advertising opportunity as well. Like anything else, if something's moving, it's far more penetrable into the brain than something that's static. So when something's moving, we see something moving along. So you could actually be advertising your company on these vehicles. So the opportunities for business people is endless. For individuals, I mean, I can't wait to get my hand on one. I wish I was in India now and I'd go and get one. Over here, unfortunately, it's a bit more difficult to get hold of these things, and you can only use them in London, for instance, if they're hired. So you can't actually purchase them. So if you're hiring it, then you're allowed to use it. If you have got one, then you can't use it, which is quite crazy to me, but that's what life is. So Satya, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you again. Let's have some just final closing remarks. Why should people really be looking at this new green way of travel?
See, actually, when it comes to this question, actually there is so many advantages when you are using this vehicle. So I can say actually, you can encourage the governments to reduce the emissions, and at the same time, actually people are finding a lot a problem finding the parking spaces at malls and other places wherein actually they can utilize these vehicles to save that. And those are the main some sort of advantages to utilize these vehicles. So even nowadays, actually, state governments also coming up with some tracks to ride this kind of bicycles and these e-scooters. So that's what I want to tell about this.
No,
question.
you're absolutely right. I mean, if we do believe in being green, protecting the planet from, COVID has, over the last 4 or 5 months, we've seen that emissions have considerably reduced, and birds are now singing, and plants are growing in places that they would never been singing and growing before. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity to do your bit, for the environment. And get onto this fast track, because it will be a fast track. We'll be moving. We're getting people moving much further and much faster using these e-scooters. As ever, Satya, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. I wish you a lot of good luck with this venture, and I'm sure people are going to have fun just messing around with the app, let alone anything else.
Thank you, Naval.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you about this e-vehicle, and e-scooters. So this pleasure is mine. Pleasure is from a single point solutions. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you very much, CK.
In fact, Satya, to be very frank, in order to meet you, I'm just waiting for this lockdown to get lifted, and I'm waiting for this vehicle to drive, because I think your place is just 10 kilometers from my place. So I'm just waiting for this to happen.
It's not even 10 kilometers. It's a 6 kilometers. Even
Oh, there you go.
walk from my place to your place.
You got no excuse. No excuse. It's a bit further for me, guys, but I'll be there. I will be there.
Certainly. I think to the viewers, funnily, I would like to say that last month, Satya and his company launched the three-wheeler, which is electric three-wheeler. And this month, Satya is launching the e-bike and the entire infrastructure around it, which is required to run the e-bike, including charge solution, analytics, setup, and even higher mechanism. So
Yes.
if entrepreneurs are interested in setting up so that when the lockdown is lifted, they are ready with a business model, I think this is the right time to invest, and they can talk to Satya Madala and his company and get the whole thing sorted out and implemented. Thank you so much,
Yes.
Satya, for coming to Spotlight, and we will catch up again very soon.
Thank you, CK. Thank you. See you again.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today I'll be discussing about one of the wonderful actor. Yes, none other than Sean Connery. Now Sean Connery is the one profile, the one personality who is, I can safely say, is from extraordinary league of actors we have seen in our time. To discuss about his films, his profile, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He has been associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great to discuss and celebrate the life and times of Sean Connery, who has passed. And I remember his couple of dialogues, and some of them are too close to my heart. Like, some age, others mature. The another one, there's always a new challenge to keep you motivated.
Right.
And the third one, laughter kills fear, and without fear there can be no faith, for without fear of the devil there is no need for God. So with Sir Connery passing away, there are so many memories of growing up, so many memories of feeling macho, so many feeling of chases, so many feeling of the young youth that I grew up in my time. And in all, he did those 7 movies, and all of them were the blockbusters. They made him what he was. And there are so many tributes that are pouring in. And I think the generation which grew up with Sean Connery can never forget the hallmark actor that he was. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I actually appreciated his all pictures, all films, and though James Bond were kind of like separate, but the kind of profile he has maintained for this character is awesome. And a very few actors after him can match the kind of character he portrayed. But all this success was not easy for him, because in 1946, at the age of 16, he joined Royal Army, and then at the age of 18,
He also got an interest in bodybuilding, and it is said that he acquired number 3 position in the Olympiad 1951, if I'm not wrong. But he never mentioned about this because he realized that the career in bodybuilding is till 30. So he opted for films. So I think that was the wisest decision he has taken. Otherwise, we would have missed the finest actor on this earth, isn't it?
Yes, and I think Kanchan, by the sheer dint of luck, he was not interested in doing a series of films on the same story. And the writer, the author of James Bond, the fictional character, Ian Fleming, also didn't think that he was macho enough, but he changed his mind after his first movie. And what a better possible way to pay a tribute that I saw today, Kanchan, Amul putting up that small banner that it is famous for, a diamond is forever, Connery, Sean Connery, just like Bond, James Bond. So there are so many memories that are coming to mind, and so many, in the modern generation of our own Bollywood stars, many have taken inspiration from Sean Connery, the screen presence. And I'm sure the amount of the words that are coming out of our Bollywood stars and television stars and movie stars, that is unprecedented. In fact, I'm amused to learn that Nasiruddin Shah, the great actor, says Sean Connery reminded him of Jackie Shroff, a person who didn't take himself seriously. And that I would really, I'm just thinking, what kind of statement is this?
Yes, you're also making me think about this statement. But keeping these statements aside, we have cherished his the films, and you know that he started his career in a small theater and television productions. But first job he took up was a milkman, and he was supplying milk. And later on, he also worked as a babysitter for I think close to 1 year to a journalist and his actress wife. So success is never kind of easy for Sean Connery. But once he has took up uh, Bond series, and he has established a style, an action style through his movie. The character he portrayed was awesome. It's so remarkable, and you always take something after of his the essence of James Bond with you once the film is finished, isn't it?
Yes, and this is I'm just seeing so many footages of his movies, and some of those footages are beyond James Bond also, and I'm seeing tidbits of that footage. And when I find time in coming weekend, I would see some of his earliest Bond movies. And Amitabh Bachchan, our own Amitabh Bachchan, shared a screen space with Sean Connery in that movie, The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. And he says that Sean Connery's death comes at 31st October 2020. And if you add all of those, and it comes to the total is 007, the number of the Bond. And he says he gave life to 007. So I think the personality of Sean Connery can be not only seen from the impact that he made on the youth, he also made an impact on a glamorous cinema. The cinema that was, if we remember, Kanchan, in 50s and 60s, cinema was more about a social experiment, especially in India. And with the introduction of Sean Connery movies in India, we saw the fashionable cinema and from the international repertoire. And that went on to become such a big cult. I mean, today when I see the words of Lata Mangeshkar ji, what Anupam Kher says, and Shatrughan Sinha, and all our own stars and starlets, it reminds that it is also time for us to showcase some of the works of Sean Connery to our children as well, because most of our children have seen Pierce Brosnan onwards, isn't it?
Right. I think watching Sean Connery is like getting wings of fantasy, especially when we talk about 007, because I think there are two phases of his contract with this film production house. One was from 1962 with Dr. Nemu, and till 1983, Never Say Never Again. And I just want to share one thing, that this Never Say Never Again title was coined by his wife, because after that it is heard that he never enjoyed the kind of glory and attraction he got after Bond, because it became after some time quite boring for him. But otherwise also, beside this 007, he has done wonderful work, which are acclaimed work in cinema as far as Sean Connery is concerned.
That's right, Kanchan. And I think this is also the time to remember that he also featured in some other popular films as well, like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Highlander, Marnie, Family Business, Untouchables, The Man Who Would Be King, and he winning an Oscar for The Untouchables, being knighted by the Queen in 2000, some of the highlights of his career.
Right.
And in fact, I'm quite amused to tell you, Kanchan, that yesterday some of the memes were being passed on, and in one of the meme it was shown that there was some letter he wrote to Steve Jobs, which turned out to be so fake. I mean, that shows that even in the death, Sean Connery is the Bond, and he will live in our hearts forever.
Yeah, there are few films which are very close to my heart, and one of them is The Man Who Would Be King. It's awesome film, and the combination, the two heroes, Michael Caine, who is again a favorite actor, and with Sean Connery. And as you know, that who played, they were soldiers in the film, and they put themselves and they want to become kings of a place called Kafristan, and the way the picture is depicting the struggle, the happiness. This film is very close to my heart, and a part of this, one is Untouchable, and one other is action movie Raw, which I really enjoy, and I can see these films time and again. Any day you can ask me to see this film, I'm ready. So I think a part of this, he has also done some Alfred Hitchcock films, which are again the kind of acting skill he has shown in these movies. They are awesome and at par.
Yes, Kanchan, and his Hollywood co-stars and other fraternity in the Hollywood, as well as in the Scotland movie industry, the British film industry, there are so much is being said about Sean Connery, Sir Sean Connery. I would always think, Kanchan, that these transformational stars, they probably say some written lines. These lines are not their own. They say the lines written by a script writer, but the way they say it on the screen, as it is said in the films, they light up the screen, and that remains etched into the memories of people forever. And I was hearing about someone saying that how his dad would always say that don't I look like Sean Connery? And the son was saying, well, I was smiling always inside. So these are the anecdotes by which a legend is born. So there are thousands and thousands of actors but there are very rare legends. And as Amul said, diamond is forever. So I think Sean Connery will remain always as he. I think he's also part of Hall of Fame in Hollywood, and uh, I was seeing some tribute given to him by the actor of Austin Powers, and he said, without Sean Connery, there was no Austin Powers, and how he was comparing uh, his father and himself with Sean Connery. So I think there are some people, not just movie stars. There are some people who, if they are combined with great story, great lyrics, great script writing, and a charisma on the screen, I think they become legends. And I salute to the man.
Yes, and I also want to tell you that The Bridge Too Far is also very awesome film of Sean Connery, and if you have not seen it, you must see that picture. And I also want to just share my few things actually. He was also offered a role of Gandalf in Lord of the Rings series. So though I've seen these series, I think not once but twice. So, but he said that he didn't. He said he's not able to understand the script, so he denied this offer. And it is said that if he had opted for this role, he was offered at that point of time $30 million along with 15% of worldwide box office receipt for the role, but he did not accept it. Likewise, he was also offered a character in film Matrix, the role of architect. And it was a good role, but somehow he didn't like the role. He again declined this role. And in, I think, 2006, he declared official retirement. So somehow we were not able to see any of his movies after 2006. But he will remain in our hearts in the movies, and anytime we can switch, maybe after this recording, I'll go and watch one movie of Sean Connery, because his actor is par excellence, and the way he portrayed the character, they're awesome and very, very realistic depiction of any character.
Right, right. And I think I will spend another few hours trying to read all the tributes that are pouring in from the news channels, from the social media, and especially this is also a great time to talk to some of our old friends or a generation senior to us, and talk to them what is their view, or how did they shape their young age while they were watching and emulating the original James Bond.
Yes, he will remain an original James Bond. So we will be discussing about his pictures and other pictures beside James Bond with our friends and family. So it was nice talking to you, Siddesh. See you tomorrow in next episode. Till then, bye bye.
Thank you. And I will just leave by the last dialogue that I remember, which are just flowing out of my mind. Love may not make the world go round, but I must admit that it makes the ride worthwhile. Thank you, Kanchan.
Thank you, Siddesh. Bye. Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show. Today, we have a very special guest, and she is Professor Amita Sinha. She is a former professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture at the University of Illinois. She also taught in the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning, IIT Kharagpur, and she is also associated with Humanities and Social Science Department at IIT Gandhinagar. She is the author of Landscape in India, Forms, Meaning and Cultural Landscape of India, editor of Landscape Perception and co-editor of Cultural Landscape of South Asia. She is also recipient of Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Award. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome Professor Amita Sinha. Welcome to the show, Mrs. Amita Sinha. How are you today?
I'm very well. Thank you for inviting me.
See, actually, we had been discussing about the art and architecture of Indian temples a couple of days back, and I was so interested to really know about one aspect of temple building, which is mandala, because nowadays everybody wants to learn mandala. But what is behind this concept of architecture when we talk about this mandala? So I would like to ask you, what is the meaning of mandala?
So the mandala literally means a circle, and in the context of architecture, the mandal implies unity and completion and auspiciousness. So the circle, as a figure, as a form, becomes a miniature of the whole universe as the Hindus understood it to be. But we don't live in a circular world or a world dominated by a circle. So the circle has to be squared. And this interplay of the square and the circle is what we see in the mandala forms. And if I go on to the screen, we can see two Thangka paintings, Tibetan Thangka paintings. The one on the left shows the square within the circle. The square brings in directionality. East is a favored direction, and then north, south, and west also acquire values. So in this Thangka painting, you see the Buddhist deities guarding the directions. On the right is the circle within the square, and within the circle is the Sri Chakra yantra. A yantra and mandala are sometimes used interchangeably, but the yantra is more of a symbol of a deity and a meditation device.
So actually, for our viewers, I just want to tell them that mandala is like a floor plan of universe. And when we talk about these mandala pictures, you see, I have many times seen these yantra also there in our house temple sometime, and we pray. But now at this point of time, I would like to ask you that what is the link between mandala and the Hindu temple?
So the temple is a later development. In the past, in the ancient past, in the Vedic times, the main ritual was of sacrifice, and the sacrifice signified the birth of the cosmos. Because something had to be destroyed for something to be created. And these sacrificial altars, the Vedi that you see in this photograph, was the form, a square form, and the dimensions and the proportions are actually codified in the Sulva Sutras, which date back to 4th century. So at some point in time, what happens is that divine is embodied in a deity, in a sculptural deity. And so the temple becomes a house of gods. And the plan for the temple is the Vastu Purush Mandal. Now, the Purush is a kind of esoteric concept. What exactly does that mean? Purusha, the human form, but it's really in this case, in the case of Vasapurush Mandal, it is the spirit of the site. And that spirit of the site can be very malevolent or benevolent, we don't know. It's kind of it's a lower spirit, so to speak. And so that spirit has to be subdued, and the higher gods have to be invited and they to make their home. So that is how the mandal becomes a house of the gods. And in this in this Vastupurush mandal diagram, you see that Purush, the spirit of the site, is fitted within the square. East is, of course, a favored direction for the temples, and the temples began to be planned on an elaborate grid, a mandala grid, going up to as much as 64 squares, the Manduka Mandal.
Yeah, so actually, I whatever I have read, it is like that. If we are want to understand the mandala art and the mandala form of architecture, so this circular design symbolizes the idea of life, which is never ending, and everything which is connected. The mandala also represent the spiritual journey of individual. So now I would like to ask you, when this first temple built, which represent the mandala, and where in India?
So you're absolutely right. The mandal is the spirit. The nature is the primary inspiration, and the nature's rhythms are symbolized in the circle, and then the circle, becomes a square. And this interplay of circle and square, is what we see in the temple form. But let me also say, as temple worship began in maybe 3rd, 4th century CE, the temple form became quite elaborate. So while the mandal was the plan, the form of the temple was actually the whole universe, the cosmos. And so in the temple, you have the Garbhagriha, the innermost cell, which is literally, the beginning of the universe. And this is where the deity is housed. And on the upper diagram, you see these lines of energy emanating from the deity in the Garbhagriha. In the second diagram, you see this circular form, which is the parikrama or the pradikshina around the temple. And that way, the mandal is literally recreated by the body going around the temple. And the third diagram shows a temple spire. And usually temple spires imitate the mountain. And so we have this is the axis mundi, the axis of the universe, and the highest spire is over the Garbhagriha, and this is the line, going up to the sky. So your question as to when were the temples first built and where, I should also say that the earliest form of worship goes of which we have evidence is going back to the Buddhist times. And here we see a tree sanctuary, that is people worshipping the Bodhi tree where Buddha gained his enlightenment, and people worshipping the stupa where Buddha's relics were enshrined. And then we see the Chaityagrahas, the caves where the Buddha relic in the stupa was worshipped. So here I want to draw your attention to the exterior of the Ajanta cave, 6th century, where this Bodhi tree form, leaf form, is there in the window, throwing light inside, and we have the stupa and then the ambulatory passage around it. So the circumambulation of the monks and the interior of this cave temple is of Chaityagraha actually shows the wooden construction of the vault and the rib. So the earliest temples, likely between 4th and 6th century, it's hard to date, but let's look at this Durga temple in Aihole in Karnataka, and it demonstrates the same apsidal form of the Buddhist Chaityagraha with a circumambulatory passage. And we see the tower, a very small, truncated, in a very truncated form in this earliest temple. We also see in the tip of the subcontinent in the Mahabalipuram, south of Chennai, we have these rathas, literally chariots, and the Draupadi Ratha is the simplest form. Again, it is like it's a hut with a straw roof in stone. This is carved out of a stone with Ganga and Yamuna on either side of the entry. A more elaborate form of Dharmaraj in the Dharmaraj Ratha. So these rathas, 5 chariots, are named after the heroes of the of Mahabharat. And in the Dharmaraj Ratha, we have actually, layers in which each layer is composed of smaller edicules, like they are called the shalas and kutas. And again, these are the huts with a domical roof, and these are repeated. So the idea here is that the superstructure of the earliest temples is symbolizing all of the universe, which is composed of a number of structures, and it is a multiplicity of them.
Actually, this is more an art form or an architecture which is inclined to Hinduism, or it's more to Buddhism.
So it was derived from Hinduism and Buddhism both share, mantras, yantras, and mandala forms, and the vocabulary has the same. They have different vocabularies, but the meaning is the same. So in the case of Buddhist stupas, these are dome-like structures. But when we come to worship in a temple, it is more like mimicking a natural form, which is the cave in the mountain. So that is why we call the innermost cell as the Garbhagriha, the womb of the universe, and the spire as a chariot or a viman, and these superstructures are magnificent. And even in the earliest chariots, vimanas, we see the superstructure as composed of a number of smaller, units. So the birth of the temple, I think, really is in the vernacular house, but then it assumes monumental proportion with time.
Okay, so what is the different style of these temple architecture, and how they do illustrate the idea of mandala?
So there are languages, and there are 2 dominant languages, the Nagara and Dravida style. Nagara broadly North Indian and Dravida South Indian, and there are many hybrid forms in between. So, but in both the Nagara and Dravida forms, as you see in this diagram taken from Adam Hardy's book, The Temple Architecture of India, the idea of the adicule and the multiplication of the adicule to make the superstructure of the temple is the same. So in the Nagara style, we have these tapering forms, and in the Dravida style, we have these shalas and the kutas multiplied in layers, and they are topped by the amlaka, and over that is the kalash, which contains the nectar of immortality. So the unity is achieved in this, the temple structure coming to a point, and that point is I think we can read it as the achieving of unity with the divine or attaining moksha.
All these impression of mandala and the formation of mandala in building structure, it is native to India, as I can make out. But do we find the impression of this outside of India also, or outside of Buddhism era? I mean, Buddhism art and culture. Do we find these mandal impression in other civilization too?
Yes, the Mandal traveled with Buddhism to East Asia and to Southeast Asia. So we have, very elaborate architecture. The greatest example, I think, is Borobudur in Java, which is based on the Mandal form. And I again want to emphasize the idea of the superstructure of the temple as a symbol of the cosmos. And so even though a temple is like a static structure, built of stone, those are the ones which have survived, to the modern times. It's a static structure, but the symbolism is uh, is that of dynamism, because the universe is always coming into being, right? It is growing, and then it has to be recreated again. And so this growth and movement is communicated in a static structure by the sthapati, by having these multiple edicules. And here in this diagram, we see the downward and outward growth. Again, we see the multiple projection and progressive multiplication. And so the universe grows and grows and grows, and it proliferates. And just as our universe is today, and it was always was. But the Hindu belief is that there is a cycle of the yugas, and then after the 4 yugas, there is Shiva dances his tandav, and then there's a new yug begins, and the cosmos again grows and grows.
So, how does this mandala extend beyond the temple to the landscape? I mean, we also find these forms in the modern landscape also.
Yes, so let me come to that. But before that, I'd like to show you just very quickly a few images of the temples at Khajuraho. For instance, the Lakshman temple at Khajuraho. As you can see in the plan, there is a Garbhagriha, then there are these mandaps, and all of these are, raised on a terrace. And then the temple tower, same in Khandariya Mahadev temple, the idea of growth as in multiple projection, going, and then upward growth can be seen in the adicule, the spire adicule, all culminating in the finial at the Kalash. And then if you go to Eastern India in Mukteshwar temple in Bhubaneswar, again the same idea, but here the Garbhagriha and the Viman are based on a star-like pattern, and in the front is, before that is the mandap, Sabha mandap, Nritya mandap, Maha mandap, and these are for the gatherings. And in the case of Mukteshwar temple and other temples in Eastern India, we see a pyramidal form. In Western India, for instance, here in Madeira, in the Sun Temple, the temple spire is gone, but again, the linear axis with the Garbhagriha, the mandap, Mukhmandap, the Sabha mandap, and the tank in front. And in Karnataka, in the Keshav temple, we see these 3 shrines of Vishnu, and these are arranged in a kind of cruciform form with a mandap, and all of this is in a courtyard surrounded by, it's a walled courtyard surrounded by shrines. Here, these temples were made of soapstone, and so we have intricate carvings, and all around we see bands of elephants and horses, and also we see Puranic tales, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Puran, and Ramayana literally depicted in sculpture. So the line between architecture and sculpture is very diffuse. Bhadreshwar temple at Thanjavur was the highest temple of its time. It tapers to the top, and it's a very good example of Dravida style. It was built by Rajaraja Chola, Rajaraja the One. And what now we begin to see in the Dravida style is the Gopuram, the entry to the temple acquiring prominence. And it is like that contains Shala shrines, and these are kind of in a curvilinear form. In a concave form. And finally, to answer your question about the temple mandala extending into the landscape, the best example are the temple towns of southern India and Tamil Nadu, on the banks of the river Kaveri. And so we have very famous temple towns in which the whole urban structure of the town is organized like a mandal. So, for instance, in the Ranganatha temple at Sri Rangam, which is an island in Kaveri, we have 7 enclosures, and the Gopurams rise very, very high. They were they they were being built right up to the 17th century. And what happens is that the town kind of is enclosed, the outer parts of the temple enclosure now began to house structures from the town. And that way, the sacred area extends into the profane. There is Meenakshi temple at Madura is again a very great example of the town structure following the square mandal pattern, and you can see this in the photographed aerial view also. The gopurams are tall. The innermost structure consists of the temples of Meenakshi and Shiva, and then the outer enclosures are where the chariots of the gods and of the god and goddesses are taken out. And finally, I'd like to end with the Tiruvannamalai temple town, in which the Arunachal hill is worshipped as a linga. It's called the linga of fire, and it's a very good example of the mandal as you see in the landscape, because all of the different gods are now symbolized by the lingams. And then on the southeast side, we have the great Shiva temple, Arunaleshwar temple, where Shiva is worshipped, and the gopurams are very tall again. And then Shiva is taken on a journey around the Arunachal hill on auspicious occasions.
So it was so wonderful to really know about these architectural skills and people who have already been in this kind of landscaping, this kind of building making. So do we have more slides to really see? Because I'm so intrigued to really know more about it. Or shall we talk something different? Let's end this and maybe take these slides in our next episode.
Yes, we can continue. Actually, in our next episode, I'd like to talk about the temples of Varanasi, Varanasi being the most sacred city in the Indian subcontinent, and how these temples, which were built much later, still are, communicate the idea of the temple as being a house of gods, and the temple structure as being a microcosm of the universe.
So I think you have to stop this presentation, then we'll be talking more. So actually, so it was so really go through these slides and view these pictures. But now I would like to ask you one last question: is that the universe and sync with the universe and the thought process of Hinduism or Buddhism, I think that are being depicted by mandala form of architecture. Now, can we also do these kind of building creation in our modern times? Are people are inclined to really look into these architectural formation and build something huge in our modern times?
Yes, very much so. The Vastu Purush Mandal continues to be used in house form. In fact, those architects who are exposed in Vastu Vidya are very much sought after, and monumental temples are being built all over the country. Most recent one being at Ram Janambhoomi Temple. It is built by traditional sthapatis, Somnath of Ahmedabad, and this is a Nagara style of architecture.
Okay, so one last question, which I just want to know that many Indian families, they do have these yantras, which are the formation of mandala. Some are square, some are in circular form. So this is a representation of an architecture, or this symbolizes something more?
Well, the yantra you will find as an object of devotion, a symbol of meditation, a meditation tool, and usually these yantras, the Sri Chakra yantra is the most popular one, and it consists of triangles, upward facing triangles and downward facing triangles. So the upward facing triangles signify the Purush, the male masculine principle, and the downward facing triangles signify Prakriti, the feminine principle, and they both meet at the point, the bindu, which is the beginning of life. And so the Sri Chakra Yantra probably is the most common one, and often displayed below the deities. And also, I think in the on the floor decorations, we see the mandal patterns, especially the Sri Chakra Yantra.
Yeah, so it was so lovely to really talk to you and know about this unique concept. And I'm sure that our viewers will have more knowledge about these patterns which we are following for many centuries, but they may not be having knowledge of how important is this mandala formation when we talk about architecture, especially Indian and Buddhist architectural form. So it was so lovely to talk to you, Professor Amita Sinha. We'll be talking more about these formation in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye and take care.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. And today we are very honored and privileged to have Dr. Satish, who is the co-founder of Savvy Global Technologies, and he joins us from Bangalore. Satish is a 2-decade-old, very seasoned professional in our industry, and he is also the alumni of ISB. So without further ado, let me welcome Dr. Satish.
Thank you, CK, for welcoming. I'm glad to be part of your show, and very good afternoon to you.
It will be our honor and privilege to know about your journey, Dr. Satish. To begin the discussion between us today, you have already spent almost 2 decades in the industry and you have seen ups and downs. So, would you like to tell us more about how was your journey as a leader and how you evolved?
Okay, thank you for asking about my background of profession and the growth. To me, if one needs to grow along with the changing scenarios, it is very important to adapt self to the change and keep moving with the change. Continuous learning, upskilling, and consistently developing the required skills and competencies or mandatory practice one should follow. And I grew up by following these best practices as a leader.
Satish, you have had a very illustrious career so far, and now you're helping your colleagues also by giving them employments and also bringing a lot of change to the way society function. And through Savvy, your current company, you're rolling out a lot of new types of high-tech application, which is going to reduce cost and improve lives of the people. Now, before we discuss about that, you have seen so many transformation in the industry. Would you like to inform us and our viewers how these transformations shaped your journey so far?
Okay. Yeah, before we get to the exact answering about your question, I would like to give a little bit about the technology today. And it is a wide topic to talk about, and to keep it short and simple, technology has been playing a major role in transforming our way of living and impacting to a great extent on our lifestyle with consistent revolutions. From where it started a couple of decades before and where it is today, there has been a tremendous transition that has taken place. As days roll on, we continue to see innovations, inventions, advancements that will continue to happen, and these changes will continue to influence people life, businesses, and standard of living. And it is a continuous process and journey altogether. There are a number of things we can notice that have transitioned and transformed so far, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and automation, smart systems, etc. So that's the kind of a change a technology has brought into the industry so far. And coming to how are we going to align ourselves in helping the organization to develop is adopting to the changing technology and helping the resources to get trained upon and learning and development and focus on the improvements that go along with the journey.
So, Dr. Satish, while working for the Savvy Global Tech, what is the kind of applications you intend to bring out in the field, and how these applications will impact the life of common human beings or common Indians?
Okay. So Savvy Global Tech is passionate organization towards the trending technology, and some of the solutions, some of the applications that we are trying to bring into the market in terms of the artificial intelligence, automated systems, and smart equipments or smart solutions, which are going to benefit the general public when they're going to use it. It might be a solution for another organization, or it might be a solution for another business. It might be a solution for for a group of people. So those are going to benefit them in reducing the time, effort, and human intervention by running and using these solutions at a cost-effective manner and get benefit out of it in running their businesses or daily routines more efficiently.
So the Savvy Global Tech is a very smart team, very young team. I know for sure there are a lot of young and professionals which are working for you, and you are very innovative. However, you as a professional, you have a long journey of 2 decades. You had a lot of achievements. Would you like to share some of these achievements with us for the inspiration?
Okay, that's a very nice question, and thank you for asking this question, CK. I would be glad to talk about achievements. According to me, every achievement has its own value-add success story and hard effort associated to it. It might be a small achievement, it might be a bigger achievement. Every achievement remains close to heart and anyway for an individual, and they take their journey, success journey, by achieving more and more as they work on. So, however, if I need to talk about some of them, some of the achievements, then the first one would be I would pick up on the personal front, which is my doctorate scholarship with an award of excellence honored by the University of ISBM. And the next one or two I would like to pick from the Savvy's journey side. So the second one would be an artificial intelligence based COVID signature screening and detection solution that can generate COVID signatures, positive or negative results and reports in less than 10 seconds. That's the kind of solution which is being a great success for us, which is ready to go to market, and it has already started its journey to the market. And if I want to talk about one of the other example, probably with a short span of time, a remarkable progress that Savvy has made in its journey into the market so far, with consistent developments and strategic executions, value add services and solutions being delivered to the global customers today. Overall, I would say Savvy is endeavoring through its great journey now, and a long way to go.
Dr. Satish, I think I will speak very freely with you as a professional, as your industry colleague. You see, there was a time during when our parents were growing up in India. There are businesses who could say that, hey, I have a 50-year-old plan. For example, I mean, all of us have used these old cars like Ambassador and Padmini, Premier Padmini. I mean, these companies had a 50 to 60-year plan. I mean, whatever cars they were rolling out, the generations would use those cars. But now the situation has totally changed. It is very difficult for any business person to predict more than 5 years for his organization. What we are doing today may not be relevant after a couple of years. So what is your one mantra would you like to give to our viewers as a mantra of success in today's environment?
Okay, in today's technology booming industry and the background and a lot of innovations brought in place, couple of factors plays a vital role in today's environment. One is moving along with the trending technologies, whatever is getting involved in evolving in the industry, and then move along with it. And a strategic focus, planning the approach very efficiently in a structured manner, and choosing the right people to work with. It might be a leadership, management, staff, partners, or vendors. And choosing the right asset and tools matters a lot. And besides, as we work on all these progressions, learning and development in parallel to match with the industry growth is one of the key player that should be considered. And follow the practice of good process oriented approach, and look forward to ensure and achieve customer experience. These are some of the factors which would be very essential in today's environment.
So I think, as I said before asking you this question, is that it's quite tough to predict a very long-term plan for the companies. I think the feeling I'm getting, or the answer, if I have to summarize, is that diversification is what you are intending to do, because you have a customer base which is not going to change, but as long as you are able to adapt and diversify into new business areas as and when they are evolved, I think that is your message today. So it's a fantastic message. From here on, from your point of view, in next decade, how do you see the technology driving the industry for next 10 years?
Okay. That's a very nicely foreseen factor today. For the past few decades, if you see, technology has been impacting staggering technological changes that have been revolutionizing the world today. And technology has brought up thousands of tools, resources, making it very essential and very easy and very possible to access any information literally at our fingertips. So there's no doubt that the world is going to drastically change with technology and innovation, which is upcoming in the next years and decades. As a stakeholder of the organization, an IT organization, I feel it is very important to know which technologies to implement so that the business can stand out in the competitive market.
So Dr. Satish, you have established so many companies, you work for a large corporation, and wherever we have worked as professionals, we have seen that the investor community plays a major role in bringing any new technology. So right now, if you look at the market, we're talking about ed tech, medical tech, fintech. In fact, fintech has now become history. So it's more of ed tech and medical tech. And most of these new developments are being driven by the investor community, whether they are banks or angel investors or seed funding agencies. What is your one message, or what is that you expect from the investor community to help with these new changes which are happening in the world today?
It's a fantastic ask, CK. Investor community today should focus on this, from my perspective of learning in my career and seeing the trend going forward. So I would say investor community should focus on identifying potential trending technology solution oriented businesses or areas or spaces. So in today's techno revolutionary world, growth in the upcoming years is very well foreseen. So keeping that in mind, investing on the right technology space that has a long way to go will definitely yield a solid value add at the long run for the investors.
So, Dr. Satish, I think we had a lot of learning from this discussion today. We learned a lot about your approach, how you want to build your organization, what are the empowerment you want to do for your employees, your partners, and your investors, and also people by and large. So, it was great learning for us, Dr. Satish. And
thank you very much, CK. Yeah.
It is our pleasure, Dr. Satish. And Dr. Satish is a co-founder in a very high-tech company, which is called Savvy Global Tech. They are headquartered in Bangalore. They are coming out with fantastic applications, which will change the lives of people, not only now, but for next 1 or 2 years. So people who are interested in knowing about this company or about this application or the technology work that Savvy is doing, or interested in knowing more about Dr. Satish, please drop in your email. We will connect you with Dr. Satish and this company. So in the end, Dr. Satish, it was our pleasure to talk to you, and we hope to catch up again, understanding more work that your company is doing and bringing that to our people.
Thank you very much, CK. And I would like to once again convey my gratitude to have this event organized. And I'm really excited to be part of your show. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today we would like to discuss something which happened actually yesterday, but yesterday was Sunday. Yesterday, the entire weekend, we celebrated Teachers' Day in India, which was to give respect to our second President of India, who was a remarkable teacher. In fact, he could write in 2 different languages from both of his hands at the same time. So, that was a certain skills I don't think anybody will have today. If we try to find, I think a person writing something in a language like German in one hand and Sanskrit from another hand at the same time. So he was a remarkable teacher. He was very well known teacher. He also met the Queen, and there are a lot of anecdotes which are available of his meeting with the Queen. So we will not go there today, but I think lots have changed from that point. There was a time when the teachers used to teach in the classroom and there was a certain way of doing things. Today, the teachers are teaching using online digital medium. So lots have changed. And I like to invite my friend from UK, who's also a teacher, but he teaches very senior people. His name is Naval Gun, and he joins us from London.
Good morning, CK. How are you doing today? It's a wonderful Monday morning here, bright and sunny in the UK. And Teacher Day, my goodness, where would we be without teachers?
Well, I give a lot of credit to the teachers because we were a naughty class always, but the teachers knew how to control us.
No doubt they had the whip out.
Well, I think I've heard stories of whipping, but I have never seen it. But we have seen some harsh punishment, which in today's generation, I don't think teachers are giving anymore.
No, the Tom Brown school days are well gone, well in the past. Today, it's more about encouragement, about getting the best out of all the students, no matter what age they are. So I take my hat off to teachers. I think they've got a really tough job out there, especially in the last 6 months, because the way we teach has completely changed.
Absolutely. The teachers have to learn new skills of not only using the digital mediums, and there is a different way of teaching. And in fact, I want to ask you, what are these new skills which are required before going on to the nightmarish things that they are experiencing now? What are the new skills which are required by teachers today? From your point of view, Neville, if you can just enlighten us.
Well, there are so many. I mean, the first thing is we've moved from a physical classroom to a digital classroom. Now, that actually means we need to be more disciplined, which might sound a bit ridiculous of a place to start, but we do need to be more disciplined because now we haven't got, 30 children sitting in front of us all regimented away with their notebooks out and all attentive. And each time a child isn't quite there, I can walk up to that child and just, tap them on the shoulder and just say, is everything okay? Are you attentive? And things like that, things that teachers do. Now you can't do that, because you've got 30 screenshots. And again, because of the limitation on most school budgets, it's on one small screen. Like I've got an 18-inch laptop in front of me. In some schools I've been working with, they've got 5 or 6 of these screens all connected together, so that when they do a Zoom or a Google Classroom or whatever medium they're using, they can see about 5 or 6 students per screen. That makes a big difference to the way you run the class. You're much closer to those individuals rather than a little, icon. I can see my picture here, and when you put 30 of those pictures together, that's pretty small. You've got to have although it's all condensed in one area, you've still got to be, looking around and making sure that all of these young people are attentive. They're completely engaged with what you're doing. It's a whole different world. So, and the thing is, it's not going to change. We're going to be here for some considerable time, especially if schools all of a sudden that have gotten back to, let's say, the new normal, for want of a better term, and then the local area gets locked down, in which case the school will be locked down and the kids will go back home and we'll be back to digital teaching again. So it is, just to put by a simple, there's no simple answer here. It's a completely different way of teaching. And we need to make sure teachers have got that skill, really, to do it that way. What do you think?
I certainly feel the same thing that you feel, is that there is a new skills which are required, not only in terms of delivering their pitch, but also whether the students are understanding what they are delivering. I think there are problems related to two-pronged. The teachers have to learn, and also the students have to be controlled by the teacher and taught. So I think before the start of this discussion, I took liberty to make a couple of slides, and I want to present to you and probably.
Great.
So the first challenge that teachers are facing, the era of teachers standing in the class and saying that, hey, pin drop silence in the class is no longer applicable. Now the teachers have to say, mute your, click your mute button, mute yourself.
So we're just going to learn about different languages. I mean, the beautiful thing about that is once you're muted, you can say anything you like. As I found on many webinars, people think they muted themselves, and then you find out they clearly didn't mute themselves when they said something. So you find out what's really going on. But again, you know, most of these young people have not got dedicated work areas at home. You know, they're more than likely to be on the kitchen or the dining room table. You know, in more congested households, there could be 4 or 5 kids working together. I mean, you've got 2 children yourself. They haven't got dedicated spaces in their house, in your place, because again, it's a question of having the right PC available and the right connectivity. So just with those acoustics, you know, the teacher says, you know, please put your mic on silent. I mean, it's a great learning way for young people to be able to turn their microphone on and off, because that's a business skill they're going to need when they go in the future. Just like we're talking here, we're very remote from each other, you know, 7,000 miles away from each other. And yeah, we know when to mute and when to turn the video off and things like that. Because again, the other thing is, when you've got all of these additional peripheral units on, it uses broadband. It loses bandwidth. And as you and I have seen on many, many occasions, people can disappear and then they can come back in again once the bandwidth has recovered or the local electricity has recovered. So, yeah, just from that one slide, there's loads of things to consider. And it's not just as simple as mute yourself, really. So again, it's a new skill teachers need to be completely aware of. Where is the child working? Is it a good environment where they're working? Is their posture good? I mean, in the classroom, we have ergonomically designed desks and chairs, etc., etc. But at home, that's not the case.
Well, I think the children can now mute, and whether they are listening to the teacher is something which teacher will not have a lot of clue whether they are listening to her or not. So I think that's another challenge.
It's very true, but the interesting thing is, you know, the teachers have got this capability of asking questions to everybody, and you're forcing a response, and you need a response from everybody. And some of those could just be a yes, no. You know, do you understand what I'm saying? Simple yes, no. I've seen it work incredibly well where students that were previously less confident seem to be more confident when they're working independently. So if the teacher asks, you know, did you understand what I've just said? There's more of an incidence of a child saying no. That has got to be very positive, because the teacher's now got immediate, really true feedback rather than someone's going with the flow. So there are opportunities here. Again, with the right package, you need to, you know, be aware of how to use it. And lots of these packages have got so many features on it. It's really important that teachers are trained in the right way to use it.
Absolutely. In fact, they have to divide the class in certain segments to be able to give different tasks. So I think it's again a new skill, because earlier they could have eye contact in the class and they can say pin drop silence or be quiet, or, you know, they can give commands to the class. But now they have to softly say, hey, everyone, switch on your camera, but mute yourself. So things like that. And you know, most of these softwares now have raise the hand feature as well. So the children have to now raise the hand, and teacher has to see that small tiny hand which is visible on the icon. So I think these are again a new observational skills that teachers have to develop.
Yeah, very true. So what's your next picture? I love it when we use pictures because we can actually see what's going on.
In fact, the next one is if students are not attentive on the online media, the teachers may think that the students are sleepy, hungry, not attentive, thousand things can be happening. So how to make them interested in what she's teaching? I think this is something that every teacher day in day out are facing today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, I've seen some people, not just in the teaching arena, but in the training arena, take the workshop that they were running physically and just do the same thing online. And the problem with that is that trying to be attentive for 50 minutes in a typical secondary school classroom, it's harder work when you're looking at a screen. You need to be more attentive. Every child needs to have these things here, these earphones and a microphone. So, potentially the cost is going up because there are all other distractions here. Even today, I'm working in my study, but our waste carts are picked up on a Monday morning. Just so happens they're 2 hours late. So now there's a huge noise going on in the background. I can hear it, but you can't. But that means that I'm at a disadvantage because I'm trying to understand what you're saying and I'm trying to block out this other noise. So again, we need to be very perceptive of what the child is doing on the screen. And there are lots of tools you can do for that. Are they awake? Are you seeing, even some very smart kids will have a video that's just going to be replicated and plugged in. So a bit like Mission Impossible, you see the thing repeated and repeated and you think this person's really attentive. But in actual fact, what they've got is a video program working in the background. Believe you me, I've seen that happen too. So, but the point is, again, it's the teacher's dilemma. It's going to be the teacher's responsibility, but this is where parents need to come in as well. And I'm sure you've got a few things to say about parents and their intervention.
That is the nightmare. The previous slide is about the dilemma, but this one is a nightmare because now the teachers can see all the action which is happening at the student's house. There could be some action going on, some TV playing, some sort of other siblings fighting in the background. So, thousand things can happen.
Exactly. And it's that attention span. And it doesn't really matter where you are. You could be, you could live in a 5-bedroom property, but you've got 5 kids and they're all trying to work at the same time on the same workstation. If they're lucky, they've got individual workstations. So timetabling this and trying to get that right must be a nightmare for organizations like schools. The other thing is, you say peaking parents. To me, that's not a horror. That means it's brilliant. I've now got a parent on my side. If I'm a teacher, I would love to see parents being actively involved, not interrupting, but actively involved. In some of the programs we've been running over the last 5-6 months, we've been running teacher-parent courses. So parents and teachers can create a rule table of how they're engaged and how they're involved. And the ones that have really taken it on board of their children have not really, of course they've suffered because of the non-contact with their friends at school, but they've not suffered as much. And the parents have now become more appreciative of what teachers have to do, In fact, I've seen many parents turn around and said, I'm never going to moan about the teacher again. Because it's hard work. It really is hard work. You may say they're paid to do it, but frankly, This is a vocation. This is a calling for many people. So, so yeah, don't be a peaking parent. Be an interactive parent.
I think this is a nice advice to the parent, and I would like to share some of the experience that I see every day. So, what happens at my place is that the two children, they put themselves on mute, and sometimes they put their video also to off, and then they fight with each other. And what is the fight all about? It's about their subjects. So if one person is fighting with the other, and they're interfering in other guys' studies. So this is beyond the teacher. They just mute everything and then they fight with each other. Many times they fight on the kind of acoustic systems they have. So so they will feel that, oh, yours is better than mine, so let's exchange. Then they say, okay, fine, this is not good, let's exchange it back. So this keeps happening. So children, being children, they want some outlet of being not in the class. They can hide below the desk and they can do lot many things. But here at home, uh, the parents are watching them, the teachers are saying, hey, switch on your mic, switch on your video. A challenge also.
Yeah, they do, and I don't think your household is much different from many others. Siblings always fight. I mean, I had 3 brothers, and we were never happier when we were fighting, frankly. But that didn't mean to say we're going to shoot each other. That's the way siblings operate. And it's about fairness, and this is the difficulty that parents have. In some homes, there's only one laptop. And it's not just the kids that need to have allocated time, which is going to be different because of the way different schools operate. But what about the adults as well? If the parents are there and they're working from home, then they need time as well. So, you and I spoke at the very early stages of lockdown about being disciplined, being respective of other people in the household. And again, this is just it's going to be fruition through the teaching arena. So this is where I think, schools have, I wouldn't say more responsibility, but they've got a bigger job to do. The parents still need to be coming to the table and doing things. But the teacher's job has been made a bit more difficult. In fact, a lot more difficult in some respects.
Absolutely. In fact, in the wake of write to their teachers, even the primary teachers, thanking them. But lots have changed. When in 50s, when the Teachers' Day was set up in India, from that point till today, and lots have changed in last 6 months. So thank you very much, Neighbor, for joining. This is a very long subject.
Huge subject, but let's try and get it right.
Absolutely. So catch you tomorrow in Top Brass again.
Bye, everybody. Bye, CK.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. So today, as you know, we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. And he has a deep interest in corporate training, and he has been training a lot of professionals, marketing professionals, IT professionals, and he is a very good orator. He has been doing some radio shows. They are wonderful. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, namaste, welcome. Good to talk to you every day. Look forward for it. Let's start.
Yes, as you know, we had been discussing about communication, and due to this pandemic, there's a lot of communication barrier which has come across because there's social distancing, and we are stick to technology like phones, and we have to talk through phones only. And I have also heard many incidents like depression and concerning all diseases. So what I feel is that communication is very, very essential, and we should try to speak straight from heart rather than hiding it or not speaking correctly or not speaking honestly. So I think everybody should have a habit of communicating from heart and come out with the ideas and desires, isn't it?
Kanchan, you mentioned about speaking from the heart. And I must tell you, the best kind of communication, the best speeches, the best communication comes from the non-verbal part of it, which adds to the glory and the glamour of what is being said by the mouth, by the words. So, as we were discussing yesterday, non-verbal communication across the communities, across cultures, across countries, it is a wonderful part of the communication which generally is missed by when we trying to connect with some people who are outside our cultural boundaries. Within our own cultural boundaries in India, as we know, there are every 500 kilometers the culture changes in India, and therefore the communication becomes not just the words, not just the grammar, not just the spoken sentences, but it also becomes the non-verbal part of it. And to tell you the fact, there are so many connotations, so many contextual, so many non-verbal eye contact, facial expressions, standing close to each other, and making the different kind of use of face muscles. So non-verbal communication holds a very, very important weight on what is being said. And I always try to give it by examples. As you know, in Japan, where I have worked for a long time, we have seen they do bow in front of someone, and bowing in Japanese culture is showing a mark of respect. In India, we do this, which is namaste, which is we don't even say, but this means a communication has been done. In Japanese, if someone has to say, don't do it, they do it like this. This is called don't do it. They call it dame. Then if something is okay, this is the way they say it in Japanese, okay. They don't say anything about it. If this is like this is more about like money. I don't have it, or I have it, money. I do it for money. So these are this is just a small sample of non-verbal communication. And all the great speakers, all the great communicators that we have known in the recorded history, they had this gift of gab, non-verbal communication techniques, because like a poet would say, Kanchan, the heart speaks better not in terms of words, but in terms of expressions. And most of those expressions are non-verbal.
Yes.
What do you say?
Yes, very well defined. And I think that if it's a good communication, then it's like a therapy, and people enjoy listening again and again. And if it's a bad day communication, then it leaves a bad taste. So communication is very powerful, and when we are discussing about gestures and the body language, which is an internal part of doing a good communication. So when we are
That's right.
yes, when we are talking about gestures, would you like to say we had been discussing gesture, but in the Indian context, how we can improve and what is the best age to put children in doing a good communication, and they should enhance their communication better.
So Kanchan, we teach our children, our youngsters about communicating more in terms of words, more in terms of sentences, more in terms about spoken language part of it. What we really want to do is that we must actually inculcate the gesture part of it in any communication, the gesture, the non-verbal part of it, and trying to bring a balance between the spoken word and the non-verbal part. That is what we need to bring into a daily practice with our children, with our students, with our youngsters. More so in this today's highly addictive digital world, the interpersonal skills, I see there a drop because of the not a single spoken word being used, rather than a written word is more commonplace. Now in written word, you someone writes it and someone reads it, and when someone reads, there is no control over the mental image that the reader makes after reading that. So that means the spoken word has taken a back seat in today's too much of digital world, and therefore the youngsters, the what do we call them, millennials or Gen X, Gen Z, it is important for them to learn the language as it is spoken, and a clear distinction has to be made between the written word and the spoken word. And these two are two different realms, and both of them need to be supported with the non-verbal part equally. And that is something which comes with a time, and gesture as part of a curriculum would be definitely an interesting subject and interesting curriculum that needs to be brought into the schools. Probably in the schools, in the colleges, in the universities, I see students getting into this through the performing arts, the theater, sometimes in elocution, which was a debate some time back. But I think that can become a formal subject. Why not?
Okay, so it was a quite interesting suggestion you have put forward. Does culture also play an important role in developing a communication skill?
Yes, Kanchan. I can tell you with my experience from the Indian part, definitely we have so much to basically learn from. As I told you that every 500 kilometers in India, the culture changes. In Japan, shaking a hand is not a commonplace, and therefore a bow, which takes an important part of the Japanese culture. And to tell the viewers and the listeners, it depends on how much do you bow, whether it is a 90-degree or even lesser or even more. Depending on the bow in front of the person shows the respect. If two people are going both on the 90 degrees, it shows some kind of a very, very close trust. And I have been told, Kanchan, when somebody bows in front of another person in a Japanese culture, that says that I trust you with so much of integrity that even if you take down my neck, it will be okay for me. I trust you so much. Similarly, in South Africa, where I work, in South Africa, there are non-verbal communication, and one interesting part that I have noticed, they stand very close. And sometimes from the Westerner side, people who come from the West, I come from East, but sometimes that standing too close can become uncomfortable, but that is the part of the non-verbal communication that we pick up as we work nationally in India as well as internationally. And I'm telling you, there are orientation classes by the HRs of the companies, but there needs to be an orientation classes for the students, for the children, for the college-going students everywhere, and not just in India. So even some South African people, when they come to work in India, they need to understand the non-verbal communication part in India. Now in India, this means something interesting. I like it. But for a South African guy, this would be different. For a Japanese guy, they definitely don't understand the shake hand part, which is so common to the Indians as well as the other Western countries, even in South Africa for that matter. So non-verbal communication, Kanchan, is actually an unexplored area, I must tell you. And more, as you said, I work with the radio also and talk to the guests on radio. I realize that in his speaking, there are some non-verbal clues that we give in his speaking by taking a long pause, a small pause, changing our tones, making it much bigger, making it far. So there are so many things which may be put into some kind of a curriculum. And if that happens, I would be a happy man, Kanchan.
Yes, it's wonderful talking to you, and it was so good to take the inputs, which is very, very crucial. We'll extend this topic further tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Namaste as another non-verbal communication, and I want to end the note with this part. Non-verbal communication is the authenticity of the personality who can showcase it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello.